Killing the host. Introduction. I did not set out to be an economist. In college at the University of Chicago I never took a course in economics or went anywhere near its business school. My interest lay in music and the history of culture. When I left for New York City in 1961, it was to work in publishing along these lines. I had served as an assistant to Jerry Kaplan at the Free Press in Chicago, and thought of setting out on my own when the Hungarian literary critic George Lukács assigned me the English language rights to his writings. Then, in 1962 when Leon Trotsky's widow, Natalia Sadova died, Max Schachtman, executor of her estate, assigned me the rights to Trotsky's writings and archive. But I was unable to interest any house in backing their publication. My future turned out not to lie in publishing other people's work. My life already had changed abruptly in a single evening. My best friend from Chicago had urged that I look up Terence McCarthy, the father of one of his schoolmates. Terence was a former economist for General Electric and also the author of the Forgash Plan. Named for Florida Senator Morris Forgash, it proposed a World Bank for economic acceleration with an alternative policy to the existing World Bank lending in domestic currency for land reform and greater self-sufficiency in food instead of plantation export crops. My first evening's visit with him transfixed me with two ideas that have become my life's work. First was his almost poetic description of the flow of funds through the economic system. He explained why most financial crises historically occurred in the autumn when the crops were moved. Shifts in the Midwestern water level or climatic disruptions in other countries caused periodic droughts, which led to crop failures and drains on the banking system, forcing banks to call in their loans. Finance, natural resources, and industry were parts of an interconnected system much like astronomy and, to me, an aesthetic thing of beauty. But unlike astronomical cycles, the mathematics of compound interest leads economies inevitably into a debt crash, because the financial system expands faster than the underlying economy, overburdening it with debt so that crises grow increasingly severe. Economies are torn apart by breaks in the chain of payments. That very evening I decided to become an economist. Soon I enrolled in graduate study and sought work on Wall Street, which was the only practical way in practice to see how economies really functioned. For the next 20 years, Terence and I spoke about an hour a day on current economic events. He had translated A History of Economic Doctrines, from the Physiocrats to Adam Smith, the first English-language version of Marx's theories of surplus value, which itself was the first real history of economic thought. For starters, he told me to read all the books in its bibliography: the Physiocrats, John Locke, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Thomas Malthus, John Stuart Mill, and so forth. The topics that most interested me and the focus of this book were not taught at New York University, where I took my graduate economics degrees. In fact, they are not taught in any university departments: the dynamics of debt, and how the pattern of bank lending inflates land prices, or national income accounting and the rising share absorbed by rent extraction in the finance, insurance, and real estate, fire, sector. There was only one way to learn how to analyze these topics: to work for banks. Back in the 1960s there was barely a hint that these trends would become a great financial bubble. But the dynamics were there, and I was fortunate enough to be hired to chart them. My first job was as mundane as could be imagined: an economist for the Savings Banks Trust Company. No longer existing, it had been created by New York's then 127 savings banks, now also extinct, having been grabbed, privatized, and emptied out by commercial bankers. I was hired to write up how savings accrued interest and were recycled into new mortgage loans. My graphs of this savings upsweep looked like Hokusai's wave, but with a pulse spiking like a cardiogram every 3 months on the day quarterly dividends were credited. The rise in savings was lent to home buyers, helping fuel the post-World War II price rise for housing. This was viewed as a seemingly endless engine of prosperity, endowing a middle class with rising net worth. The more banks lend, the higher prices rise for the real estate being bought on credit. And the more prices rise, the more banks are willing to lend, as long as more people keep joining what looks like a perpetual motion wealth-creating machine. The process works only as long as incomes are rising. Few people notice that most of their rising income is being paid for housing. They feel that they are saving and getting richer by paying for an investment that will grow. At least, that is what worked for 60 years after World War II ended in 1945. But bubbles always burst, because they are financed with debt, which expands like a chain letter for the economy as a whole. Mortgage debt service absorbs more and more of the rental value of real estate, and of homeowners' income as new buyers take on more debt to buy homes that are rising in price. Tracking the upsweep of savings and the debt-financed rise in housing prices turned out to be the best way to understand how most paper wealth has been created, or at least inflated, over the past century. Yet despite the fact that the economy's largest asset is real estate and is both the main asset and largest debt for most families, the analysis of land rent and property valuation did not even appear in the courses that I was taught in the evenings working toward my economics PhD. When I finished my studies in 1964, I joined Chase Manhattan's Economic Research Department as its balance of payments economist. It was proved another fortunate on-the-job training experience, because the only way to learn about the topic was to work for a bank or government statistical agency. My first task was to forecast the balance of payments of Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. The starting point was their export earnings and other foreign exchange receipts, which served as were a measure of how much revenue might be paid as debt service on new borrowings from U.S. banks. Just as mortgage lenders view rental income as a flow to be turned into payment of interest, international banks view the hard currency earnings of foreign countries as potential revenue to be capitalized into loans and paid as interest. The implicit aim of bank marketing departments and of creditors in general is to attach the entire economic surplus for payment of debt service. I soon found that the Latin American countries I analyzed were fully loaned up. There were no more hard currency inflows available to extract as interest on new loans or bond issues. In fact, there was capital flight. These countries could only pay what they already owed if their banks, or the International Monetary Fund, lent them the money to pay the rising flow of interest charges. This is how loans to sovereign governments were rolled over through the 1970s. Their foreign debts mounted up at compound interest, an exponential growth that laid the ground for the crash that occurred in 1982 when Mexico announced that it couldn't pay. In this respect, lending to third world governments anticipated the real estate bubble that would crash in 2008. Except that third world debts were written down in the 1980s, via Brady bonds, unlike mortgage debts. My most important learning experience at Chase was to develop an accounting format to analyze the balance of payments of the U.S. oil industry. Standard Oil executives walked me through the contrast between economic statistics and reality. They explained how using flags of convenience in Liberia and Panama enabled them to avoid paying income taxes either in the producing or consuming countries by giving the illusion that no profits were being made. The key was transfer pricing. Shipping affiliates in these tax avoidance centers bought crude oil at low prices from Near Eastern or Venezuelan branches where oil was produced. These shipping and banking centers, which had no tax on profits, then sold this oil at marked up prices to refineries in Europe or elsewhere. The transfer prices were set high enough so as not to leave any profit to be declared. In balance of payments terms, every dollar spent by the oil industry abroad was returned to the U.S. economy in only 18 months. My report was placed on the desks of every U.S. senator and congressman, and got the oil industry exempted from President Lyndon Johnson's balance of payments controls imposed during the Vietnam War. My last task at Chase dovetailed into the dollar problem. I was asked to estimate the volume of criminal savings going to Switzerland and other hideouts. The State Department had asked Chase and other banks to establish Caribbean branches to attract money from drug dealers, smugglers, and their kin into dollar assets to support the dollar as foreign military outflows escalated. Congress helped by not imposing the 15% withholding tax on Treasury bond interest. My calculations showed that the most important factors in determining exchange rates were neither trade nor direct investment, but errors and omissions, a euphemism for hot money. Nobody is more liquid or hot than drug dealers and public officials embezzling their country's export earnings. The U.S. Treasury and State Department sought to provide a safe haven for their takings, as a desperate means of offsetting the balance of payments cost of U.S. military spending. In 1968 I extended my payments flow analysis to cover the U.S. economy as a whole, working on a year's project for the, now defunct, accounting firm of Arthur Andersen. My charts revealed that the U.S. payments deficit was entirely military in character throughout the 1960s. The private sector. Foreign trade and investment was exactly in balance, year after year, and foreign aid actually produced a dollar surplus, and was required to do so under U.S. law. My monograph prompted an invitation to speak to the graduate economics faculty of the New School in 1969, where it turned out they needed someone to teach international trade and finance. I was offered the job immediately after my lecture. Having never taken a course in this subject at NYU, I thought teaching would be the best way to learn what academic theory had to say about it. I quickly discovered that of all the sub-disciplines of economics, international trade theory was the silliest. Gunboats and military spending make no appearance in this theorizing, nor do the all-important errors and omissions, capital flight, smuggling, or fictitious transfer pricing for tax avoidance. These elisions are needed to steer trade theory toward the perverse and destructive conclusion that any country can pay any amount of debt, simply by lowering wages enough to pay creditors. All that seems to be needed is sufficient devaluation. What mainly is devalued is the cost of local labor, or lowering wages by labor market reforms and austerity programs. This theory has been proved false everywhere it has been applied, but it remains the essence of IMF orthodoxy. Academic monetary theory is even worse. Milton Friedman's Chicago School relates the money supply only to commodity prices and wages, not to asset prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds. It pretends that money and credit are lent to business for investment in capital goods and new hiring, not to buy real estate, stocks, and bonds. There is little attempt to take into account the debt service that must be paid on this credit, diverting spending away from consumer goods and tangible capital goods. So I found academic theory to be the reverse of how the world actually works. None of my professors had enough real-world experience in banking or Wall Street to notice. I spent 3 years at the New School developing an analysis of why the global economy is polarizing rather than converging. I found that mercantilist economic theories already in the 18th century were ahead of today's mainstream in many ways. I also saw how much more clearly early economists recognized the problems of governments, or others, relying on creditors for policy advice. As Adam Smith explained, a creditor of the public, considered merely as such, has no interest in the good condition of any particular portion of land, or in the good management of any particular portion of capital stock. He has no inspection of it. He can have no care about it. Its ruin may in some cases be unknown to him, and cannot directly affect him. The bondholders' interest is solely to extricate as much as they can as quickly as possible with little concern for the social devastation they cause. Yet they have managed to sell the idea that sovereign nations as well as individuals have a moral obligation to pay debts, even to act on behalf of creditors instead of their domestic populations. My warning that third world countries would not to be able to pay their debts disturbed the department's chairman, Robert Heilbronner. Finding the idea unthinkable, he complained that my emphasis on financial overhead was distracting students from the key form of exploitation, that of wage labor by its employers. Not even the Marxist teachers he hired paid much attention to interest, debt or rent extraction. I found a similar left-wing aversion to dealing with debt problems when I was invited to meetings at the Institute for Policy Studies in Washington. When I expressed my interest in preparing the ground for cancellation of third world debts, IPSCO Director Marcus Raskin said that he thought this was too far off the wall for them to back. It took another decade, until 1982, for Mexico to trigger the Latin American debt bomb by announcing its above-noted inability to pay. In 1972 I published my first major book, Super-Imperialism, The Economic Strategy of American Empire, explaining how taking the US dollar off gold in 1971 left only US Treasury debt as the basis for global reserves. The balance of payments deficit stemming from foreign military spending pumped dollars abroad. These ended up in the hands of central banks that recycled them to the United States by buying Treasury securities, which in turn financed the domestic budget deficit. This gives the U.S. economy a unique free financial ride. It is able to self-finance its deficits seemingly ad infinitum. The balance of payments deficit actually ended up financing the domestic budget deficit for many years. The post-gold international financial system obliged foreign countries to finance U.S. military spending, whether or not they supported it. Some of my Wall Street friends helped rescue me from academia to join the think tank world with Herman Kahn at the Hudson Institute. The Defense Department gave the Institute a large contract for me to explain just how the United States was getting this free ride. I also began writing a market newsletter for a Montreal brokerage house, as Wall Street seemed more interested in my flow of funds analysis than the left. In 1979 I wrote Global Fracture, the New International Economic Order, forecasting how U.S. unilateral dominance was leading to a geopolitical split along financial lines, much as the present book's international chapters describe the strains fracturing today's world economy. Later in the decade I became an advisor to the United Nations Institute for Training and Development, UNITER. My focus here too was to warn that third world economies could not pay their foreign debts. Most of these loans were taken on to subsidize trade dependency, not restructure economies to enable them to pay. IMF structural adjustment austerity programs of the type now being imposed across the Eurozone make the debt situation worse, by raising interest rates and taxes on labor, cutting pensions and social welfare spending, and selling off the public infrastructure, especially banking, water and mineral rights, communications and transportation, to rent-seeking monopolists. This kind of adjustment puts the class war back in business, on an international scale. The capstone of the UNITER project was a 1980 meeting in Mexico hosted by its former president Luis Echeverría. A fight broke out over my insistence that third world debtors soon would have to default. Although Wall Street bankers usually see the handwriting on the wall, their lobbyists insist that all debts can be paid, so that they can blame countries for not tightening their belts. Banks have a self-interest in denying the obvious problems of paying capital transfers in hard currency. My experience with this kind of bank-sponsored junk economics infecting public agencies inspired me to start compiling a history of how societies through the ages have handled their debt problems. It took me about a year to sketch the history of debt crises as far back as classical Greece and Rome, as well as the biblical background of the Jubilee year. But then I began to unearth a prehistory of debt practices going back to Sumer in the 3rd millennium BC. The material was widely scattered through the literature, as no history of this formative Near Eastern genesis of Western economic civilization had been written. It took me until 1984 to reconstruct how interest-bearing debt first came into being in the temples and palaces, not among individuals bartering. Most debts were owed to these large public institutions or their collectors, which is why rulers were able to cancel debts so frequently. They were canceling debts owed to themselves, to prevent disruption of their economies. I showed my findings to some of my academic colleagues, and the upshot was that I was invited to become a research fellow in Babylonian economic history at Harvard's Peabody Museum, its anthropology and archaeology department. Meanwhile, I continued consulting for financial clients. In 1999, Scudder, Stevens and Clark hired me to help establish the world's first sovereign bond fund. I was told that inasmuch as I was known as Dr. Doom when it came to third world debts, if its managing directors could convince me that these countries would continue to pay their debts for at least 5 years, the firm would set up a self-terminating fund of that length. This became the first sovereign wealth fund, an offshore fund registered in the Dutch West Indies and traded on the London Stock Exchange. New lending to Latin America had stopped, leaving debtor countries so desperate for funds that Argentine and Brazilian dollar bonds were yielding 45% annual interest, and Mexican medium-term tesobonos over 22%. Yet attempts to sell the fund's shares to U.S. and European investors failed. The shares were sold in Buenos Aires and São Paulo, mainly to the elites who held the high-yielding dollar bonds of their countries in offshore accounts. This showed us that the financial managers would indeed keep paying their government's foreign debts, as long as they were paying themselves as Yankee bondholders offshore. The Scudder Fund achieved the world's second highest ranking rate of return in 1990. During these years I made proposals to mainstream publishers to write a book warning about how the bubble was going to crash. They told me that this was like telling people that good sex would stop at an early age. Couldn't I put a good news spin on the dark forecast and tell readers how they could get rich from the coming crash? I concluded that most of the public is interested in understanding a great crash only after it occurs, not during the run-up when good returns are to be made. Being Dr. Doom regarding debt was like being a premature anti-fascist. So I decided to focus on my historical research instead, and in March 1990 presented my first paper summarizing 3 findings that were as radical anthropologically as anything I had written in economics. Mainstream economics was still in the thrall of an individualistic Austrian ideology speculating that charging interest was a universal phenomena dating from Paleolithic individuals advancing cattle, seeds, or money to other individuals. But I found that the first, and by far the major creditors were the temples and palaces of Bronze Age Mesopotamia, not private individuals acting on their own. Charging a set rate of interest seems to have diffused from Mesopotamia to classical Greece and Rome around the 8th century BC. The rate of interest in each region was not based on productivity, but was set purely by simplicity for calculation in the local system of fractional arithmetic, 1/60th per month in Mesopotamia, and later 1/10th per year for Greece and 1/12th for Rome. Today these ideas are accepted within the Assyriological and archaeological disciplines. In 2012, David Graeber's Debt, the first 5,000 years tied together the various strands of my reconstruction of the early evolution of debt and its frequent cancellation. In the early 1990s I had tried to write my own summary, but was unable to convince publishers that the Near Eastern tradition of biblical debt cancellations was firmly grounded. 2 decades ago economic historians and even many biblical scholars thought that the Jubilee year was merely a literary creation, a utopian escape from practical reality. I encountered a wall of cognitive dissonance at the thought that the practice was attested to in increasingly detailed clean slate proclamations. Each region had its own word for such proclamations: Sumerian Amarji, meaning a return to the mother, Ama, condition, a world in balance, Babylonian Misharim, as well as Andararim, from which Judea borrowed as Dirar, and Hurrian Shututu. Egypt's Rosetta Stone refers to this tradition of amnesty for debts and for liberating exiles and prisoners. Instead of a sanctity of debt, what was sacred was the regular cancellation of agrarian debts and freeing of bondservants in order to preserve social balance. Such amnesties were not destabilizing, but were essential to preserving social and economic stability. To gain the support of the Assyriological and archaeological professions, Harvard and some donor foundations helped me establish the Institute for the Study of Long-Term Economic Trends, ILET. Our plan was to hold a series of meetings every 2 or 3 years to trace the origins of economic enterprise and its privatization, land tenure, debt, and money. Our first meeting was held in New York in 1984 on privatization in the ancient Near East and classical antiquity. Today, 2 decades later, we have published 5 volumes rewriting the early economic history of Western civilization. Because of their contrast with today's pro-creditor rules and the success of a mixed private/public economy, I make frequent references in this book to how earlier societies resolved their debt problems in contrast with how today's world is letting debt polarize and enervate economies. By the mid-1990s, a more realistic modern financial theory was being developed by Hyman Minsky and his associates, first at the Levy Institute at Bard College and later at the University of Missouri at Kansas City, UMKC. I became a research associate at Levy writing on real estate and finance, and soon joined Randy Ray, Stephanie Kelton, and others who were invited to set up an economics curriculum in modern monetary theory, MMT, at UMKC. For the past 20 years our aim has been to show the steps needed to avoid the unemployment and vast transfer of property from debtors to creditors that is tearing economies apart today. I presented my basic financial model in Kansas City in 2004, with a chart that I repeated in my May 2006 cover story for Harper's. The Financial Times reproduced the chart in crediting me as being one of the 8 economists to forecast the 2008 crash. But my aim was not merely to predict it. Everyone except economists saw it coming. My chart explained the exponential financial dynamics that make crashes inevitable. I subsequently wrote a series of op-eds for the Financial Times dealing with Latvia and Iceland as dress rehearsals for the rest of Europe and the United States. The disabling force of debt was recognized more clearly in the 18th and 19th centuries, not to mention 4,000 years ago in the Bronze Age. This has led pro-creditor economists to exclude the history of economic thought from the curriculum. Mainstream economics has become sensorially pro-creditor, pro-austerity, that is, anti-labor, and anti-government, except for insisting on the need for taxpayer bailouts of the largest banks and savers. Yet it has captured congressional policy, universities, and the mass media to broadcast a false map of how economies work. So most people see reality as it is written and distorted by the 1%. It is a travesty of reality. Spouting ostensible free market ideology, the pro-creditor mainstream rejects what the classical economic reformers actually wrote. One is left to choose between central planning by a public bureaucracy, or even more centralized planning by Wall Street's financial bureaucracy. The middle ground of a mixed public/private economy has been all but forgotten, denounced as socialism. Yet every successful economy in history has been a mixed economy. To help provide a remedy, this book explains how the upsweep of savings and debt has been politicized to control governments. The magnitude of debt tends to grow until a financial crash, war, or political write-down occurs. The problem is not merely debt, but savings on the asset side of the balance sheet, mostly held by the 1%. These savings mostly are lent out to become the debts of the 99%. As for financial dynamics in the business sector, today's activist shareholders and corporate raiders are financializing industry in ways that undercut rather than promote tangible capital formation and employment. Credit is increasingly predatory rather than enabling personal, corporate, and government debtors to earn the money to pay. This pattern of debt is what classical economists defined as unproductive, favoring unearned income, economic rent, and speculative gains over profits earned by employing labor to produce goods and services. I therefore start by reviewing how the Enlightenment and original free market economists spent 2 centuries trying to prevent precisely the kind of rentier dominance that is stifling today's economies and rolling back democracies to create financial oligarchies. To set the stage for this discussion, it is necessary to explain that what is at work is an Orwellian strategy of rhetorical deception to represent finance and other rentier sectors as being part of the economy, not external to it. This is precisely the strategy that parasites in nature use to deceive their hosts that they are not free riders but part of the host's own body, deserving careful protection. The parasite, the host, and control of the economy's brain. Biological usage of the word parasite is a metaphor adopted from ancient Greece. Officials in charge of collecting grain for communal festivals were joined in their rounds by their aides. Brought along to the meals by these functionaries at public expense, the aides were known as parasites, a non-pejorative term for meal companion, from the roots para, beside, and cytos, meal. By Roman times the word came to take on the meaning of a superfluous freeloader. The parasite fell in status from a person helping perform a public function to become an uninvited guest who crashed a private dinner, a stock character in comedies worming his way in by pretense and flattery. Medieval preachers and reformers characterized usurers as parasites and leeches. Ever since, many economic writers have singled out bankers as parasites, especially international bankers. Passing over into biology, the word parasite was applied to organisms such as tapeworms and leeches that feed off larger hosts. To be sure, leeches have long been recognized as performing a useful medical function. George Washington, and also Joseph Stalin, were treated with leeches on their deathbeds, not only because bleeding the host was thought to be a cure, much as today's monetarists view financial austerity, but also because leeches inject an anticoagulant enzyme that helps prevent inflammation and thus steers the body to recovery. The idea of parasitism as a positive symbiosis is epitomized by the term host economy, one that welcomes foreign investment. Governments invite bankers and investors to buy or finance infrastructure, natural resources, and industry. Local elites and public officials in these economies typically are sent to the imperial or financial core for their education and ideological indoctrination to accept this dependency system as mutually beneficial and natural. The home country's educational ideological apparatus is molded to reflect this creditor-slash-debtor relationship as one of mutual gain. Smart versus self-destructive parasitism in nature and in economies. In nature, parasites rarely survive merely by taking. Survival of the fittest cannot mean their survival alone. Parasites require hosts, and a mutually beneficial symbiosis often results. Some parasites help their host survive by finding more food, others protect it from disease, knowing that they will end up as the beneficiaries of its growth. A financial analogy occurred in the 19th century when high finance and government moved closer together to fund public utilities, infrastructure, and capital-intensive manufacturing, especially in armaments, shipping and heavy industry. Banking was evolving from predatory usury to take the lead in organizing industry along the most efficient lines. This positive melding took root most successfully in Germany and its neighboring Central European countries under public sponsorship. Across the political spectrum, from state socialism under Bismarck to Marxist theorists, bankers were expected to become the economy's central planners, by providing credit for the most profitable and presumably socially beneficial uses. A three-way symbiotic relationship emerged to create a mixed economy of government, high finance, and industry. For thousands of years, from ancient Mesopotamia through classical Greece and Rome, temples and palaces were the major creditors, coining and providing money, creating basic infrastructure and receiving user fees as well as taxes. The Templars and Hospitallers led the revival of banking in medieval Europe, whose Renaissance and Progressive era economies integrated public investment productively with private financing. To make this symbiosis successful and free immune to special privilege and corruption, 19th-century economists sought to free parliaments from control by the propertied classes that dominated their upper houses. Britain's House of Lords and Senates throughout the world defend the vested interests against the more democratic regulations and taxes proposed by the lower house. Parliamentary reform extending the vote to all citizens was expected to elect governments that would act in society's long-term interest. Public authorities would take the lead in major capital investments in roads, ports and other transportation, communications, power production, and other basic utilities, including banking, without private rent extractors intruding into the process. The alternative was for infrastructure to be owned in a pattern much like absentee landlordship, enabling rent extracting owners to set up toll booths to charge society whatever the market would bear. Such privatization is contrary to what classical economists meant by a free market. They envisioned a market free from rent paid to a hereditary landlord class, and free from interest and monopoly rent paid to private owners. The ideal system was a morally fair market in which people would be rewarded for their labor and enterprise, but would not receive income without making a positive contribution to production and related social needs. Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill and their contemporaries warned that rent extraction threatened to siphon off income and bid up prices above the necessary cost of production. Their major aim was to prevent landlords from reaping where they have not sown, as Smith put it. Toward this end their labor theory of value, discussed in Chapter 3, aimed at deterring landlords, natural resource owners and monopolists from charging prices above cost value. Opposing governments controlled by rentiers. Recognizing how most great fortunes had been built up in predatory ways, through usury, war lending and political insider dealings to grab the commons and carve out burdensome monopoly privileges led to a popular view of financial magnates, landlords, and hereditary ruling elite as parasitic by the 19th century, epitomized by the French anarchist Proudhon's slogan "Property as theft." Instead of creating a mutually beneficial symbiosis with the economy of production and consumption, today's financial parasitism siphons off income needed to invest and grow. Bankers and bondholders desiccate the host economy by extracting revenue to pay interest and dividends. Repaying a loan, amortizing or killing it shrinks the host. Like the word amortization, mortgage, dead hand of past claims for payment, contains the root mort, death. A financialized economy becomes a mortuary when the host economy becomes a meal for the financial free luncher that takes interest, fees, and other charges without contributing to production. The great question in a financialized economy as well as in biological nature is whether death of the host is a necessary consequence, or whether a more positive symbiosis can be developed. The answer depends on whether the host can remain self-steering in the face of a parasitic attack. Taking control of the host's brain/government. Modern biology provides the basis for a more elaborate social analogy to financial strategy, by describing the sophisticated strategy that parasites use to control their hosts by disabling their normal defense mechanisms. To be accepted, the parasite must convince the host that no attack is underway. To siphon off a free lunch without triggering resistance, the parasite needs to take control of the host's brain, at first to dull its awareness that an invader has attached itself, and then to make the host believe that the free rider is helping rather than depleting it and is temperate in its demands, only asking for the necessary expenses of providing its services. In that spirit, bankers depict their interest charges as a necessary and benevolent part of the economy, providing credit to facilitate production and thus deserving to share in the surplus it helps create. Insurance companies, stockbrokers, and underwriters join bankers in aiming to erase the economy's ability to distinguish financial claims on wealth from real wealth creation. Their interest charges and fees typically eat into the circular flow of payments and income between producers and consumers. To deter protective regulations to limit this incursion, high finance promotes a value-free view that no sector exploits any other part. Whatever creditors and their financial managers take is deemed to be fair value for the services they provide, as Chapter 6 describes. Otherwise, bankers ask, why would people or companies pay interest, if not to pay for credit deemed necessary to help the economy grow? Bankers and also their major customers, real estate, oil and mining, and monopolies, claim that whatever they are able to extract from the rest of the economy is earned just as fairly as new direct investment in industrial capital. You get what you pay for, is used to justify any price, no matter how ridiculous. It is circular reasoning playing with tautologies. The most lethal policy sedative in today's mainstream orthodoxy is the mantra that all income is earned. This soporific illusion distracts attention from how the financial sector diverts the economy's nourishment to feed monopolies and rent-extracting sectors surviving from past centuries, now supplemented by yet new sources of monopoly rent, above all in the financial and money management sectors. This illusion is built into the self-portrait that today's economies draw to describe their circulation of spending and production, the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA. As presently designed, the NIPA neglect the distinction between productive activities and zero-sum transfer payments where no overall production or real gain takes place, but income is paid to one party at another's expense. The NIPA duly report the revenue of the finance, insurance, and real estate, fire, sector, and monopolies as earnings. These accounts have no category for what classical economists called economic rent, a free lunch in the form of income siphoned off without a corresponding cost of labor or enterprise. Yet a rising proportion of what the NIPA report as earnings actually derive from such rents. The Chicago School's Milton Friedman adopted the rentier motto as a cloak of invisibility: there is no such thing as a free lunch, tin staffel. That means there are no parasites taking without giving an equivalent value in return, at least, no private sector parasites. Only government regulation is condemned, not rent extraction. In fact, taxation of rentiers, the recipients of free lunch income, coupon clippers living off government bonds or rental properties or monopolies, is denounced rather than endorsed, as was the case for Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and their 19th-century free market followers. David Ricardo aimed his rent theory at Britain's landlords while remaining silent about the financial rentiers, the class whose activities John Maynard Keynes playfully suggested should be euthanized. Landed proprietors, financiers, and monopolists were singled out as the most visible free lunchers, giving them the strongest motive to deny the concept in principle. Familiar parasites in today's economy include Wall Street's investment bankers and hedge fund managers who raid companies and empty out their pension reserves, also, landlords who rack rent their tenants, threatening eviction if unfair and extortionate demands are not met, and monopolists who gouge consumers with prices not warranted by the actual costs of production. Commercial banks demand that government treasuries or central banks cover their losses, claiming that their credit steering activity is necessary to allocate resources and avoid economic dissolution. So here again we find the basic rentier demand: your money, or your life. A rentier economy is one in which individuals and entire sectors levy charges for the property and privileges they have obtained, or more often that their ancestors have bequeathed. As Honoré de Balzac observed, the greatest fortunes originated from thefts or insider dealings whose details are so lost in the mists of time that they have become legitimized simply by the force of social inertia. At the root of such parasitism is the idea of rent extraction, taking without producing. Permitting an excess of market price to be charged over intrinsic cost value lets landlords, monopolists, and bankers charge more for access to land, natural resources, monopolies and credit than what their services need to cost. Unreformed economies are obliged to carry what 19th-century journalists called the idle rich, 20th-century writers called robber barons and the power elite, and Occupy Wall Street call the one-percenters. To prevent such socially destructive exploitation, most nations have regulated and taxed rentier activities or kept such potential activities, above all, basic infrastructure, in the public domain. But regulatory oversight has been systematically disabled in recent years. Throwing off the taxes and regulations put in place over the past 2 centuries, the wealthiest 1% have captured nearly all the growth in income since the 2008 crash. Holding the rest of society in debt to themselves, they have used their wealth and creditor claims to gain control of the election process and governments by supporting lawmakers who untax them, and judges or court systems that refrain from prosecuting them. Obliterating the logic that led society to regulate and tax rentiers in the first place, think tanks and business schools favor economists who portray rentier takings as a contribution to the economy rather than as a subtrahend from it. History shows a universal tendency for rent-extracting conquerors, colonizers, or privileged insiders to take control and siphon off the fruits of labor and industry for themselves. Bankers and bondholders demand interest, landlords and resource appropriators levy rents, and monopolists engage in price gouging. The result is a rentier-controlled economy that imposes austerity on the population. It is the worst of all worlds. Even while starving economies, economic rent charges render them high cost by widening the margin of prices over intrinsic, socially necessary costs of production and distribution. Reversing classical reforms since World War II, and especially since 1980. The great reversal of classical industrial-era reform ideology to regulate or tax away rentier income occurred after World War I. Bankers came to see their major market to be real estate, mineral rights, and monopolies. Lending mainly to finance the purchase and sale of rent-extracting opportunities in these sectors, banks lent against what buyers of land, mines, and monopolies could squeeze out of their rent-extracting toll booth opportunities. The effect was to pry away the land rent and natural resource rent that classical economists expected to serve as the natural tax base. In industry, Wall Street became the mother of trusts, creating mergers into monopolies as vehicles to extract monopoly rent. Precisely because a free lunch, rent, was free if governments did not tax it away, speculators and other buyers sought to borrow to buy such rent-extracting privileges. Instead of a classical free market ideal in which rent was paid as taxes, the free lunch was financialized, that is, capitalized into bank loans, to be paid out as interest or dividends. Banks gained at the expense of the tax collector. By 2012, over 60% of the value of today's homes in the United States is owed to creditors, so that most rental value is paid as interest to banks, not to the community. Home ownership has been democratized on credit. Yet banks have succeeded in promoting the illusion that the government is the predator, not bankers. The rising proportion of owner-occupied housing has made the real estate tax the most unpopular of all taxes, as if property tax cuts do not simply leave more rental income available to pay mortgage lenders. The result of a tax shift off of property is a rising mortgage debt by home buyers paying excess prices bid up on bank credit. Popular morality blames victims for going into debt, not only individuals, but also national governments. The trick in this ideological war is to convince debtors to imagine that general prosperity depends on paying bankers and making bondholders rich, a veritable Stockholm syndrome in which debtors identify with their financial captors. Today's policy fight is largely over the illusion of who bears the burden of taxes and bank credit. The underlying issue is whether the economy's prosperity flows from the financial sector's credit and debt creation, or is being bled by increasingly predatory finance. The pro-creditor doctrine views interest as reflecting a choice by impatient individuals to pay a premium to patient savers in order to consume in the present rather than in the future. This free choice approach remains mute about the need to take on rising levels of personal debt to obtain home ownership, an education, and simply to cover basic break-even expenses. It also neglects the fact that debt service to bankers leaves less to spend on goods and services. Less and less of today's paychecks provide what the national accounts label as disposable income. After subtracting FICA withholding for taxes and forced saving for Social Security and Medicare, most of what remains is earmarked for mortgages or residential rent, health care, and other insurance, bank and credit card charges, car loans, and other personal credit, sales taxes, and the financialized charges built into the goods and services that consumers buy. Biological nature provides a helpful analogy for the banking sector's ideological ploys. A parasite's toolkit includes behavior-modifying enzymes to make the host protect and nurture it. Financial intruders into a host economy use junk economics to rationalize rentier parasitism as if it makes a productive contribution, as if the tumor they create is part of the host's own body, not an overgrowth living off the economy. A harmony of interests is depicted between finance and industry, Wall Street and Main Street, and even between creditors and debtors, monopolists and their customers. Nowhere in the national income and product accounts is there a category for unearned income or exploitation. The classical concept of economic rent has been censored by calling finance, real estate, and monopolies industries. The result is that about half of what the media report as industrial profits are fire sector rents, that is, finance, insurance and real estate rents, and most of the remaining profits are monopoly rents for patents, headed by pharmaceuticals and information technology, and other legal privileges. Rents are conflated with profit. This is the terminology of financial intruders and rentiers seeking to erase the language and concepts of Adam Smith, Ricardo, and their contemporaries depicting rents as parasitic. The financial sector's strategy to dominate labor, industry, and government involves disabling the economy's brain, the government, and behind it, democratic reforms to regulate banks and bondholders. Financial lobbyists mount attacks on public planning, accusing public investment and taxes of being a deadweight burden, not as steering economies to maximize prosperity, competitiveness, rising productivity, and living standards. Banks become the economy's central planners, and their plan is for industry and labor to serve finance, not the other way around. Even without so conscious an aim, the mathematics of compound interest turns the financial sector into a wedge to push large sectors of the population into distress. The build-up of savings accruing through interest that is recycled into new lending seeks out ever new fields for indebtedness, far beyond the ability of productive industrial investment to absorb, as Chapter 4 describes. Creditors claim to create wealth financially, simply by asset price inflation, stock buybacks, asset stripping and debt leveraging. Lost from sight in this exercise in deception is how the financial mode of wealth creation engorges the body of the financial intruder, at odds with the classical aim of rising output at higher living standards. The marginalist revolution looks nearsightedly at small changes, taking the existing environment for granted and depicting any adverse disturbance as being self-correcting, not a structural defect leading economies to fall further out of balance. Any given development crisis is said to be a natural product of market forces, so that there is no need to regulate and tax the rentiers. Debt is not seen as intrusive, only as being helpful, not as capturing and transforming the economy's institutional policy structure. A century ago, socialists and other progressive-era reformers advanced an evolutionary theory by which economies would achieve their maximum potential by subordinating the post-feudal rentier classes, landlords and bankers, to serve industry, labor, and the common weal. Reforms along these lines have been defeated by intellectual deception and often outright violence by the vested interests, Pinochet Chile style, to prevent the kind of evolution that classical free market economists hope to see, reforms that would check financial, property and monopoly interests. So we are brought back to the fact that in nature, parasites survive best by keeping their host alive and thriving. Acting too selfishly starves the host, putting the free luncher in danger. That is why natural selection favors more positive forms of symbiosis, with mutual gains for host and rider alike. But as the volume of savings mounts up in the form of interest-bearing debt owed by industry and agriculture, households, and governments, the financial sector tends to act in an increasingly short-sighted and destructive ways. For all its positive contributions, today's high and low finance rarely leaves the economy enough tangible capital to reproduce, much less to feed the insatiable exponential dynamics of compound interest and predatory asset stripping. In nature, parasites tend to kill hosts that are dying, using their substance as food for the intruder's own progeny. The economic analogy takes hold when financial managers use depreciation allowances for stock buybacks or to pay out as dividends instead of replenishing and updating their plant and equipment. Tangible capital investment, research and development and employment are cut back to provide purely financial returns. When creditors demand austerity programs to squeeze out what is owed, enabling their loans and investments to keep growing exponentially, they starve the industrial economy and create a demographic, economic, political, and social crisis. This is what the world is witnessing today, from Ireland to Greece. Ireland with bad real estate debt that has become personal and taxpayer debt, and Greece with government debt. These countries are losing population to accelerating emigration. As wages fall, suicide rates rise, lifespans shorten, and marriage and birth rates plunge. Failure to reinvest enough earnings in new means of production shrinks the economy, prompting capital flight to less austerity-ravaged economies. Who will bear the losses from the financial sector's overfeeding on its industrial host? The great political question confronting the remainder of the 21st century is which sector will receive enough income to survive without losses degrading its position, the industrial host economy, or its creditors. For the economy at large, a real and lasting recovery requires constraining the financial sector from being so short-sighted that its selfishness causes a system-wide collapse. The logic to avoid this a century ago was to make banking a public function. The task is made harder today because banks have become almost impenetrable conglomerates attached to Wall Street speculative arbitrage activities and casino-type derivative bets to the checking and saving account services and basic consumer and business lending, creating banks too big to fail, TBTF. Today's banks seek to prevent discussion of how overlending and debt deflation cause austerity and economic shrinkage. Failure to confront the economy's limits to the ability to pay threatens to plunge labor and industry into chaos. In 2008, we watched a dress rehearsal for this road show when Wall Street convinced Congress that the economy could not survive without bailing out bankers and bondholders, whose solvency was deemed a precondition for the real economy to function. The banks were saved, not the economy. The debt tumor was left in place. Homeowners, pension funds, city and state finances were sacrificed as markets shrank, and investment and employment followed suit. Saving since 2008 has taken the form of paying down debts to the financial sector, not to invest to help the economy grow. This kind of zombie saving depletes the economy's circular flow between producers and consumers. It bleeds the economy while claiming to save it, much like medieval doctors. Extractive finance leaves economies emaciated by monopolizing their income growth and then using its takings in predatory ways to intensify the degree of exploitation, not to pull the economy out of debt deflation. The financial aim is simply to extract income in the form of interest, fees, and amortization on debts and unpaid bills. If this financial income is predatory, and if capital gains are not earned by one's own labor and enterprise, then the 1% should not be credited with having created the 95% of added income they have obtained since 2008. They have taken it from the 99%. If banking really provides services equal in value to the outsized wealth it has created for the 1%, why does it need to be bailed out? When the financial sector obtains all the economic growth following bailouts, how does this help industry and employment, whose debts remain on the books? Why weren't employment and tangible capital investment bailed out by freeing them from their debt overhead? If income reflects productivity, why have wages stagnated since the 1970s while productivity has soared and the gains extracted by banks and financiers, not labor? Why do today's national income and product accounts exclude the concept of unearned income, economic rent, that was the main focus of classical value and price theory? If economics is really an exercise in free choice, why have proselytizers for the rentier interests found it necessary to exclude the history of classical economic thought from the curriculum? The free luncher's strategy is to sedate the host to block these questions from being posed. This sensorial mirage is the essence of post-classical economics, numbed by pro-rentier, anti-government, anti-labor neoliberals. Their logic is designed to make it appear that austerity, rent extraction, and debt deflation is a step forward, not killing the economy. Future generations may see the degree to which this self-destructive ideology has reversed the Enlightenment and is carving up today's global economy as one of the great oligarchic takeovers in the history of civilization. As the poet Charles Baudelaire quipped, the devil wins at the point where he is able to convince the world that he doesn't exist. The 12 themes of this book. 1. A nation's destiny is shaped by two sets of economic relationships. Most textbooks and mainstream economists focus on the real economy of production and consumption, based on the employment of labor, tangible means of production and technological potential. This tangible economy number 1 is wrapped in a legal and institutional network of credit and debt, property relations, and ownership privileges, while economy number 2 is centered on the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector. This debt and ownership economy transforms its economic gains into political control to enforce payment of debts and to preserve property and natural resource or monopoly rent privileges, typically inherited. Interest and rents are transfer payments from economy number 1 to economy number 2, but mainstream economics depicts all income as being earned productively, even by absentee landlords and Wall Street speculators receiving rentier overhead and interest. The operative fiction is the assumption that everyone earns in proportion to what they contribute to production. The National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, treat whatever revenue these individuals are able to extract as a contribution to gross domestic product, GDP, as if their exorbitant incomes reflect high productivity. Their output is defined as equal to their revenue, so GDP should really be thought of as gross national cost. There seems to be no such thing as economic parasitism or unnecessary costs of living and doing business. No free lunch is recognized, and hence no economy number 2 that does not contribute productively to economy number 1. 2. Today's banks don't finance tangible investment in factories, new means of production or research and development. They productive lending that is supposed to provide borrowers with the means to pay off their debt. Banks largely lend against collateral already in place, mainly real estate, 80% of bank loans, stocks, and bonds. The effect is to transfer ownership of these assets, not produce more. 3. Borrowers use these loans to bid up prices for the assets they buy on credit, homes and office buildings, entire companies, by debt-leveraged buyouts, and infrastructure in the public domain on which to install toll booths and charge access rents. Lending against such assets bids up their prices. Asset price inflation. 4. Paying off these loans with interest leaves less wage or profit income available to spend on consumer goods or capital goods. This debt deflation is the inevitable successor to asset price inflation. Debt service and rent charges shrink markets, consumer spending, employment, and wages. 5. Austerity makes it harder to pay debts, by shrinking markets and causing unemployment. That is why John Maynard Keynes urged euthanasia of the rentier if industrial capitalism is to thrive. He hoped to shift the focus of fortune-seeking away from banking, and implicitly from its major loan markets in absentee landlordship and privatization of rent-extracting monopolies. 6. Mainstream policy pretends that economies are able to pay their debts without reducing their living standards or losing property. But debts grow exponentially faster than the economy's ability to pay as interest accrues and is recycled, while new bank credit is created electronically. The magic of compound interest doubles and redoubles savings and debt balances by purely mathematical laws that are independent of the economy's ability to produce and pay. Economies become more debt-leveraged as claims for payment are concentrated in the hands of the 1%. 7. Debts that can't be paid, won't be. The question is, how won't they be paid? There are two ways not to pay. The most drastic and disruptive way, euphemized as business as usual, is for individuals, companies, or governments to sell off or forfeit their assets. The second way to resolve matters is to write down debts to a level that can be paid. Bankers and bondholders prefer the former option, and insist that all debts can be paid, given the will to do so, that is, the will to transfer property into their hands. This is the solution that mainstream monetarist economists, government policy, and the mass media popularize as basic morality. But it destroys economy number 1 to enrich the 1% who dominate economy number 2. 8. A bubble economy may postpone the collapse if banks lend on easier terms to enable borrowers to bid up prices for real estate and other assets. This inflation becomes the only way creditors can be paid as the economy becomes increasingly more debt-ridden. It enables debtors to pay their creditors by borrowing more against collateral becoming higher priced. Indeed, new lending and debt must grow exponentially to sustain this kind of bubble, just as new subscribers are needed to sustain a chain letter or Ponzi scheme. After 2001, rising asset prices tempted home buyers to borrow to buy assets, paying the interest by borrowing against their asset price gains. But what seemed at first to be a self-inflating perpetual motion machine led to a crash when current income did not cover the interest charge. By 2007, speculators stopped buying and started to sell off property, crashing its price. The debts were left in place, causing negative equity. 9. Banks and bondholders oppose debt write-downs to bring debt in line with earnings and historical asset valuations. Creditor demands for payment run the economy in the interest of the financialized economy number 2 instead of protecting the indebted production and consumption economy number 1. The effect is to drive both economies bankrupt. 10. The financial sector, the 1%, backs oligarchies. Eurozone creditors recently imposed technocrats to govern debt-strapped Greece and Italy, and blocked democratic referendums on whether to accept the bailouts and their associated austerity terms. This policy dates from the 1960s and 70s when the IMF and US government began backing creditor-friendly third world oligarchies and military dictatorships. 11. Every economy is planned. The question is, who will do the planning, banks or elected governments? Will planning and structuring the economy serve short-term financial interests, making asset price gains and extracting rent, or will it promote the long-term upgrading of industry and living standards? Banks denounce public investment and a tax shift off wages onto rentier wealth as the road to serfdom. But strong public regulation is needed to prevent economies from polarizing between debtors and creditors, and to block the financial sector from imposing austerity and setting the economy on the road to debt peonage. 12. The financial sector's drive to increase its political power has a fatal fiscal dimension. Whatever economic rent that remains untaxed is free to be pledged to the banks as interest. Banks therefore advocate untaxing real estate, natural resource rent and monopoly price gouging. This is the opposite from the classical policy of taxing and deprivatizing economic rent and asset price, capital, gains. Classical value and price theory demonstrates that a rent tax does not increase prices, but is paid out of rent, absorbing the excess of price over intrinsic cost value. That was the policy aim of free market economists from the physiocrats and Adam Smith through John Stuart Mill and the Progressive Era. By the late 19th century it was called socialism, which originally meant freeing markets from the political legacy of feudal privileges to enclose the commons and privatized public infrastructure. The financial sector's rise to power a century ago, nearly everyone expected that as prosperity and wage levels increased, people would save more and have less need to go into debt. In the 1930s, John Maynard Keynes worried that the increasing propensity to save would lead people to spend less on goods and services, causing unemployment to rise unless public spending increased. Yet by 2008 the U.S. domestic saving rate fell below zero. Not only individuals but also real estate, industry, and even government are becoming more indebted, or in economist speak, dis-saving. Trying to rise into the middle class these days is a road to debt peonage. It involves taking on mortgage debt to buy a home of one's own, student loans to get the education needed to get a good job, an automobile loan to drive to work, and credit card debt just to maintain one's living standards as the debtor falls deeper and deeper in the hole. Many recent graduates find that they have to pay so much on their student loans that they must live at home with their parents and cannot afford to get married and start a family, much less qualify for a mortgage. That is why consumer spending has not risen since 2008. Even when income rises, many families find their paychecks eaten up by debt service. That is what debt deflation means. Income paid to creditors is not available for spending on goods and services. In the 1930s, Keynes feared that as economies got richer they would save more of their income, causing a shortfall in market demand. The problem today is that saving is not a result of people having more income than they want to spend. National income statistics count as saving the income spent on paying down debt. So the problem that Keynes feared, inadequate market demand, comes from being debt-strapped, not from earning too much money. Debt deflation leads to defaults and foreclosures, while bondholders and banks get bailed out at government expense. In the workplace, many employees are so deep in debt that they are afraid to complain about working conditions out of fear losing their jobs and thus missing a mortgage payment or utility bill, which would bump their credit card interest rates up to the penalty range of circa 29%. This has been called the debt-traumatized worker effect, and it is a major cause of wage stagnation. Finance and land rent: how bankers replaced the landed aristocracy. The Norman conquest of Britain in 1066 and similar conquests of the land in other European realms led to a constant fiscal struggle over who should receive the land's rent, the king as his tax base, or the nobility to whom the land had been parcelled out for them to manage, nominally on behalf of the palace. Increasingly, the hereditary landlord class privatized this rent, obliging kings to tax labor and industry. This rent grab set the stage for the great fight of classical free market economists, from the French physiocrats to Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, Henry George, and their contemporaries, to tax land and natural resource rents as the fiscal base. Their aim was to replace the vested aristocracy of rent recipients with public taxation or ownership of what was a gift of nature, the sun, that the physiocrats cited as the source of agriculture's productive powers, inherent soil fertility according to Ricardo, or simply the rent of location as urbanization increased the value of residential and commercial sites. Classical value and price theory was refined primarily to measure this land rent as not reflecting an expenditure of labor or enterprise, in contrast to buildings and other capital improvements, but as a gift of nature and hence national patrimony. The main aim of political economy for the past 3 centuries has been to recover the flow of privatized land and natural resource rent that medieval kings had lost. The political dimension of this effort involved democratic constitutional reform to overpower the rent-levying class. By the late 19th century, political pressure was rising to tax landowners in Britain, the United States and other countries. In Britain, a constitutional crisis over land taxation in 1910 ended the landed aristocracy's power in the House of Lords to block House of Commons tax policy. Sun Yat-sen's revolution in China in 1911 to overthrow the Qing dynasty was fueled by demands for land taxation as the fiscal base. And when the United States instituted the income tax in 1913, it fell mainly on rentier income from real estate, natural resources, and financial gains. Similar democratic tax reform was spreading throughout the world. By the turn of the 20th century, land was passing out of the hands of the nobility to be democratized on credit. That was the only way for most families to acquire a home. Mortgage credit promises to enable home buyers to obtain security of their living space and in the process, buy an asset rising in value. A rising share of personal saving for most of the population took the form of paying down their mortgages, building up their equity in real estate as the major element in their net worth. Yet no economist anticipated how far-reaching the results would be, or that real estate would become by far the major market for bank lending from North America to Europe. Nor was it expected that real estate prices would be raised not so much by raw population growth, the man/land ratio, as by increasingly leveraged bank credit, and by rising public services increasing site values, location, and location, without recapturing this publicly created value in property taxes, which were cut. The result of democratizing real estate on credit is that most of the rental income hitherto paid to a landlord class is now paid to banks as mortgage interest, not to the government as classical doctrine had urged. Today's financial sector thus has taken over the role that the landed aristocracy played in feudal Europe. But although rent no longer supports a landed aristocracy, it does not serve as the tax base either. It is paid to the banks as mortgage interest. Home buyers, commercial investors, and property speculators are obliged to pay the rental value to bankers as the price of acquiring it. The buyer who takes out the biggest mortgage to pay the bank the most gets the asset. So real estate ends up being worth whatever banks will lend against it. Finance as the mother of monopolies. The other form of rent that Adam Smith and other classical economists sought to minimize was that of natural monopolies such as the East India Companies of Britain, France, and Holland, and kindred special trade privileges. This was what free trade basically meant. Most European countries kept basic infrastructure in the public domain: roads and railroads, communications, water, education, health care, and pensions, so as to minimize the economy's cost of living and doing business by providing basic services at cost, at subsidized rates, or even freely. The financial sector's aim is not to minimize the cost of roads, electric power, transportation, water, or education, but to maximize what can be charged as monopoly rent. Since 1980, the privatization of this infrastructure has been greatly accelerated. Having financialized oil and gas, mining, power utilities, financial centers are now seeking to desocialize society's most important infrastructure, largely to provide public revenue to cut taxes on finance, insurance, and real estate, fire. The United States was early to privatize railroads, electric and gas utilities, phone systems, and other infrastructure monopolies, but regulated them through public service commissions to keep prices for their services in line with the basic costs of production. Yet since the 1980s, these natural infrastructure monopolies have been taken out of the public domain and privatized with little regulation. The pretense is that by financing privatization of public enterprises, bank credit and financialized management help make economies more efficient. Thatcherism has been a disaster, most notoriously in the former Soviet economies since 1991, Carlos Slim's telephone monopoly in Mexico, U.S. pharmaceutical companies, and cable TV. The reality is that debt service, interest and dividends, exorbitant management fees, stock options, underwriting fees, mergers and acquisitions add to the cost of doing business. Property speculators and buyers of price gouging opportunities for monopoly rent on credit have a similar operating philosophy: rent is for paying interest. The steeper the rate of monopoly rent, the more privatizers will pay bankers and bond investors for ownership rights. The financial sector ends up as the main recipient of monopoly rents and land rents, receiving what the landlord class used to obtain. What is so remarkable is that all this has been done in the name of free markets, which financial lobbyists have redefined as freedom from public ownership or regulation. The financial sector has managed to mobilize anti-government ideology to pry away the public domain and lobby to block regulation legislation. Government planning is accused of being inherently bureaucratic, wasteful, and often corrupt, as if the history of privatization deals is not one of corrupt insider dealing and schemes to obtain rights for rent extraction that makes such economies much less competitive. Financializing industry to turn profits into interest and stock buybacks. Early in the 20th century, the wave of the future promised to see banks throughout the world do what they were doing best in Germany and Central Europe, coordinating industrial links with government and acting as forward planners. Chapter 7. Academic textbooks draw appealing pictures of banks financing capital formation. Low interest rates are held to spur industrial investment by making it more profitable to borrow. But banks rarely fund new means of production. They prefer to lend for mergers, management buyouts, or rates of companies already in place. As for bondholders, they found a new market in the 1980s wave of high-interest junk bond takeovers. Lower interest rates make it easier to borrow and take over companies and then break them up, bleed them via management fees, and scale back pensions by threatening bankruptcy. Like other sectors, industry was expected to become more debt-free. Bank lending focused on trade financing, not capital investment. Economists urged industry to rely mainly on equities so as to prevent bondholders and other creditors from taking over management and keeping it on a short leash. But industry has become financialized. Activist shareholders treat corporate industry as a vehicle to produce financial gains. Managers are paid according to how rapidly they can increase their company's stock price, which is done most easily by debt leveraging. This has turned the stock market into an arena for asset stripping, using corporate profits for share buybacks and higher dividend payouts instead of for long-term investment. Chapter 8. These practices are widely denounced in the financial press, but the trend is not being checked. Chapter 9. Financializing industry thus has changed the character of class warfare from what socialists and labor leaders envisioned in the late 19th century and early 20th century. Then, the great struggle was between employers and labor over wages and benefits. Today's finance is cannibalizing industrial capital, imposing austerity and shrinking employment while its drive to privatize monopolies increases the cost of living. The financial takeover of government central banks were supposed to free government from having to borrow from private bondholders. But budget deficits have increased the power of financial lobbyists who have pushed politicians to reverse progressive income taxation and cut taxes on capital gains. Instead of central banks monetizing deficit spending to help the economy recover, they create money mainly to lend to banks for the purpose of increasing the economy's debt overhead. Since 2008, the U.S. Federal Reserve has monetized $4 trillion in quantitative easing credit to banks. The aim is to reinflate asset prices for the real estate, bonds, and stocks held as collateral by financial institutions, and the 1%, not to help the real economy recover. The situation is worst in the Eurozone. The European Central Bank has authorized €1 trillion, whatever it takes, as its head Mario Draghi said, to buy bonds from banks but refuses to lend anything to governments on principle, even though budget deficits are limited to only 3% of GDP. This imposes fiscal deflation on top of debt deflation. Governments are forced to rely on bondholders and, increasingly, to sell off the public domain. All this is contrary to what classical economists urged. Their objective was for governments elected by the population at large to receive and allocate the economic surplus. Presumably this would have been to lower the cost of living and doing business, provide a widening range of public services at subsidized prices or freely, and sponsor a fair society in which nobody would receive special privileges or hereditary rights. Financial sector advocates have sought to control democracies by shifting tax policy and bank regulation out of the hands of elected representatives to nominees from world's financial centers. The aim of this planning is not for the classical progressive objectives of mobilizing savings to increase productivity and raise populations out of poverty. The objective of finance capitalism is not capital formation, but acquisition of rent-yielding privileges for real estate, natural resources, and monopolies. These are precisely the forms of revenue that centuries of classical economists sought to tax away or minimize. By allying itself with the rentier sectors and lobbying on their behalf so as to extract their rent as interest, banking and high finance have become part of the economic overhead from which classical economists sought to free society. The result of moving into a symbiosis with real estate, mining, oil, other natural resources and monopolies has been to financialize these sectors. As this has occurred, bank lobbyists have urged that land be untaxed so as to leave more rent, and other natural resource rent, free to be paid as interest while forcing governments to tax labor and industry instead. To promote this tax shift and debt leveraging, financial lobbyists have created a smokescreen of deception that depicts financialization as helping economies grow. They accuse central bank monetizing of budget deficits as being inherently inflationary despite no evidence of this, and despite the vast inflation of real estate prices and stock prices by predatory bank credit. Money creation is now monopolized by banks, which use this power to finance the transfer of property, with the source of the quickest and largest fortunes being infrastructure and natural resources pried out of the public domain of debtor countries by a combination of political insider dealing and debt leverage, a merger of kleptocracy with the world's financial centers. The financial strategy is capped by creating international financial institutions, the International Monetary Fund, European Central Bank, to bring pressure on debtor economies to take fiscal policy out of the hands of elected parliaments and into those of institutions ruling on behalf of bankers and bondholders. This global power has enabled finance to override potentially debtor-friendly governments. Financial oligarchy replaces democracy. All this contradicts what the 18th, 19th, and most of the 20th century fought for in their drive to free economies from landlords, monopolists and coupon clippers living off bonds, stocks, and real estate, largely inherited. Their income was a technologically and economically unnecessary vestige of past conquests, privileges bequeathed to subsequent generations. When parliamentary reform dislodged the landed aristocracy's control of government, the hope was that extending the vote to the population at large would lead to policies that would manage land, natural resources, and natural monopolies in the long-term public interest. Yet what Thorstein Veblen called the vested interests have rebuilt their political dominance, led by the financial sector, which used its wealth to gain control of the election process to create a neo-rentier society imposing austerity. A cultural counter-revolution has taken place. If few people have noticed, it is because the financial sector has rewritten history and redefined the public's idea of what economic progress and a fair society is all about. The financial alternative to classical economics calls itself neoliberalism, but it is the opposite of what the Enlightenment's original liberal reformers called themselves. Land rent has not ended up in government hands, and more public services have been privatized to squeeze out monopoly rent. Banks have gained control of government and their central banks to create money only to bail out creditor losses, not to finance public spending. The next few chapters review the classical analysis of value, price, and rent theory to show how free lunch economic rent has been taken away from the public domain by the financial sector. Instead of creating the anticipated symbiosis with industry, as was hoped a century ago, finance has backed the rent-extracting sectors. And instead of central banks creating money to finance their budget deficits, governments are now forced to rely on bondholders, leaving it up to commercial banks and other creditors to provide the credit that economies need to grow. The result is that today's society is indeed moving toward the central planning that financial lobbyists have long denounced. But the planning has been shifted to financial centers, Wall Street, the City of London or Frankfurt. And its plan is to create a neo-rentier society. Instead of helping the host economy grow, banking, bond markets and even the stock market have become part of a predatory, extractive dynamic. This destructive scenario would not have been possible if memory of the classical critique of rentiers had remained at the center of political discussion. Chapter 2 therefore reviews how 3 centuries of Enlightenment reform sought to free industrial capitalism from the rentier overhead bequeathed by feudalism. Only by understanding this legacy can we see how today's financial counter-enlightenment is leading us back to a neo-feudal economy. Marxism diagnosed the main inner contradiction of industrial capitalism to be that its drive to increase profit by paying labor as little as possible would dry up the domestic market. The inner contradiction of finance capitalism is similar. Debt deflation strips away the economy's land rent, natural resource rent, industrial profits, disposable personal income and tax revenue, leaving economies unable to carry their exponential rise in credit. Austerity leads to default, as we are seeing today in Greece. The financial sector's response is to double down and try to lend enough to enable debtors to pay. When this financial bubble bursts, creditors foreclose on the public domain of debtor economies, much as they foreclose on the homes of defaulting mortgage debtors. Central banks flood the economy with credit in an attempt to inflate a new asset price bubble by lowering interest rates. U.S. Treasury bonds yield less than 1%, and the interest rate on German government bonds is actually negative, reflecting the flight to safety when debt write-downs look inevitable. In the end, even zero-interest loans cannot be paid. Shylock's loan to the merchant of Venice for a pound of flesh was a zero-interest loan. The underlying theme of this book thus can be summarized in a single sentence: debts that can't be paid, won't be. But trying to pay such debts will plunge economies into prolonged depression. To the long fight to free economies from feudalism's rentier legacy. If you do not own them, they will in time own you. They will destroy your politics and corrupt your institutions. Cleveland Mayor Tom Johnson, 1901-09, speaking of power utilities. Classical economics was part of a reform process to bring Europe out of the feudal era into the industrial age. This required overcoming the power of the landed aristocracy, bankers, and monopolies to levy charges that were unfair because they did not reflect actual labor or enterprise. Such revenue was deemed unearned. The original fight for free markets meant freeing them from exploitation by rent extractors, owners of land, natural resources, monopoly rights, and money fortunes that provided income without corresponding work and usually without tax liability. Where hereditary rental and financial revenue supported the richest aristocracies, the tax burden was shifted most heavily onto labor and industry, in addition to their rent and debt burden. The classical reform program of Adam Smith and his followers was to tax the income deriving from privileges that were the legacy of feudal Europe and its military conquests, and to make land, banking, and monopolies publicly regulated functions. Today's neoliberalism turns the word's original meaning on its head. Neoliberals have redefined free markets to mean an economy free for rent seekers, that is, free of government regulation or taxation of unearned rentier income, rents and financial returns. The best way to undo their counter-revolution is to revive the classical distinction between earned and unearned income, and the analysis of financial and debt relations, the magic of compound interest, as being predatory on the economy at large. This original critique of landlords, bankers, and monopolists has been stripped out of the current political debate in favor of what is best characterized as trickle-down junk economics. The title of Adam Smith's chair at the University of Edinburgh was Moral Philosophy. This remained the name for economics courses taught in Britain and America through most of the 19th century. Another name was political economy, and 17th century writers used the term political arithmetic. The common aim was to influence public policy, above all how to finance government, what best to tax, and what rules should govern banking and credit. The French physiocrats were the first to call themselves economists. Their leader François Quesnay, 1694–1774, developed the first national income models in the process of explaining why France should shift taxes off labor and industry onto its landed aristocracy. Adam Smith endorsed the view of the Marquis de Mirabeau, father of Honor, Comte de Mirabeau, an early leader of the French Revolution, that Quesnay's tableau économique was one of the three great inventions of history, along with writing and money, for distinguishing between earned and unearned income. The subsequent debate between David Ricardo and Thomas Malthus over whether to protect agricultural landlords with high tariffs, the Corn Laws, added the concept of land rent to the physiocratic analysis of how the economic surplus is created, who ends up with it and how they spend their income. The guiding principle was that everyone deserves to receive the fruits of their own labor, but not that of others. Classical value and price theory provided the analytic tool to define and measure unearned income as overhead classical economics. It aimed to distinguish the necessary costs of production value from the unnecessary, and hence, parasitic, excess of price over and above these costs. This monopoly rent, along with land rent or credit over intrinsic worth, came to be called economic rent, the source of rentier income. An efficient economy should minimize economic rent in order to prevent dissipation and exploitation by the rentier classes. For the past 8 centuries, the political aim of value theory has been to liberate nations from the 3 legacies of feudal Europe's military and financial conquests: land rent, monopoly pricing and interest. Land rent is what landlords charge in payment for the ground that someone's forebears conquered. Monopoly rent is price gouging by businesses with special privileges or market power. These privileges were called patents, rights to charge whatever the market would bear, without regard for the actual cost of doing business. Bankers, for instance, charge more than what really is needed to provide their services. Bringing prices and incomes into line with the actual costs of production would free economies from these rents and financial charges. Landlords do not have to work to demand higher rents. Land prices rise as economies become more prosperous, while public agencies build roads, schools and public transportation to increase site values. Likewise, in banking, money does not work to pay interest, debtors do the work. Distinguishing the return to labor from that to special privilege, headed by monopolies, became part of the Enlightenment's reform program to make economies more fair, and also lower cost and more industrially competitive. But the rent-receiving classes rentiers argue that their charges do not add to the cost of living and doing business. Claiming that their gains are invested productively, not to acquire more assets or luxuries or extend more loans, their supporters seek to distract attention from how excessive charges polarize and impoverish economies. The essence of today's neoliberal economics is to deny that any income or wealth is unearned, or that market prices may contain an unnecessary excessive rake-off over intrinsic value. If true, it would mean that no public regulation is necessary, or public ownership of infrastructure or basic services. Income at the top is held to trickle down, so that the 1% serve the 99%, creating rather than destroying jobs and prosperity. The labor theory of value serves to isolate and measure economic rent. Up to medieval times, most families produced their own basic needs. Most market trade occurred mainly at the margin, especially for imported goods and luxuries. Not until the 13th century's revival of trade and urbanization did an analytic effort arise to relate market prices systematically to costs of production. This adjustment was prompted by the need to define a fair price for bankers, tradesmen, and other professionals to charge for their services. At issue was what constituted exploitation that a fair economy should prevent, and what was a necessary cost of doing business. This discussion took place in the first centers of learning, the Church, which founded the earliest universities. The Churchman's theory of just price was an incipient labor theory of value. The cost of producing any commodity ultimately consists of the cost of labor, including that needed to produce the raw materials, plant, and equipment used up in its production. Thomas Aquinas, 122,574, wrote that bankers and tradesmen should earn enough to support their families in a manner appropriate for their station, including enough to give to charity and pay taxes. The problem that Aquinas and his fellow scholastics addressed was much like today's. It was deemed unfair for bankers to earn so much more for the services they performed, such as transferring funds from one currency or realm to another, or lending to business ventures, than what other professionals earned. It resembles today's arguments over how much Wall Street investment bankers should make. The logic of church theorists was that bankers should have a living standard much like professionals of similar station. This required holding down the price of services they could charge, e.g., by the usury laws enacted by most of the world prior to the 1980s, by regulating prices for their services, and by taxing high incomes and luxuries. It took 4 centuries to extend the concept of just price to ground rent paid to the landlord class. 2 decades after the Norman conquest in 1066, for instance, William the Conqueror ordered compilation of the Domesday Book, 1086. This tributary tax came to be privatized into ground rent paid to the nobility when it revolted against the greedy King John Lackland, 1199–1216. The Magna Carta, 1215, and revolt of the barons were largely moves by the landed aristocracy to avoid taxes and keep the rent for themselves, shift the fiscal burden onto labor and the towns. The ground rent they imposed thus was a legacy of the military conquest of Europe by warlords who appropriated the land's crop surplus as tribute. By the 18th century, attempts to free economies from the rent-extracting privileges and monopoly of political power that originated in conquest inspired criticisms of land rent and the aristocracy's burdensome role, the idle rich. These flowered into a full-blown moral philosophy that became the ideology driving the Industrial Revolution. Its political dimension advocated democratic reform to limit the aristocracy's power over government. The aim was not to dismantle the state as such, but to mobilize its tax policy, money creation, and public regulations to limit predatory rentier levies. That was the essence of John Stuart Mill's Ricardian socialist theory and those of America's reform era with its antitrust regulations and public utility regulatory boards. Tax favoritism for rentiers and the decline of nations. What makes these early discussions relevant today is that economies are in danger of succumbing to a new rentier syndrome. Spain might have used the vast inflows of silver and gold from its New World conquests to become Europe's leading industrial power. Instead, the bullion it looted from the New World flowed right through its economy like water through a sieve. Spain's aristocracy of post-feudal landowners monopolized the inflow, dissipating it on luxury, more land acquisition, money lending, and more wars of conquest. The nobility squeezed rent out of the rural population, taxed the urban population so steeply as to impose poverty everywhere, and provided little of the education, science, and technology that was flowering in northern European realms more democratic and less stifled by their landed aristocracy. The Spanish syndrome became an object lesson for what to avoid. It inspired economists to define the various ways in which rentier wealth and the tax and war policies it supported blocked progress and led to the decline and fall of nations. Dean Josiah Tucker, a Welsh clergyman and political economist, pointed out in 1774 that it made a great difference whether nations obtained money by employing their population productively, or by piracy or simply looting of silver and gold, as Spain and Portugal had done with such debilitating effects, in which very few hands were employed in getting this mass of wealth, and fewer still are supposed to retain what is gotten. The parallel is still being drawn in modern times. In The Great Reckoning, 1991, James Dale Davidson and Lord William Rees-Mogg write with regard to the glory days of Spain's century of gold, 1525 to 1625 AD. Leadership of the Spanish government was totally dominated by tax-consuming interests, the military, the bureaucracy, the church, and the nobility. Spain's leaders resisted every effort to cut costs. Taxes were tripled between 1556 and 1577. Spending went up even faster. By 1600, interest on the national debt took 40% of the budget. Spain descended into bankruptcy and never recovered. Despite its vast stream of gold and silver, Spain became the most debt-ridden country in Europe with its tax burden shifted entirely onto the least affluent, blocking development of a home market. Yet today's neoliberal lobbyists are urging similar tax favoritism to untax finance and real estate, shift the tax burden onto labor and consumers, cut public infrastructure and social spending, and put rentier managers in charge of government. The main difference from Spain and other post-feudal economies is that interest to the financial sector has replaced the rent paid to feudal landlords. And as far as economic discussion is concerned, there is no singling out of rentier income as such. Nor is there any discussion of the decline and fall of nations. Neoliberal happy talk is all about growth, automatically expanding growth of national income and GDP, seemingly ad infinitum with no checks on the super-rich elite's selfing policies. The main distinction between today's mode of conquest and that of 16th century Spain, and 18th century France, is that it is now largely financial, not military. Land, natural resources, public infrastructure, and industrial corporations are acquired by borrowing money. The cost of this conquest turns out to be as heavy as overt military warfare. Landlords pay out their net rent as interest to the banks that provide mortgage credit for them to acquire property. Corporate raiders likewise pay their cash flow as interest to the bondholders who finance their takeovers. Even tax revenue is increasingly earmarked to pay creditors, often foreign, as in medieval times, not to invest in infrastructure, pay pensions or spend for economic recovery and social welfare. Today's monopolization of affluence by a rentier class avoiding taxes and public regulation by buying control of government is the same problem that confronted the classical economists. Their struggle to create a fairer economy produced the tools most appropriate to understand how today's economies are polarizing while becoming less productive. The physiocrats, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and their successors refined the analysis of how rent-seeking siphons off income from the economy's flow of spending. The classical critique of economic rent classical value theory provides the clearest conceptual tools to analyze the dynamics that are polarizing and impoverishing today's economies. The labor theory of value went hand in hand with a rent theory of prices, broadening the concept of economic rent imposed by landholders, monopolists, and bankers. Rent theory became the basis for distinguishing between earned and unearned income. Nearly all public regulatory policy of the 20th century has followed the groundwork laid by this Enlightenment ideology and political reform from John Locke onward, defining value, price and rent as a guide to progressive tax philosophy, anti-monopoly price regulation, usury laws, and rent controls. Defenders of landlords fought back. Malthus argued that landlords would not simply collect rent passively, but would invest it productively to increase productivity. Subsequent apologists simply left unearned income out of their models, hoping to leave it invisible so that it would not be taxed or regulated. By the end of the 19th century, John Bates Clark in the United States, and similar trivializers abroad, defined whatever income anyone made as being earned, simply as part of a free market relationship. Debt service and rent made little appearance in such models, except to trickle down as market demand in general, and to finance new investment. Chapter 6 will deal with this pedigree of today's financial lobbying. Instead of acknowledging the reality of predatory rentier behavior, financial lobbyists depict lending as being productive, as if it normally provides borrowers with the means to make enough gain to pay. Yet little such lending has occurred in history, apart from investing in trade ventures. Most bank loans are not to create new means of production but are made against real estate, financial securities, or other assets already in place. The main source of gain for borrowers since the 1980s has not derived from earnings but seeing the real estate, stocks, or bonds they have bought on credit rise as a result of asset price inflation, that is, to get rich from the debt-leveraged bubble economy. What makes classical economics more insightful than today's mainstream orthodoxy is its focus on wealth ownership and the special privileges used to extract income without producing a corresponding value of product or service. Most inequality does not reflect differing levels of productivity, but distortions resulting from property rights and other special privileges. Distinguishing between earned and unearned income, classical economists asked what tax philosophy and public policy would lead to the most efficient and fair prices, incomes, and economic growth. Government was situated to play a key role in allocating resources. But although nearly all economies in history have been mixed public/private economic systems, today's anti-government pressure seeks to create a one-sided economy whose control is centralized in Wall Street and similar financial centers abroad. Democratic political reforms were expected to prevent this development, by replacing inherited privilege with equality of opportunity. The aim was to do away with such privileges and put everyone and every business on an equal footing. Economies were to be freed by turning natural monopolies and land into public utilities. This is how classical free market reforms evolved toward socialism of one form or another on the eve of the 20th century. The hereditary landlord class was selling its land to buyers on credit. That is how land and home ownership were democratized. The unanticipated result has been that banks receive as mortgage interest the rental income formerly paid to landlords. The financial sector has replaced land ownership as the most important rentier sector, today's post-industrial aristocracy. In the years leading up to World War I, it seemed that finance was becoming industrialized, that is, mobilized to support industrial prosperity in the context of democratic reforms to extend voting rights to males without regard for property ownership, and then to women. The stranglehold of hereditary aristocracies seemed on its way to being ended. In Britain, the House of Lords lost its ability to block revenue bills passed by the House of Commons in 1910. Finance versus industry. Today's financial sector is rating what were expected a century ago to become the social functions of capital. The objective of most lending is to extract interest charges by attaching debt to real estate rent, corporate profits, and personal income streams, turning them into a flow of interest charges. The real economy slows in the face of these exponentially growing financial claims, bank loans, stocks, and bonds, that enrich primarily the 1%. Instead of finance being industrialized, industry has become financialized. The stock and bond markets have been turned into arenas for debt-leveraged buyouts and asset stripping, described in chapters 9 and 10 below. These dynamics represent a counter-revolution against classical ideas of free markets. Today's neoliberal tax and financial philosophy is corrosive and destructive, not productive. Instead of promoting industry, capital formation, and infrastructure, finance has moved into a symbiosis with the other rentier sectors, real estate, natural resource extraction, and natural monopolies. Acquisition of rent-yielding privileges on credit, or simply by insider dealing and legal maneuvering, does not require the fixed capital investment that manufacturing entails. Chapter 3 will discuss rentier privileges in general, and Chapter 4 will explain the purely financial mathematics of increasing saving and debt by the magic of compound interest without concern for the needs of labor and industry. 3. The critique and defense of economic rent, from Locke to Mill. The main substantive achievement of neoliberalization has been to redistribute, rather than to generate, wealth and income. By accumulation by dispossession I mean the commodification and privatization of land and the forceful expulsion of peasant populations, conversion of various forms of property rights, common, collective, state, etc., into exclusive private property rights, suppression of rights to the commons, colonial, neocolonial, and imperial processes of appropriation of assets, including natural resources, and usury, the national debt and, most devastating of all, the use of the credit system as a radical means of accumulation by dispossession. To this list of mechanisms we may now add a raft of techniques such as the extraction of rents from patents and intellectual property rights and the diminution or erasure of various forms of common property rights, such as state pensions, paid vacations, and access to education and health care, won through a generation or more of class struggle. The proposal to privatize all state pension rights, pioneered in Chile under the dictatorship, is, for example, one of the cherished objectives of the Republicans in the U.S. David Harvey, A Brief History of Neoliberalism, Oxford, 2005. The phenomena cited by Harvey represent opportunities for rent extraction. Neoliberals claim that such special privileges and expropriation of hitherto public assets promote economic efficiency. Classical free marketers defined the rents they yielded as neither earned nor necessary for production to occur. They were a post-feudal overhead. The year 1690 usually is treated as the takeoff point for the classical distinction between earned and unearned wealth and its income stream. At issue then was the contrast between real wealth created by labor, and special privileges, mainly post-feudal overhead from which society could free itself and thus lower its cost structure. John Locke's guiding axiom was that all men have a natural right to the fruits of their labor. A corollary to this logic was that landlords have a right only to what they themselves produce, not to exploit and appropriate the labor of their tenants. Though the earth and all inferior creatures be common to all men, yet every man has a property in his own person. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. Whatsoever then he removes out of the state that nature hath provided and left it in, he hath mixed his labor with, and joined to it something that is his own, and thereby makes it his property. For this labor being the unquestionable property of the laborer, no man but he can have a right to what that is once joined to, at least where there is enough and as good left in common for others. Locke wrote here as if most rent derived from the landlord's own labor, not that of their tenants or the economy at large. He also did not distinguish between the original conquerors or appropriators and their heirs. It was as if the benefit of earlier labor, or conquest, should be inherited down through the generations. Yet Locke's labor theory of property and wealth ownership set the stage for distinguishing between the portion of land rent that resulted from its owner's expenditure of labor and capital investment, and what was received simply from ownership rights without labor effort. This contrast guided tax reform down through the progressive era in the early 20th century. Despite his conflation of former and present landholders' labor, Locke's exposition initiated a centuries-long discussion. By the 19th century, the rising price of land sites was seen as occurring independently of effort by landlords. The rent they charged reflected prosperity by the rest of the economy, not their own effort. Economists call this kind of gain a windfall. It is like winning a lottery, including in many cases the inheritance lottery of how much wealth one's parents have. Classical economists argued that labor and capital goods require a cost necessary to bring them into production. Labor must receive wages sufficient to cover its basic subsistence, at living standards that tend to rise over time to sustain personal investment in better skills, education, and health. And capital investment will not take place without the prospect of earning a profit. More problematic are accounting for land and natural resources. Production cannot take place without land, sunlight, air, and water, but no labor or capital cost is necessary to provide them. They can be privatized by force, legal right or political fiat, sale by the state. For example, Australia's richest person, Gina Rinehart, inherited from her prospector father the rights to charge for access to the iron ore deposit he discovered. Much of her wealth has been spent in lobbying to block the government from taxing her windfall. Classical economists focused on this kind of property claim in defining a fair distribution of income from land and other natural resources as between their initial appropriators, heirs, and the tax collector. At issue was how much revenue should belong to the economy at large as its natural patrimony, and how much should be left in the hands of discoverers or appropriators and their descendants. The resulting theory of economic rent has been extended to monopoly rights and patents such as those which pharmaceutical companies obtain to charge for their price gouging. The history of property acquisition is one of force and political intrigue, not labor by its existing owners. The wealthiest property owners have tended to be the most predatory military conquerors, landed aristocracies, bankers, bondholders, and monopolists. Their property rights to collect rent for land, mines, patents, or monopolized trade are legal privileges produced by the legal system they control, not by labor. Medieval land grants typically were given to royal companions in return for their political loyalty. This land acquisition process continued from colonial times down through America's land grants to the railroad barons and many other political giveaways to supporters in most countries, often for bribery and similar kinds of corruption. Most recently, the post-Soviet economies gave political insiders privatization rights to oil and gas, minerals, real estate, and infrastructure at giveaway prices in the 1990s. Russia and other countries followed American and World Bank advice to simply give property to individuals, as if this would automatically produce an efficient, idealized, Western European-style free market. What it actually did was to empower a class of oligarchs who obtained these assets by insider dealings. Popular usage coined the word grabitization to describe bread company managers getting rich by registering natural resources, public utilities, or factories in their own name, obtaining high prices for their shares by selling large chunks to Western investors, and keeping most of their receipts for these shares abroad as flight capital, about $25 billion annually since 1991 for Russia. This neoliberal privatization capped the Cold War by dismantling the Soviet Union's public sector and reducing it to a neo-feudal society. The great challenge confronting post-Soviet economies is how to undo the effects of these kleptocratic grabs. One way would be to renationalize them. This is difficult politically, given the influence that great wealth is able to buy. A more market-oriented solution is to leave these assets in their current hands but tax their land or resource rent to recapture portions of the windfall for the benefit of society. Without such restructuring, all that Vladimir Putin can do is informal job owning, pressuring Russia's oligarchs to invest their revenue at home. Instead of making the post-Soviet economies more like the productive ideal of Western Europe and the United States in their reformist and even revolutionary heyday a century ago, these economies are going directly into neoliberal rentier decadence. The problem of how an economy can best recover from such grabbitization is not new. Classical economists in Britain and France spent 2 centuries analyzing how to recapture the rents attached to such appropriations. Their solution was a rent tax. Today's vested interests fight viciously to suppress their concept of economic rent and the associated distinction between earned and unearned income. It would save today's reformers from having to reinvent the methodology of what constitutes fair value. Censoring or rewriting the history of economic thought aims at thwarting the logic for taxing rent-yielding assets. The physiocrats developed national income accounting seeking to reform the French monarchy in the decades preceding the 1789 revolution. The physiocrats popularized the term laissez-faire, let us be. Coined in the 1750s to oppose royal regulations to keep grain prices and hence land rents high, the school's founder, François Quesnay, extended the slogan to represent freedom from the aristocracy living off its rents in courtly luxury while taxes fell on the population at large. Quesnay was a surgeon. The word physiocracy reflected his analogy of the circulation of income and spending in the national economy with the flow of blood through the human body. This concept of circular flow inspired him to develop the first national income accounting format, the tableau économique in 1759 to show how France's economic surplus, what was left after defraying basic living and business expenses, ended up in the hands of landlords as ground rent. Within this circle of mutual spending by producers, consumers, and landlords, the physiocrats attributed the economic surplus exclusively to agriculture. But contra Locke, they did not characterize landlords as taking rent by virtue of their labor. The crop surplus was produced by the sun's energy. This logic underlay their policy proposal, a single tax on land, l'impôt unique. Taxing land rent would collect what nature provided freely, sunlight and land, and hence what should belong to the public sector as the tax base. The 19th century came to characterize landlords and other rentiers as the idle rich. But in an epoch when France was an autocratic state whose landed aristocracy was backed by the church and royal organs, it would not have been politically viable to claim that they did not deserve their rents. Hoping to promote a fiscal revolution by reformers drawn from the ranks of these elites, Quesnay and his colleagues used rhetorical imagery to play on the self-image of rent recipients, calling this rentier class the source of France's wealth, with industry merely subsisting off the landed aristocracy's spending. Characterizing industry and commerce as sterile, not directly producing the economic surplus, provided a logic for why landlords alone should bear the tax burden. Quesnay's ploy was to claim that the class that produces the surplus is the natural source of taxation. Depicting agricultural land as the ultimate source of surplus implied that all taxes would end up being paid out of it. Deeming manufacturing to be sterile, merely working up the raw materials supplied by nature, meant that taxing industry or the labor it hired would raise the break-even cost that business needed to cover. Any taxes on industry or labor would simply be passed on to the source of the surplus, agricultural landlords. In effect, the physiocrats said, "Indeed, you landowners are the source of our nation's wealth. That is why all taxes end up being paid by you, indirectly if not directly. Let us avoid the convoluted pretenses at work and tax you directly by our single tax instead of impoverishing French industry and commerce." The physiocrats' analysis of the economy's circular flow of revenue and spending enabled subsequent economists to analyze the net surplus, product net, defined as income over and above break-even costs. They asked who ends up with it, and who ended up bearing the tax. Quesnay's circular flow analysis describes what I call rent deflation. Like debt deflation to pay creditors, it is a transfer payment from agriculture, industry, and commerce to rent recipients that do not play a direct and active role in production, but have the power to withhold key inputs needed for it to take place, or from consumers. Adam Smith broadens physiocratic rent theory. Adam Smith met Quenet and lay economists on his travels in France during 1764–66. He agreed with the need to free labor and industry from the land rent imposed by Europe's privileged nobilities. Ground rents and the ordinary rent of land are the species of revenue which can best bear to have a peculiar tax imposed on them. But in contrast to the physiocratic description of industry being too sterile to tax, Smith said manufacturing was productive. In his lectures at Edinburgh a decade before he wrote The Wealth of Nations, Smith generalized the concept of rent as passive, unearned income and used the labor theory of value to extend this idea to finance as well as land ownership. The labor and time of the poor is in civilized countries sacrificed to the maintaining of the rich in ease and luxury. The landlord is maintained in idleness and luxury by the labor of his tenants. The moneyed man is supported by his exactions from the industrious merchant and the needy who are obliged to support him in ease by a return for the use of his money. But every savage has the full enjoyment of the fruits of his own labors. There are no landlords, no usurers, no tax gatherers. Failure to tax this rent burden shifted taxes onto commerce and industry, eroding its profits and hence capital accumulation. In addition to bearing the cost of land rents, populations had to pay excise taxes levied to pay interest on public debt run up as a result of the failure to tax landlords. The major focus of value and price theory remained on land rent throughout the 19th century. In 1848, John Stuart Mill explained the logic of taxing it away from the landlord class. Suppose that there is a kind of income which constantly tends to increase, without any exertion or sacrifice on the part of the owners, those owners constituting a class in the community. Rejecting the moral justification that Locke provided for land ownership that their land owed its value to their own labor, Mill wrote that landlords grow richer, as it were in their sleep, without working, risking, or economizing. What claim have they, on the general principle of social justice, to this accession of riches? In what would they have been wronged if society had, from the beginning, reserved the right of taxing the spontaneous increase of rent? The value of land rose as a result of the efforts of the entire community. Mill concluded that rising site value should belong to the public as the natural tax base rather than leaving it as an unearned appendage to the riches of a particular class. Mill justified taxing land rent on grounds of national interest as well as moral philosophy. The aim was to avoid taxing labor and industry, but on income that had no counterpart in labor. In time the labor theory of value was applied to monopoly rents. The remainder of the 19th century was filled with proposals as to how best to tax or nationalize the land's economic rent. Patrick Dove, Alfred Wallace, Herbert Spencer, Henry George, and others provided an enormous volume of journalistic and political literature. Short of nationalizing the land outright, these land taxers followed Mill's basic logic. The first step should be a valuation of all the land in the country. The present value of all land should be exempt from the tax, but after an interval had elapsed, during which society had increased in population and capital, a rough estimate might be made of the spontaneous increase which had accrued to rent since the valuation was made. An approximate estimate might be made, how much value had been added to the land of the country by natural causes, and in laying on a general land tax, there would be an assurance of not touching any increase of income which might be the result of capital expended or industry exerted by the proprietor. When Britain's House of Commons finally legislated a land tax in 1909-10, the House of Lords created a constitutional crisis by nullifying it. The procedural rules were changed to prevent the Lords from ever again rejecting a parliamentary revenue bill, but the momentum was lost as World War I loomed and changed everything. Ricardo throws the banking sector's support behind commerce and industry. Every economic class seeks to justify its own self-interest. Even rent-extracting sectors claim to contribute to the host economy's well-being. Nowhere is this clearer than in the debate between David Ricardo, the leading spokesman for Britain's banking interests, and Reverend Thomas Robert Malthus defending the landlord class and its protectionist corn law tariffs that raised food prices, and hence the rental value of farmland. Hoping to strengthen Britain's position as workshop of the world, Ricardo pointed out that its competitive power required keeping down food prices and hence the subsistence wage. Urging the nation to buy its grain in the cheapest markets rather than remaining self-sufficient in grain and other food production, he developed what remains orthodox trade theory explaining the supposed virtues of global specialization of labor. Ricardo's logic reflected the self-interest of his banking class. Globalization promoted commerce, which was still the major market for bank lending in the early 19th century. The crux of his argument was that labor's cost of living, headed by food, represented the main production expense for industrial employers. Ricardo's solution was to replace the corn laws with free trade so as to buy crops and other raw materials more cheaply abroad, from regions with more fertile land and other natural resources. This meant convincing Britain not to abandon the self-sufficiency in food production achieved during the Napoleonic Wars that ended in 1815 in Ricardo's hands. The labor theory of value served to isolate the land rent obtained by owners of allegedly more fertile soils, who were able to sell their crops at prices set at the high-cost margin of cultivation. He applied the same concept of differential rent to mines and natural resources. Attributing fertility to the original and indestructible powers of the soil, he claimed, unscientifically, that no amount of capital investment, fertilizer, or other action could alter the relative fertility of lands. The landlord's capital investment thus could not avert the steady rise in differential land rent, the cost advantage obtained by farmers on the richest and most fertile lands. Even further, Ricardo claimed, diminishing returns were inevitable as population growth forced cultivators onto inherently poorer soils. Rising food prices set by these last, presumably poorer soils taken into cultivation would provide a widening margin of rental income over and above costs, a windfall price umbrella for owners of more fertile lands. It followed that these sites did not require more capital investment by the landlord to obtain a rising share of national income. They did not need to do anything. Ricardo's pessimistic agricultural assumptions failed to take into account the revolution in agricultural chemistry that was vastly increasing farm productivity. He insisted that even if fertilizer and capital improvements did increase yields, fertility proportions among soils of varying grades would remain unchanged. The best land thus would retain its edge even after capital was applied, and diminishing returns would still occur, forcing up food prices as more capital was applied to the land. The logic Ricardo outlined for why land rents would rise as populations grow applies much better to the rent of location for urban sites. The desirability of sites in good neighborhoods is enhanced by public infrastructure investment in transportation and other improvements, combined with the general level of prosperity and most of all in recent times, by bank credit on easier, that is, more debt-leveraged, lending terms. Owners enjoy a price rise without having to invest more of their own money, the situation Ricardo described with regard to agricultural landowners. Malthus's focus on how landlords invest their gains and spend on consumption. At issue was whether landlords used the rents they received in ways that helped the economy, or whether high rents were an unjustified burden. Malthus put forth two arguments to defend highly protected land rents. First of all, if landlords earned more, they would act like industrial capitalists and plow their gains back into their farms to earn still more revenue by producing more. Instead of being the unearned passive income that Smith had described, high rents enabled more investment to raise yields. Malthus credited the high crop prices protected by Britain's corn laws for enabling landlords to invest more in the land to raise output per acre. He pointed out that when trade in food was suspended during the war with France, 1798 to 1815, landlords had responded to higher prices by raising farm productivity enough to meet domestic demand. The technology of artificial fertilizers and mechanization promised to further spur farm productivity. Assuming that protected income would be invested productively, Malthus chided Ricardo for treating the landlord's rent as the economy's deadweight loss when buyers of bread had to pay more. Contrary to Ricardo's description of rent as a transfer of wealth, advantageous to the landlords and proportionally injurious to the consumers, Malthus countered that new capital investment in the land could not be afforded without high crop prices, rent, and the increase of rent, as the necessary and unavoidable condition of an increased supply of corn for an increasing population. This assumption that higher prices would mean more capital investment to increase productivity has been the argument for tariff protection for many centuries, including by American industrialists urging tariffs to support infant industry investment. Malthus's second point concerned consumer spending by landlords. Far from draining the economy, he argued, such spending was needed to save it from unemployment. Landlords were what today's 1% call themselves, job creators who hired coachmen, tailors and seamstresses, butlers and other servants, and bought coaches, fine clothes and furnishings. So even when rent recipients spent their revenue on luxuries, they augmented the demand for labor. This argument failed to recognize that if workers did not have to pay such high food prices, they could spend more on the products of industry or, if they still earned only the subsistence wage, as Ricardo assumed, industrial profits would be higher at the expense of land rent. The real choice thus was between luxury consumption by the landed aristocracy or higher living standards for the rest of the population and more industrial investment. John Maynard Keynes applauded Malthus's emphasis on spending by landlords, or by government, financiers, or any other class, as showing the importance of consumer demand. But what Malthus described is best characterized as rentier demand by the 1%. He was justifying what the late 19th century cartoonist Thomas Nast depicted: Wall Street plutocrats dressed in finery and so fat from gluttonous overeating that the buttons on their jackets nearly burst. The threat of rising land rent to impose austerity. Ricardo won the day. Despite the fact that his theory of differential soil fertility and his belief in diminishing agricultural returns were diametrically at odds with the empirical experience of his time, his logic defining economic rent as the excess of price over costs of production shaped subsequent conceptualization of rent theory. Free trade ideology also involved persuading foreign countries not to protect their industry with tariffs and subsidies. The principle of buying in the cheapest market meant that they would rely on Britain for their manufactures and for their bank credit as well. After Parliament repealed the Corn Laws in 1846, Britain negotiated free trade pacts with foreign countries to refrain from protecting their own manufacturing in exchange for free entry into the British market for their food and raw materials. Ricardo's trade theory depicted this as a mutual gain. The problem, of course, is that buying in the cheapest market leaves the economy dependent on foreign producers. The long-term risk of dependency on imported food and basic consumer goods escaped Ricardo's attention, as did the problem of financing trade deficits by foreign debt. Ricardo elaborated his concern that without such free trade, rising domestic food prices would push up the subsistence wage into a long-term pessimistic forecast. The natural tendency of profits then is to fall, for, in the progress of society and wealth, the additional quantity of food required is obtained by the sacrifice of more and more labor on the marginal soils. Falling profits resulting from higher prices for labor's subsistence would bring an end of accumulation, for no capital can then yield any profit whatever, and no additional labor can be demanded, and consequently population will have reached its highest point. Indeed, before this period the very low rate of profits will have arrested all accumulation, and almost the whole produce of the country, after paying the laborers, will be the property of the owners of land and the receivers of tithes and taxes. In the end, Ricardo argued, landlords would obtain all the surplus income over and above the economy's bare subsistence wages. Industrial capital formation would stop. The farmer and manufacturer can no more live without profit than the laborer without wages. Their motive for accumulation will diminish with every diminution of profit, and will cease altogether when their profits are so low as not to afford them an adequate compensation for their trouble, and the risk which they must necessarily encounter in employing their capital productively. Marx called this scenario the bourgeois twilight of the gods, the day of judgment. Importing lower-cost food from abroad could only postpone economic Armageddon. As the American diplomat Alexander Everett observed, Ricardo's logic implied that diminishing returns would occur in one country after another as populations grew. Soil fertility in outlying lands ultimately would decline, forcing up food prices and hence the cost of labor, squeezing industrial profits and hence capital accumulation. From rent deflation to debt deflation, Ricardo's labor theory of value sought only to isolate land rent, not the payment of interest. As parliamentary spokesman for his fellow financiers, he accused only landlords of draining income out of the economy, not creditors. So his blind spot reflects his profession and that of his banking family. The Ricardo brothers handled Greece's first independence loan of 1,824, for instance, on quite ruinous terms for Greece. Seeing no parallel between paying interest to bankers and paying rents to landlords, Ricardo sidestepped Adam Smith's warning about how excise taxes levied on food and other necessities to pay bondholders on Britain's war debt drove up the nation's subsistence wage level. His one-sided focus on land rent diverted attention from how rising debt service the financial analog to land rent increases break-even costs while leaving less income available for spending on goods and services. Treating money merely as a veil, as if debt and its carrying charges were not relevant to cost and price levels, Ricardo insisted that payment of foreign debts would be entirely recycled into purchases of the paying nation's exports. There was no recognition of how paying debt service put downward pressure on exchange rates or led to domestic austerity. In Parliament, Ricardo backed a policy of monetary deflation to roll back the price of gold, and other commodities, to their pre-war level in 1798. The reality is that keeping debts on the books while prices decline enhances the value of creditor claims for payment. This polarization between creditors and debtors is what happened after the Napoleonic Wars, and also after America's Civil War, crucifying indebted farmers and the rest of the economy on a cross of gold, as William Jennings Bryan characterized price deflation. The financial sector now occupies the dominant position that landlords did in times past. Debt service plays the extractive role that land rent did in Ricardo's day. Unlike the rental income that landlords were assumed to inject into the economy for luxuries and new capital investment, creditors recycle most of their receipt of interest into new loans. This increases the debt burden without raising output or living standards. Ricardo's critique of rent extraction was used first to oppose tariff subsidies for Britain's landlords, and then by Ricardian socialists, such as John Stuart Mill, to advocate taxing away their land rent. But rentiers have always fought back, rejecting any analysis depicting their income as imposing an unearned, parasitic overhead charge on labor and industry, not to mention leading to austerity and depression. Today, banking has found its major market in lending to real estate and monopolies, adding financial charges to land and monopoly rent overhead. The financial counterpart to diminishing returns that raise the cost of living and doing business takes two forms. Interest rates rise to cover the growing risks of lending to debt-strapped economies. And the magic of compound interest extracts an exponential expansion of debt service as creditors recycle their interest income into new loans. The result is that debts grow more rapidly and inexorably than the host economy's ability to pay. For the all-devouring magic of compound interest. That terminator is out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity, or remorse, or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever, until you are dead. Kyle Reese, describing the character of the Terminator, 1984. Driven by the mathematics of compound interest, savings lent out to grow exponentially. The overgrowth of debt is at the root of today's economic crisis. Creditors make money by leaving their savings to accrue interest, doubling and redoubling their claims on the economy. This dynamic draws more and more control over labor, land, industry, and tax revenue into the hands of creditors, concentrating property ownership and government in their hands. The way societies have coped with this deepening indebtedness should be the starting point of financial theorizing. Money is not a factor of production. It is a claim on the output or income that others produce. Debtors do the work, not the lenders. Before a formal market for wage labor developed in antiquity, money lending was the major way to obtain the services of bondservants who were compelled to work off the interest that was owed. Debtors' family members were pledged to their creditors. In India, and many other parts of the world, debt peonage still persists as a way to force labor to work for their creditors. In a similar way, inducing landholders into debt was the first step to pry away their subsistence lands, beaching archaic communalistic land tenure systems. In this respect, creditors are like landlords, obtaining the labor of others and growing richer in the way that J.S. Mill described, in their sleep, without working. The problem of debts growing faster than the economy has been acknowledged by practically every society. Religious leaders have warned that maintaining a viable economy requires keeping creditors in check. That is why early Christianity and Islam took the radical step of banning the charging of interest altogether, even for commercial loans. It is why Judaism placed the Jubilee year's debt cancellation at the core of Mosaic law, based on a Babylonian practice extending back to 2000 BC, and to the Sumerian tradition in the millennium before that. Calculating how money lent out at interest doubles and redoubles was taught to scribal students in Sumer and Babylonia employed in palace and temple bookkeeping. Mesopotamia's standard commercial interest rate from around 2500 BC through the Neo-Babylonian epoch in the first millennium was high, the equivalent of 20% annually. This rate was not reached in modern times until the prime loan rate by U.S. banks peaked at 20% in 1980, causing a crisis. Yet this rate remained stable for more than 2,000 years for contracts between financial backers and commercial traders or other entrepreneurs. The rate did not vary to reflect profit levels or the ability to pay. It was not set by market supply and demand, but was an administered price set as a matter of mathematical convenience by the initial creditors, the Sumerian temples, and, after around 2750 BC, the palaces that gained dominance. A mina weight of silver was set as equal in value to as bushel of grain. And just as the bushel was divided into 60 quarts, so a mina weight of silver was divided into 60 shekels. It was on this sexagesimal basis that temples set the rate of interest simply for ease of calculation at 1 shekel per month, 12 shekels in a year, 60 shekels in 5 years. The exponential doubling and redoubling of debt. Any rate of interest implies a doubling time the time it takes for interest payments to grow as large as the original principal. A Babylonian scribal exercise circa 2000 BC asked the student to calculate how long it will take for a mina of silver to double at the normal simple interest rate of 1 shekel per mina per month. The answer is 5 years, the typical time period for backers to lend money to traders embarking on voyages. Contracts for consignments to be traded for silver or other imports typically were for 5 years, 60 months, so a mina lent out at this rate would produce 60 shekels in 5 years, doubling the original principal. Assyrian loan contracts of the period typically called for investors to advance 2 minas of gold, getting back 4 in 5 years. The idea of such exponential growth is expressed in an Egyptian proverb. If wealth is placed where it bears interest, it comes back to you redoubled. A Babylonian image compared making a loan to having a baby. This analogy reflects the fact that the word for interest in every ancient language meant a newborn, a goat kind, mash, in Sumerian, or a young calf, tokos in Greek or phonos in Latin. The newborn paid as interest was born of silver or gold. Not from borrowed cattle, as some economists once believed, missing the metaphor at work. What was born was the baby fraction of the principal, 1/60th each month. In Greece, interest was due on the new moon. The growth was purely mathematical with a gestation period for doubling dependent on the interest rate. The concept goes back to Sumer in the 3rd millennium BC, which already had a term mash, interest, mash, on the interest. Students were asked to calculate how long it will take for 1 mina to multiply 64 times, that is, 26 in other words, 6 doubling times of 5 years each. The solution involves calculating powers of 2 equals 4, 3 equals 8 and so forth. A mina multiplies 4-fold in 10 years, 2 gestation periods, 8-fold in 15 years, 3 periods, 16-fold in 20 years, 4 periods, and 64 times in 30 years. The 30-year span consisted of 6 5-year doubling periods. Such rates of growth are impossible to sustain over time. Automatic compounding of arrears owed on debts was not allowed, so investors had to find a new venture at the end of each typical 5-year loan period, or else draw up a new contract. With the passage of time it must have become harder to find ventures to keep on doubling their savings. Martin Luther depicted usurers scheming to amass wealth and get rich, to be lazy and idle and live in luxury on the labor of others. The growing mass of usurious claims was depicted graphically as a great huge monster, who lays waste all. Caucus. Imbuing victims with an insatiable desire for money, Caucus encouraged an insatiable greed that would eat up the world in a few years. A usurer and money glutton would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and every one may receive from him as from a god, and be his serf forever. For Caucus means the villain that is a pious usurer, and steals, robs, eats everything. The mathematical calculation of interest-bearing debt growing in this way over long periods was greatly simplified in 1614 by the Scottish mathematician John Napier's invention of logarithms, literally the arithmetic of ratios, logos in Greek. Describing the exponential growth of debt in his second book, Rhabdologia, 1617, Napier illustrated his principle by means of a chessboard on which each square doubled the number assigned to the preceding one, until all 64 squares were doubled, that is, 263 after the first doubling. 3 centuries later the 19th century German economist, Michael Flersheim, cast this exponential doubling and redoubling principle into the form of a Persian proverb telling of a Shah who wished to reward a subject who had invented chess, and asked what he would like. The man asked only that the Shah would give him a single grain of corn, which was to be put on the first square of the chessboard, and to be doubled on each successive square, until all 64 squares were filled with grain. Upon calculating 64 doublings of each square from the preceding, starting from the first gain and proceeding 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. At first the compounding of grain remained well within the physical ability of the kingdom to pay, even after 20 squares were passed. But by the time the hypothetical chessboard was filled halfway, the compounding was growing by leaps and bounds. The Shah realized that he had promised an amount larger than what the treasures of his whole kingdom could buy. The moral is that no matter how much technology increases humanity's productive powers, the revenue it produces will be overtaken by the growth of debt multiplying at compound interest. The major source of loanable funds is repayments on existing loans, relent to finance yet new debts, often on an increasingly risky basis as the repertory of sound projects is exhausted. Strictly speaking, it is savings that compound, not debts themselves. Each individual debt is settled one way or another, but creditors recycle their interest and amortization into new interest-bearing loans. The only problem for savers is to find enough debtors to take on new obligations. The Rule of 72. A mathematical principle called the Rule of 72 provides a quick way to calculate such doubling times. Divide 72 by any given rate of interest, and you have the doubling time. To double money at 8% annual interest, divide 72 by 8. The answer is 9 years. In another 9 years the original principle will have multiplied fourfold, and in 27 years it will have grown to 8 times the original sum. A loan at 6% doubles in 12 years, and at 4% in 18 years. This rule provides a quick way to approximate the number of years needed for savings accounts or prices to double at a given compound rate of increase. The exponential growth of savings equals other people's debts. One of Adam Smith's contemporaries, the Anglican minister and actuarial mathematician Richard Price, graphically explained the seemingly magical nature of how debts multiplied exponentially. As he described in his 1772 appeal to the public on the subject of the national debt, money-bearing compound interest increases at first slowly. But, the rate of increase being continually accelerated, it becomes in some time so rapid, as to mock all the powers of the imagination. 1 penny, put out at our Saviour's birth at 5% compound interest, would, before this time, have increased to a greater sum than would be obtained in 150 millions of earths, all solid gold. But if put out to simple interest, it would, in the same time, have amounted to no more than 7 shillings for 1/2d. In his observations on reversionary payments, first published in 1769 and running through 6 editions by 1803, Price elaborated how the rate of multiplication would be even higher at 6%, a shilling put out at 6% compound interest at our Saviour's birth would have increased to a greater sum than the whole solar system could hold, supposing it a sphere equal in diameter to the diameter of Saturn's orbit. Rather naively, Price suggested that Britain's government make use of this exponential principle to pay off the public debt by creating a public fund that itself would grow at compound interest, called a sinking fund. The idea had been proposed a half-century earlier by Nathaniel Gould, a director of the Bank of England. Parliament would set aside £1 million to invest at interest and build up the principal by reinvesting the dividends annually. In a surprisingly short period of time, Price promised, the fund would grow large enough to enable the government to extricate itself from its entire debt. A state need never, therefore, be under any difficulties, for, with the smallest savings, it may, in as little time as its interest can require, pay off the largest debts. What Price had discovered was how the exponential growth of money invested at interest multiplies the principal by plowing back the dividends into new saving. Balances snowball in the hands of bankers, bondholders, and other savers, as if there always will be enough opportunities to find remunerative projects and credit-worthy borrowers to pay the interest that is accruing. The moral is that the economy's ability to produce and earn enough of a surplus to pay exponentially rising interest charges is limited. The more it is stripped to pay creditors, the less able it is to produce and pay as a result of unemployment, underutilization of resources, emigration, and capital flight. In the 2,000 years since the birth of Christ, the European economy has grown at a compound annual rate of 0.2%, far lower than the level at which interest rates have stood. Yet financial fortunes have crashed again and again, in part because interest payments have absorbed the revenue that otherwise would have been available for new direct investment. The inability of productive investment opportunities to keep pace with the expansion of credit is the Achilles heel of finance-based growth. How can compound interest be paid? Who will end up paying it? Who will receive it, and what will they do with it? If banks and a creditor class receive this money, will they spend it domestically to maintain balance, or will they drain the economy's income stream and shift it abroad to new loan markets, leaving the economy strapped by the need to pay interest on the growing debt? If the state accrues this money, how will it recirculate it back into the economy? The magic of compound interest vs. the economy's ability to pay. 1. Neither money nor credit is a factor of production. Debtors do the work to pay their creditors. This means that interest is not a return to a factor of production. Little credit is used to expand production or capital investment. Most is to transfer asset ownership. 2. If loan proceeds are not used to make gains sufficient to pay the creditor, productive credit, then interest and principal must be paid out of the debtor's other income or asset sales. Such lending is predatory. 3. The aim of predatory lending in much of the world is to obtain labor to work off debts, debt peonage, to foreclose on the land of debtors, and in modern times to force debt-strapped governments to privatize natural resources and public infrastructure. 4. Most inheritance consists of financial claims on the economy at large. In antiquity, foreclosure for non-payment was the major lever to pry land away from traditional tenure rights inheritable within the family. Early creditors got themselves adopted as number one sons. Today, most financial claims are on the land's rent, leaving ownership democratized on credit. 5. Most interest-bearing debt always has been predatory, apart from lending for commerce. Carrying a rising debt overhead slows material investment and economic growth. 6. The rate of interest never has reflected the rate of profit, the rise in physical productivity, or the borrower's ability to pay. The earliest interest rates were set simply for ease in mathematical calculation, 1/60th per month in Mesopotamia, 1/10th annually in Greece, and 1/12th in Rome. These were all the unit fractions in their respective fractional systems. In modern times the rate of interest has been set mainly to stabilize the balance of payments and hence exchange rates. Since 2008 it has been set low to reinflate asset prices and bank profits. 7. Any rate of interest implies a doubling time for money lent out. See the Rule of 72, e.g., 5 years in Mesopotamia. 8. Modern creditors avert public cancellation of debts, and making banks a public utility, by pretending that lending provides mutual benefit in which the borrower gains consumer goods now rather than later, or money to run a business or buy an asset that earns enough to pay back the creditor with interest and still leave a profit for the debtor. 9. This scenario of productive lending does not typify the banking system as a whole. Instead of serving the economy's production trends, the financial sector, as presently organized, makes the economy top-heavy, by transferring assets and income into the hands of an increasingly hereditary creditor class. 10. The exponential growth of debt shrinks markets and slows an investment, reducing the economy's ability to pay debts, while increasing the debt/output and debt/income ratios. 11. The rising volume of debt changes the distribution of property ownership unless public authorities intervene to cancel debts and reverse expropriations. In antiquity, royal jubilee proclamations liberated bondservants and restored lands that had been foreclosed. 12. Cancelling debts was politically easiest when governments or public institutions, temples, palaces, or civic authorities, were the major creditors, because they were cancelling debts owed to themselves. This is an argument for why governments should be the main suppliers of money and credit as a public utility. Financial versus industrial dynamics and the 1% versus the 99%. European and North American public debts appeared to be on their way to being paid off during the relatively war-free century of 1815 to 1914. The economy's debt burden seemed likely to be self-amortizing by being linked to industrial capital formation. Bond markets mainly financed railroads and canals, the largest ventures usually being the most corrupt, mining and construction. Wall Street was interested in industry mainly to organize it into trusts and monopolies. Yet most economic writers limited their focus to the promise of rising technology and productivity, assuming that finance and banking would be absorbed into the industrial dynamic. The threat of interest-bearing claims growing so exponentially as to subvert industrial progress was analyzed mainly by critics from outside the mainstream, many of whom were socialists. 2 of the earliest books warning that financial dynamics threatened an economic crisis were published by the Chicago cooperative Charles H. Kerr, best known for publishing Marx's Capital and Gustavus Meyer's History of the Great American Fortunes. In 1895, J. W. Bennett warned of a rentier caste drawing the world's wealth into its hands as the inventive powers of industry were outrun by the mathematics of compound interest, the principle which asserts that $1 will grow into $2 in a number of years, and keep on multiplying until it represents all of the wealth on earth. Although not much noticed at the time, Bennett was one of the first to recognize that financial recycling of interest receipts into new lending was the driving force of the business cycle. Despite the rising role of industry, financial systems are founded on rent and interest taking, and interest-bearing wealth increases in a ratio which is ever growing more and more rapid, leaving few assets unattached by debt. The exponential growth of debt makes business conditions more risky, because there are not available assets to meet creditor demands and at the same time keep business moving. Bankers call in their loans, causing a crash followed by a trade depression every 10 years or oftener and panics every 20 years. The mathematics of compound interest explain the extremely rapid accumulation of wealth in the hands of a comparatively few non-producers, as well as the abject poverty of a large percentage of the producing masses. Non-producers receive much the largest salaries, despite the fact that their income is often in inverse ratio to the service which they do for their fellow men. As a result, Bennett concluded, the financial group becomes rich more rapidly than the nation at large, and national increase in wealth may not mean prosperity of the producing masses. All this sounds remarkably modern. The same basic criticisms were made after the 2008 crash, as if the discovery of predatory finance was something new. Bennett's contemporary John Brown, not the abolitionist, argued that compound interest is the subtle principle which makes wealth parasitic in the body of industry, the potent influence which takes from the weak and gives to the strong, which makes the rich richer and the poor poorer, which builds palaces for the idle and hovels for the diligent. Only the wealthy are able to save up significant amounts and let sums simply accumulate and accrue interest over time. Small savers must live off their savings, drawing them down long before the mathematics of compound interest become truly significant. What is remarkable is that this principle of compound interest has come to be viewed as a way to make populations richer rather than poorer. It is as if workers can ride the exponential growth of financial debt claims, by saving in mutual funds or investing in pension funds to financialize the economy. This rosy scenario assumes that the increase in debt does not dry up the growth in markets, investment, and employment in much the way that Ricardo imagined landlords and their rent would stifle industrial capitalism. 5. How the 1% holds the 99% in exponentially deepening debt. W. Smith and Marx shared, critically, was the belief that it was entirely possible for an activity to be revenue and profit generative without actually contributing to the creation of value. There was no paradox. Or rather, for Marx at any rate, the paradox was not that banks made profits without producing value, but that industrial capitalists allowed them to do so. J. P. Morgan and John D. Rockefeller are said to have called the principle of compound interest the eighth wonder of the world. For them it meant concentrating financial fortunes in the hands of an emerging oligarchy, indebting the economy to itself at an exponential rate. This has been the key factor in polarizing the distribution of wealth and political power in societies that do not take steps to cope with this dynamic. The problem lies in the way that savings and credit are lent out to become other people's debts without actually helping them earn the money to pay them off. To the financial sector this poses a banking problem: how to prevent losses to creditors when loan defaults occur. Such defaults prevent banks from paying their depositors and bondholders until they can foreclose on the collateral pledged by debtors and sell it off. But for the economy at large, the problem is bank credit and other loans loading the economy down with more and more debt, crowding out spending on current output. Something has to give, meaning that either creditors or debtors must lose. Politicians thus face a choice of whether to save banks and bondholders or the economy. Do they simply reward their major campaign contributors by giving banks enough central bank or taxpayer money to compensate losses on bad loans? Or do they restructure debts downward, imposing losses on large bank depositors, bondholders, and other creditors by writing down bad debts so as to keep debt-strapped families solvent and in possession of their homes? It is politically convenient in today's world to solve the banking dimension of this problem in ways that please the financial sector. After the 1907 crash hit the United States harder than most economies, the Federal Reserve was founded in 1913 to provide public backup credit in times of crisis. The assumption was that debt problems were merely about short-term liquidity for basically solvent loans whose carrying charges were temporarily interrupted by crop failures or a major industrial bankruptcy. The exponential growth of debt was not anticipated to reach a magnitude that would bring economic growth to a halt. That worry has faded almost entirely from mainstream discussion for the past century. The 1929-31 financial crash, of course, led the Yale economist and progressive Irving Fisher to analyze debt deflation, reviewed below in Chapter 11, and Keynes to urge government spending to ensure enough market demand to maintain full employment. In 1933 the New Deal created federal deposit insurance up to specific limits, rising to $100,000 before the 2008 crash, and $250,000 right after it, in order to stop bank runs. Banks paid a levy to the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, to build up a fund to reimburse depositors of institutions that failed. The low fees reflected an assumption that such failures would be rare. There was no thought that the biggest banks would act in a reckless and unregulated manner. The Glass-Steagall Act, also passed in 1933, separated normal banking from the risky speculation until 1999, when its provisions were gutted under Bill Clinton. Banks were regulated to make loans to borrowers who could provide sound collateral and earn enough to carry their debts. On paper, it seemed that the business cycle's ebb and flow would not derail the long-term rise in income and asset values. Adopting Wesley Clare Mitchell's theory of automatic stabilizers popularized in his 1913 business cycles, the National Bureau of Economic Research assumed that crises would automatically bring revival. The economy was idealized as rising and falling fairly smoothly around a steady upward trend. The mathematics of compound interest should have alerted regulators to the need to take away the punch bowl just as the party gets going, as McChesney Martin, long-term Federal Reserve Chairman, 1951–70, famously quipped. But the combination of New Deal reforms and soporific economic theory, assuming that economies could carry a rising debt burden ad infinitum, led regulators to lower their guard against the strains created by banks and bondholders lending on increasingly risky terms at rising debt/income and debt/asset ratios. Alan Greenspan promised the public before the 2008 crash that a real estate implosion was impossible because such a decline would be only local in scope, not economy-wide. But by this time the pro-Wall Street drive by the Clinton administrations, orchestrated by Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, later to chair Citibank, which became the most reckless player, had opened the floodgates that led rapidly to widespread insolvency. Nearly 10 million homes fell into foreclosure between 2008 and mid-2014 according to Moody's Analytics. Cities and states found themselves so indebted that they had to start selling off their infrastructure to Wall Street managers who turned roads, sewer systems, and other basic needs into predatory monopolies. Across the board, the US and European economies were loaned up and could not sustain living standards and public spending programs simply by borrowing more. Repayment time had arrived. That meant foreclosures and distress sales. That is the grim condition that the financial sector historically has sought as its backup plan. For creditors, debt produces not only interest, but property ownership as well, by indebting their prey. The debt build-up from one financial cycle to the next. The business cycle is essentially a financial cycle. Its recovery phase is relatively debt-free, to the extent that a preceding crash has wiped out debt, and thus the savings of creditors, while prices for real estate and stocks have fallen back to affordable levels. This was the stage in which the U.S. economy found itself when World War II ended in 1945. The economy was able to grow rapidly without much private sector debt. New home buyers were able to sign up for 30-year self-amortizing mortgages. Bankers looked at their income to calculate whether they could afford to pay each month to pay up to 25% of their wages each month to pay off, amortize, the mortgage over the course of their working life. At the end of 30 years, they would be able to retire debt-free and endow their children with a middle-class life. Wages and profits rose steadily from 1945 to the late 1970s. So did savings. Banks lent them to fund new construction, as well as to bid up prices for housing already in place. This recycling of savings plus new bank credit into mortgage lending obliged homebuyers to borrow more as interest rates rose for 35 years, from 1945 to 1980. The result was an exponential growth of debt to buy housing, automobiles, and consumer durables. Financial wealth. What the economy owes bankers and bondholders increases the volume of debt claims from one business cycle to the next. Each business recovery since World War II has started with a higher debt level. Adding one cyclical buildup on top of another is the financial equivalent of driving a car with the brake pedal pressed tighter and tighter to the floor. Slowing the speed or like carrying an increasingly heavy burden uphill. The economic brake or burden is debt service. The more this debt service rises, the slower markets can grow, as debtors are left with less to spend on goods and services because they must pay a rising portion of income to banks and bondholders. Markets shrink and a rising proportion of debtors default. New lending stops, and debtors must start repaying their creditors. This is the debt deflation stage in which business upswings culminate. By the mid-1970s, entire countries were reaching this point. New York City nearly went bankrupt. Other cities could not raise their traditional source of tax revenue, the property tax, without forcing mortgage defaults. Even the U.S. government had to raise interest rates to stabilize the dollar's exchange rate and slow the economy in the face of foreign military spending and the inflationary pressures it was fueling at home. Deterioration of loan quality to interest-only loans and Ponzi lending. Hyman Minsky has described the first stage of the financial cycle as the period in which borrowers are able to pay interest and amortization. In the second stage, loans no longer are self-amortizing. Borrowers can only afford to pay the interest charges. In the third stage, they cannot even afford to pay the interest. They have to borrow to avoid default. In effect, the interest is simply added onto the debt, compounding it. Default would have obliged banks to write down the value of their loans. To avoid negative equity in their loan portfolio, bankers made new loans to enable third world governments to pay the interest due each year on their foreign debts. That is how Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and other Latin American countries got by until 1982, when Mexico dropped the debt bomb by announcing that it could not pay its creditors. Leading up to the 2008 financial crash, the U.S. real estate market had entered the critical stage where banks were lending homeowners the interest as equity loans. Housing prices had risen so high that many families could not afford to pay down their debts. To make the loans work on paper, real estate brokers and their banks crafted mortgages that automatically added the interest onto the debt, typically up to 120% of the property's purchase price. Bank credit thus played the role of enticing new subscribers into Ponzi schemes and chain letters. Overlending kept the economy from defaulting until 2008. Many credit card holders were unable to pay down their balances, and could only pay the interest due each month by signing up for new credit cards to stay current on the old ones. That is why Minsky called this desperate third stage of the financial cycle the Ponzi stage. Its dynamic is that of a chain letter. Early players, or home buyers, are promised high returns. These are paid out of the proceeds from more and more new players joining the scheme, e.g., by new home buyers taking out ever-rising mortgage loans to buy out existing owners. The newcomers hope that returns on their investment, like a chain letter, can keep on expanding ad infinitum. But the scheme inevitably collapses when the inflow of new players dries up or banks stop feeding the scheme. Alan Greenspan was assisted by the mass media in popularizing an illusion that the financial sector had found a self-sustaining dynamic for the exponential growth of debt by inflating asset prices exponentially. The economy sought to inflate its way out of debt through asset price inflation sponsored by the Federal Reserve. Higher prices for the houses being borrowed against seemed to justify the process, without much thought about how debts could be paid by actually earning wages or profits. Banks created new credit on their keyboards, while the Federal Reserve facilitated the scheme by sustaining the exponential rise in bank loans, without anyone having to save and deposit the money. However, this credit was not invested to increase the economy's productive powers. Instead, it saved borrowers from default by inflating property prices while loading down property, companies, and personal incomes with debt. The fact that price gains for real estate are taxed at a much lower rate than wages or profits attracted speculators to ride the inflationary wave as lending standards were loosened, fostering lower down payments, zero-interest loans, and outright fictitious no-documentation income statements, forthrightly called liar's loans by Wall Street. But property prices were bound to crash without roots in the real economy. Rental incomes failed to support the debt service that was owed, inaugurating a fourth phase of the financial cycle, defaults and foreclosures transferring property to creditors. On the global plane, this kind of asset transfer occurred after Mexico announced its insolvency in 1982. Sovereign governments were bailed out on the condition that they submit to US and IMF pressure to sell off public assets to private investors. Every major debt upswing leads to such transfers. These are the logical consequence of the dynamics of compound interest. Table B.100 from the Federal Reserve's flow of funds statistics shows the consequences of U.S. debt pyramiding. By 2005, for the first time in recent history, Americans in the aggregate held less than half the market value of their homes free of debt. Bank mortgage claims accounted for more than half. By 2008, the ratio of home equity ownership to mortgage debt had fallen to just 40%. Bank mortgages now exceed homeowners' equity, which fell below 40% in 2011. What happens when the exponential buildup of debt ends during the financial upswing? The financial sector receives interest and capital gains. In the fallback period after the crisis, the economy's private and public sector assets are expropriated to pay the debts that remain in place. A Minsky moment erupts at the point when creditors realize that the game is over, run for the exits and call in their loans. The 2008 crash stopped bank lending for mortgages, credit cards, and nearly all other lending except for U.S. government-guaranteed student loans. Instead of receiving an infusion of new bank credit to break even, households had to start paying it back. Repayment time arrived. This saving by paying down debt interrupts the exponential growth of liquid savings and debt. But that does not slow the financial sector's dominance over the rest of the economy. Such intermediate periods are free-for-alls in which the more powerful rentiers increase their power by acquiring property from distressed parties. Financial emergencies usually suspend government protection of the economy at large, as unpopular economic measures are said to be necessary to adjust and restore normalcy. Finance talk for a rollback of public regulatory constraints on finance. Technocrats are placed in control to oversee the redistribution of wealth and income from weak hands to strong under austerity conditions. This aftermath of the bubbles bursting is not really normalcy at all, of course. The financial sector simply changes gears. As debt deflation squeezed homeowners after 2008, for instance, banks innovated a new financial product called reverse mortgages. Retirees and other homeowners signed agreements with banks or insurance companies to receive a given annuity payment each month, based on the owner's expected lifetime. The annuity was charged against the homeowner's equity as prepayment for taking possession upon the owner-debtor's death. The banks or insurance companies ended up with the property, not the children of the debtors. In some cases the husband died and the wife received an eviction notice, on the ground that her name was not on the ownership deed. The moral is that what is inherited in today's financialized economy is creditor power, not widespread home ownership. So we are brought back to the fact that compound interest does not merely increase the flow of income to the rentier 1%, but also transfers property into its hands. Financialization at the economy's expense. The buildup of debt should have alerted business cycle analysts to the fact that as debt grows steadily from one cycle to the next, economies veer out of balance as revenue is diverted to pay bankers and bondholders instead of to expand business. Yet this has not discouraged economists from projecting national income or GDP as growing at a steady trend rate year after year, assuming that productivity growth will continue to raise wage levels and enable thrifty individuals to save enough to retire in affluence. The magic of compound interest is held to raise the value of savings as if there are no consequences to increasing debt on the other side of the balance sheet. The internal contradiction in this approach is the fallacy of composition. Pension funds have long assumed that they and other savers can make money financially without inflicting adverse effects on the economy at large. Until recently, most U.S. pension funds assumed that they could make returns of 8.5% annually, doubling in less than 7 years, quadrupling in 13 years and so forth. This happy assumption suggested that state and local pension funds, corporate pension funds and labor union pension funds would be able to pay retirees with only minimal new contributions. The projected rates of return were much faster than the economy's growth. Pension funds imagined that they could grow simply by increasing the value of financial claims on a shrinking economy by extracting a rise in interest, dividends, and amortization. This theory simply wrapped Richard Price's sinking fund idea in a new guise. It is as if savings can keep accruing interest and make capital gains without shrinking the economy. But a rate of financial growth that exceeds the economy's ability to produce a surplus must be predatory over time. Financialization intrudes into the economy, imposing austerity and ultimately forcing defaults by siphoning off the circular flow between producers and consumers. To the extent that new bank loans find their counterpart in debtors' ability to pay in today's bubble economies, they do so by inflating asset prices. Gains are not made by producing or earning more, but by borrowing to buy assets whose prices are rising, being inflated by credit created on looser, less responsible terms. Today's self-multiplying debt overhead absorbs profits, rents, personal income and tax revenue in a process whose mathematics is much like that of environmental pollution. Evolutionary biologist Edward O. Wilson demonstrates how impossible it is for growth to proceed at exponential rates without encountering a limit. He cites the arithmetical riddle of the lily pond. A lily pod is placed in a pond. Each day thereafter the pod and then all its descendants double. On the 30th day the pond is covered completely by lily pods, which can grow no more. He then asks, on which day was the pond half full and half empty? The 29th day, that is, one day before the pond's lilies double for the final time, stifling its surface. The end to exponential growth thus comes quickly. The problem is that the pond's overgrowth of vegetation is not productive growth. It is weeds, choking off the oxygen needed by the fish and other life below the surface. This situation is analogous to debt siphoning off the economic surplus and even the basic needs of an economy for investment to replenish its capital and to maintain basic needs. Financial rentiers float on top of the economy, stifling life below. Financial managers do not encourage understanding of such mathematics for the public at large, or even in academia, but they are observant enough to recognize that the global economy is now hurtling toward this pre-crash last day. That is why they are taking their money and running to the safety of government bonds. Even though U.S. Treasury bills yield less than 1%, the government can always simply print the money. The tragedy of our times is that it is willing to do so only to preserve the value of assets, not to revive employment or restore real economic growth. Today's creditors are using their gains not to lend to increase production, but to cash out their financial gains and buy more assets. The most lucrative assets are land and rent-yielding opportunities in natural resources and infrastructure monopolies to extract land rent, natural resource rent and monopoly rent. The inability of economies to sustain compound interest and a rising rentier overhead for any prolonged time is at the root of today's political fight. At issue is whose interests must be sacrificed in the face of the incompatibility between financial and real economic expansion paths. Finance has converted its economic power into the political power to reverse the classical drive to tax away property rent, monopoly rent, and financial income, and to keep potential rent-extracting infrastructure in the public domain. Today's financial dynamics are leading back to shift the tax burden onto labor and industry while banks and bondholders have obtained bailouts instead of debts being written down. This is the political dimension of the mathematics of compound interest. It is the pro-rentier policy that the French physiocrats and British liberals sought to reverse by clearing away the legacy of European feudalism. 6 Rentiers sponsor rent-free national income statistics. The people of Goldman Sachs are among the most productive in the world. Lloyd Blankfein, Goldman Sachs Chief Executive, November 10, 2009. The question is, productive of what? To Goldman Sachs, it is productive of profits and speculative gains. Neoliberals such as Gary Becker, discussed below, define the firm's high salaries and bonuses as returns to human capital. The National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, depict all this charge as adding an equal value to the nation's product of financial services. It all seems to be what Mr. Blankfein notoriously euphemized on another occasion as doing God's work of raising productivity. At issue is whether today's widening inequality between the wealthy and wage earners is justified or not. This question has been catapulted to the forefront of the news by the statistical research of Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Sayes showing the increasing concentration of income in the hands of the richest 1%. The main remedies they propose are a wealth tax, especially on inherited estates, and a return to steeper progressive income taxation. The idea of taxing higher income brackets more without regard for whether their gains are earned productively or in extractive rentier ways represents a victory in dissuading critics from focusing on the policy aim of Adam Smith and other classical economists, preventing unearned income from being obtained in the first place. As Chapter 3 has described, they recognized not only that rentier revenue, and capital gains, is earned in a predatory and unproductive way, but also that land rent, monopoly rent, and financial charges are mainly responsible for the rising wealth of the 1% as compared to that held by the rest of society. The turn of the 20th century saw wages rising, but most of the increase was paid to landlords via higher housing costs, and to monopolists, bankers, and financiers. These rentier charges prevented wage earners from benefiting from wage gains that flowed through their hands to the finance, insurance, and real estate, fire, sector. What ultimately is important is how much remains for discretionary spending after meeting payments for real estate, debt service, and other basic needs. What is most unequal is the share in the economic surplus net of break-even subsistence costs. To the extent that labor or businesses only break even while income is concentrated in the hands of the fire sector and monopolies, the degree of inequality is much more pronounced than gross statistics indicate. Instead of treating rentier overhead as a charge against production and consumption, today's NEPA depict rent extracting activities as producing a product. Fire sector revenue appears as a cost of producing an equivalent amount to gross domestic product, GDP, not as unearned income or empty pricing. And neither the NEPA nor the Federal Reserve's flow-off statistics recognize how the economy's wealthiest financial layer makes its fortunes by land price gains and other capital gains. A cloak of invisibility thus is drawn around how fire sector fortunes are amassed. J.B. Clark denies that rentier income is unearned. The foundation myth of pro-rentier economics is that everyone receives income in proportion to the contribution they make to production. This denies that economic rent is unearned. Hence, there is no exploitation or unearned income, and no need for the reforms advocated by classical political economy. In America, the rejection of classical analysis was spearheaded by John Bates Clark, 1847–1938. Like nearly all American economists of the late 19th century, he had studied in Germany, where he absorbed the historical school's emphasis on public policy to shape markets. But upon returning to the United States, Clark became a critic of labor and socialism, finding his ultimate academic home at Columbia University, 1895–1923, a natural center for the reaction against classical rent theory. The journalist Henry George had attracted a large following among New York City's large Irish population, driven out of its home country by the depredations of British landlords, and almost was elected mayor in 1885 by proposing a land tax and public ownership of railroads and similar natural monopolies. Other immigrant communities brought Marxism and an advocacy for labor unionization with them to the States. The fight against absentee landlords merged naturally with denunciations of Wall Street. By the time Clark wrote The Distribution of Wealth in 1899, he was a full-fledged defender of rentier interests. His core message was that everyone earns what they deserve, in proportion to their contribution to production. It is the purpose of this work, he wrote in its introduction, to show that the distribution of the income of society is controlled by a natural law, and this law, if it worked without friction, would give to every agent of production the amount of wealth which that agent creates. The revenue of each recipient, euphemized as a factor of production, is assumed to be equal to the value they add to the product being sold, whether it takes the form of wages, profits, rents or interest. Robber barons, landlords, and bankers are depicted as part of the production process, and prices are assumed to settle at their cost of production, defined to include whatever rentiers manage to obtain. This closed logical circle excludes any criticism that markets may work in an unfair way. To Clark and other free market economists, the market is simply the existing status quo, taking for granted the existing distribution of wealth and property rights. Any given distribution of property rights, no matter how inequitable, is thought of as part of economic nature. The logic is that all income is earned by the recipient's contribution to production. It follows that there is no free lunch and also that there is no alternative to the extent that the existing distribution of wealth is a result of natural law. Treating any revenue-yielding asset as capital conflates financial and rentier claims on production with the physical means of production. The vantage point is that of financiers or investors buying land and real estate, oil and mineral deposits, patents, monopoly privileges and related rent extraction opportunities without concern for whether economists classify their returns as profit or as rent. Today's tax laws make no such distinction. Clark's most trenchant critic was Simon Patten, the first economics professor at America's first business school, the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. The defect of the reasoning of Professor Clark, he observed, was his failure to distinguish man-made capital from property rights that did not involve any necessary or intrinsic cost of production. The result, Patton said, was to conflate profits earned on tangible industrial capital investment with land and monopoly rent. To real estate investors or farmers buying properties on mortgage, the financial and monopoly charges built into their acquisition price appear as an investment cost. The farmer thinks that land values depend on real costs because he had to pay good money for his property, explained Patton, and the city land speculator has the same opinion as to town lots. This individualistic view is antithetical to the socialist and progressive era. Reforms being introduced in the late 19th century. That is what makes classical concerns with the economics of national development different from the financialized investor's eye view of the world. At issue was what constitutes the cost of production in terms of real value, as distinct from extractive rentier charges. Freeing economies from such charges seemed to be the destiny of industrial capitalism. Institutionalist and sociological reformers retained rent theory. Patton pointed out that land sites, like mineral rights provided by nature and financial privileges provided by legal fiat, do not require labor to create. But instead of describing their economic rent as an element of price without real cost or labor effort, Clark viewed whatever amount investors spent on acquiring such assets as their capital outlay and hence as a market cost of doing business. According to the economic data he presents, Patton wrote, rent in the economic sense, if not wholly disregarded, at least receives no emphasis. Land seems to be a form of capital, its value like other property being due to the labor put upon it. But its price simply capitalizes property rights and financial charges that are not intrinsic. Professor Clark has a skillful way of hiding land values by subserving them under the general concept of capital, Patton observed elsewhere, but if the doctrine of physical valuation is once introduced, the public will soon be educated to the evils of watered land values and railroad rates. By doctrine of physical valuation he meant the classical analysis of real costs of production, in contrast to what his contemporaries called fictitious costs such as land rent, watered stocks, and other political or institutional charges unnecessary for production to take place. Rent is obtained by owners of land, not as a right based on economic considerations, because land and monopoly rights are not real factors of production, but are claims for payments levied as access charges to land, credit or basic needs, that is, ultimately from the lack of supply of some needed article, Patton explained. Although the case of land is not the only example where there is an unearned increment, because the price of food is always more than its cost of production on the best land, yet it is the best example, and hence is the one in common use as an illustration. For national economies, the problem is that in land rent and natural resource rent are taken at the expense of wage earnings as well as from industrial profits. It seems to me, Patton wrote, that the doctrine of Professor Clark, if carried out logically, would deny that the laborers have any right to share in the natural resources of the country. All the increase of wealth due to fertile fields or productive mines would be taken gradually from workmen with the growth of population, and given to more favored persons. When it is said that the working man under these conditions gets all he is worth to society, the term society, if analyzed, means only the more favored classes. They pay each laborer only the utility of the last laborer to them, and get the whole produce of the nation minus this amount. This is why Patton's contemporary reformers urged that land, natural resources, and monopolies be kept in the public domain, so as to minimize the rake-off of national patrimony given to more favored persons. The idea of unearned income as a subtraction from the circular flow of income available for labor and industry as wages and profits has vanished from today's post-classical NEPA. Now, whatever is paid to rentiers is considered a bona fide cost of doing business as if it embodies intrinsic value for a product. Clark's claim that no income is unearned defines all economic activities as being productive in proportion to how much income they obtain. No one way of making money is deemed more or less productive than any other. Everyone earns just what he or she deserves. Natural law will proportion income and wealth to their recipients' contribution to production, if not interfered with. Today's highest-paying occupations are on Wall Street, running banks, hedge funds, or serving as corporate chief financial officers. In Clark's view, they earn everything they get, and everyone else only deserves whatever is left over. Gary Becker, the University of Chicago economist, followed this logic in justifying such incomes as being earned productively, warning that progressive taxation would discourage their enterprise and hence productivity. A highly progressive income tax structure tends to discourage investment in human capital because it reduces take-home pay and the reward to highly skilled, highly paid occupations. Rentier income, inherited wealth, landlords, and monopolies making money off the economy is thus interpreted as earnings on one's human capital, the neoliberal catch-all residual to absorb whatever cannot be explained in terms of actual labor effort or cost. It replaces what former economists called unearned income. It is as if the 1% in the FIRE sector do not make money off the property they have, either inherited or built up far beyond what anyone's individual labor and enterprise could explain, but out of their own human talents. Finance capital, rentier capital, land, and monopoly rights are all conflated with capital. To depict an economy bifurcated between earned and unearned income, it is necessary to distinguish interest and economic rent from wages and profit, to trace the flow of payments from production and consumption to the FIRE sector and other rentier sectors. This discussion recently has been revived as it applies to banking. Siphoning off the circular flow of production and consumer spending, all national income accounts since the tableau economic are based on the idea of circular flow, recognition that one party's spending is another person's revenue. Since Keynes, discussion of the circular flow of spending and consumption has been framed in terms of Say's law, named for the facile French economist, Jean-Baptiste Say. His law of markets is standard textbook teaching, usually paraphrased as production creates its own demand. Workers spend their paychecks on the goods they produce, while industrial employers invest their profits on capital goods to expand their factories and employ more labor to buy yet more products. But buying a property, stock, or bond does not involve hiring labor or financing production. Neither Say's law nor national income accounts distinguish between spending on current production and asset markets, or between productive and unproductive labor, earned and unearned income. Today's NEPA thus fail to address how financial and allied rentier overhead imposes austerity. Say's law simply states the precondition for economies to operate without business cycles or debt deflation draining income to pay a rentier class. The reality is that debt service and rent payments rise, extracting income from markets and preventing them from buying what they produce. Most economics professors discuss Say's law simply to explain why it doesn't work to maintain full employment. Keynes worried that as economies grew richer, people would save a larger proportion of their income instead of spending on consumption. This drain from the circular flow would lead to depression, unless governments compensated by infusing money into the economy, hiring labor for public works. Keynes depicted saving simply as hoarding, withdrawing revenue from the spending stream of production and consumption. But what actually happens is that the savers lend to debtors while banks create new endogenous credit at interest. When repayment time arrives, when consumers have to start paying down their credit card balances and homeowners pay down mortgages without taking out new loans, saving takes the form of reducing debt. A negation of a negation is counted as a positive, and in this case, negating debt is defined as saving. This sets in motion an exponentially rising rake-off of financial returns from the real economy. Value-free monetary theory of prices. Mainstream monetary theory likewise has narrowed to exclude transactions in assets and payments to the FIRE sector. All money, credit, and income is assumed to be spent only on goods and service transactions, not on buying more real estate, stocks, and bonds or being lent out to indebt the economy. Economics students are taught the MV equals PT tautology. Money x velocity equals prices x transactions, but by far most money and credit, is spent on real estate, stocks, bonds, and bank loans. Every day an entire year's worth of GDP passes through the New York Clearing House and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for such asset transactions. Assuming that changes in the money supply only affect commodity prices and wages ignores this fact that T only refers to transactions in current output, not assets. When this fails to work in practice, any errors and omissions are swept up into V, velocity of turnover, whatever that means, a residual determined by whatever M, P, and T leave out of account. There always is an economic gain for some party in sponsoring bad theory. Many erroneous economies can be traced to policies endorsed by the bad theorists. Leaving rentier income and spending out of the equation enables anti-labor economists to demand monetary austerity and a balanced government budget as their knee-jerk policy response. The narrow-minded MV equals PT tautology enables economists to blame wages for inflationary pressures, not the cost of living being pushed up by debt-leveraged housing prices and other fire sector expenses, or by the rising corporate debt service built into the pricing of goods and services. In reality, asset prices rise or fall at a different rate from commodity prices and wages. This is a result precisely of the fact that the Federal Reserve and other central banks inject money into the economy via Wall Street, the City of London or other financial centres, by buying and selling treasury securities or providing commercial bank reserves, e.g., in the post-2008 waves of quantitative easing. Monetary injections affect asset prices by influencing the interest rate. Central bank purchases of government bonds bid up their price. The higher price lowers the interest yield, I, on government securities, or whatever the central bank may buy, and this affects asset prices in general. The interest rate is used to discount the income flow of a bond, rental property, or dividend-paying stock. At a 5% rate of interest, the income-yielding asset would be 20 times earnings, at 4%, 25 times earnings, and so forth. National income accounts exclude rent extraction and financial drains. The NEPA were created in the 1930s and World War II to help keep inflationary pressures in check by comparing wages and profits to the flow of output, not to focus on the rentier dynamics weighing down modern economies. Failure to isolate the fire sector and rentier overhead has led national income accounting into a quandary. Instead of estimating economic rent, the NEPA counts it as earnings for making a contribution to gross domestic product, GDP. Rentiers appear to earn their income by producing a product equal in value to the rents they collect. If landlords charge more rent, real estate product rises correspondingly. If Goldman Sachs and other bankers charge their clients more for financial services, or make money by winning arbitrage bond trades against them or other counterparties so as to pay themselves more, their financial product is counted as rising accordingly. The assumption is that people only receive income for what they produce. This assumption rests on a tunnel vision that reflects the ideological victory that landlords and vested financial interests achieved in the late 19th century against the classical drive to tax economic rent. The effect of excluding land rent, natural resource rent and monopoly rent, the drain of income from producers and consumers to pay landlords, privatizers, monopolists, and their bankers, is to deter measurement of what I call rent deflation. That is the analog to debt deflation, the diversion of income to pay debt service. There also is no measure of criminal income, smuggling or fictitious accounting for tax avoidance. No category of spending is counted as overhead, not even pollution cleanup costs or crime prevention, not to mention financial bailouts. Economists dismiss these as externalities, meaning external to the statistics deemed relevant. Yet despite the rising proportion of spending that takes the form of rent extraction, environmental pollution cleanup costs, debt pollution, and its bailout costs, GDP is treated as an accurate measure of economic welfare. The result confuses healthy growth with that of a tumor on the body politic. Taken together, these omissions deter the kind of systemic analysis that would have alerted policymakers and voters to the distortions leading up to the 2008 crash. Treating economic rent as earnings. The word rent appears only once in the NEPA, Table 2.1, line 12, and is to reflect neither what most people imagine rent to be nor the classical concept of economic rent. In fact, it is not even any transaction that actually is paid or received. It is imputed homeowners' rent, the amount that homeowners would have to pay if they rented their own homes. No cash changes hands in this valuation. The NEPA include this imputed non-payment because enjoying one's home is part of the economy's product less than 2% of GDP and falling. This is not classical economic rent. Rental income obtained by commercial investors and natural resource owners is called earnings on a par with profits and wages. This diverts attention away from how fortunes are made without labor or out-of-pocket production costs. It also requires a convoluted reorganization of statistics to discover how large the actual cash flow return to absentee real estate ownership is, given the heavy component of interest and the just pretend economic category of overdepreciation. Fred Harrison, the British economics journalist, summarizes how economists have confused the burgeoning land rent with the much more modest imputed homeowner's self-rental estimate. The successful strategy at euphemistic confusion has made its way into today's leading textbooks as if it represents land rent for the economy as a whole. The most famous school text of its day, Economics by Paul Samuelson and William D. Nordhaus, reports that rent income of persons is less than 2% of gross national product and falling steadily over the past half-century. A more recent textbook by Paul Krugman and Robin Wells states that rent constitutes only 1% of U.S. national income. This obviously would be too trivial for a century of classical political economy to have bothered to analyze, not to mention urging that it serve as the tax base. Land rent appears to have disappeared into the Orwellian memory hole. It is as if commercial real estate investors and owners receive no land rent at all. This terminological sleight of hand helped divert attention from how bank overlending led to the real estate bubble that burst in 2008. It also trivializes international trade theory, by failing to recognize how capitalizing land rent into mortgage loans raises the cost of housing and other debt-leveraged prices. What the NEPA do make clear is that most real estate rental income is paid to the banks as interest. NEPA accountants find real estate and banking are so intertwined in the symbiotic fire sector that for many years financial and real estate income was not separated in the statistics. The activities of mortgage brokers and real estate agents seem to belong to finance, insurance or real estate in common. The NEPA also show how the tax fiction of overdepreciation, writing off a building more than once, over and over again, offsets otherwise taxable earnings for commercial real estate, enabling commercial real estate, oil, and mining companies to operate decade after decade without a reportable taxable profit. An army of accountants has been backed by political lobbyists to write loopholes, a euphemism for distorting economic reality, into the tax code to make it appear that landlords and oil companies lose money, not make it. According to the NEPA, real estate earnings do not cover the rate at which landlords pay interest as a cost of production and buildings depreciate. Depreciation and the rate of return for industrial capital that wears out or obsolesces, becoming high cost as a result of improving technology, e.g., computers that quickly get out of date even though they remain in working order. Depreciation is a return of capital, and hence not part of surplus value strictly speaking. But this is not the case in the real estate, because buildings do not wear out and rather than their technology becoming obsolete, older buildings tend to have much more desirable construction, or else have been renovated as a result of the ongoing maintenance repairs that typically absorb about 10% of rental income, or a property's equivalent rental value. So for real estate, depreciation is largely a fictitious category of income designed to make rental revenue tax-free. The same building can be depreciated all over again at a rising price each time the property is sold to a commercial investor. Homeowners are not allowed this tax subsidy. Thus, despite the pretense by accountants that real estate is losing its value, the land's site value, and the decline in interest rates, actually is increasing its value. Reality and seemingly empirical statistics tell opposite stories. No wonder the wealthiest 1% have widened their wealth gap over the rest of the economy, defending this just pretend statistical picture as if it is empirical science and therefore objective simply because its deception has decimal points. Classical economics is free of such pretenses and rentier tax favoritism. What actually happens is that landlords, oil and gas companies, mining companies, monopolies and banks charge rents for access to the land, natural resources, and credit needed for production to take place. These payments drain the circular flow of spending between producers and consumers, shrinking markets and causing unemployment. Rentiers spend their income not only to hire labor and buy its products, as Malthus described, and as Keynes applauded, but also to buy financial assets and more property. Banks use their revenue to make more loans. This creates yet more debt while bidding up asset prices, obliging new home buyers to borrow even more for ownership rights. Real estate price gains largely reflect rising site values for land, magnified by bank credit at rising debt leveraging ratios, capitalizing rental value into mortgage loans at falling rates of interest. These price gains far overshadow actual rental income, and are taxed at much lower rates than wages and profits. Yet the Federal Reserve's flow of funds accounts have no statistics for price increases for real estate, stocks, and bonds, or, for that matter, for speculative winnings by arbitrageurs and other gamblers. Chapter 11 will discuss debt-financed asset price inflation in detail. Without a measure of such price gains, one cannot calculate total returns, defined as current income plus asset price gains. In short, the NEPA are not really a model of how economies work and how fortunes are made in today's world. Instead, the NEPA provide a cloak of invisibility for rent-extracting activities. The vested interests have won the fight against creating more relevant statistical categories. Their hope evidently is that if exploitative activities are not seen or quantified, they are less likely to be taxed or regulated. Does the financial sector produce a product, or a subtrahend from GDP? Today's major rentier sector is banking and high finance. Most bank loans are geared not to produce goods and services, but to transfer ownership rights for real estate, stocks, including those of entire companies, and bonds. This has led national income theorists to propose treating the revenue of such institutions as transfer payments, not payments for producing output or product. Australian economist Brian Haig has called this the banking problem. If financial services were treated like other industries, he writes, the banking sector as a whole would be depicted as making a negligible, or perhaps even negative, contribution to national economic output as being, effectively, unproductive. Updating this discussion of how best to describe financial services in the national income accounts, Brett Christophers asks, what service, if any, is actually being rendered by the banks here? At issue are situations where payments are made but production is not considered to have taken place. As Britain's 2006 National Accounts reports noted, such payments do not represent any addition to current economic activity. The Clarke-like neoclassical view assumes that if someone pays a fee, they must be getting a product in return. Treating bank payments as a subtrahend or simply as a cost of transferring wealth without affecting production is anomalous to today's mainstream. The concept of unproductive labor or unearned income that was at the core of classical economics has disappeared. As Christophers explains, national accounts economists of the mid to late 20th century could not see anything but paradox in the notion that such a prosperous industry as banking, with such self-evident utility, either detracted from the national output or added only marginal value to it. A negative or nil output was unacceptable because, from the neoclassical perspective, it literally made no sense. Raising the banking problem thus poses a threat to post-classical economic doctrine. There is no category in the NEPA for income obtained without contributing an equivalent amount to national product. Finance and rent-seeking appear as part of the economic growth process, not parasitic and external to it. This explains why the NEPA exclude capital gains from rising prices for land and other real estate, stocks, and bonds. They have the same effect as income raising the net worth of owners, and are mainly responsible for building up fortunes over the past half-century, especially since 1980. But they are incompatible with the facile income equals product assumption used to rationalize and justify rentier income, so as to save it from being taxed as classical economists urged. Making asset price inflation statistically invisible helps deter public pressure to tax real estate and financial gains at the same rate as normal income, as originally was the case in the U.S. tax code. Today's economic accounts ignore the classical economic focus on rentier overhead. Keynesian macroeconomics traces the circular flow among sectors, without analyzing intrinsic value or the classical concern for invested labor or how revenue is obtained. Instead, a seemingly empirical statistical picture pretends that the FIRE sector plays a productive role in helping economies grow and prosper. Here's the problem: if all income is obtained as part of the production process and spent on buying goods and services, as Clark and his followers claimed, there is no diversion of spending away from economic growth. But what about income spent on assets, loans, or debt payments? At issue is defining what constitutes economic growth in reality versus under today's measurement concepts. A rising portion of economic activity does not have to do with production, investment and output, or consumption, but with buying and selling property already in place, primarily real estate, the largest asset, natural resources, stocks, and bonds. A recent book, GDP, A Brief but Affectionate History, notes how irrational this measure is for the financial sector. In view of the negative output of an imaginary segment of the economy, the GDP's measure greatly exaggerates the importance of financial services to overall economic output. Perversely, in the final quarter of 2008, Britain's banking industry showed its fastest growth on record, almost matching manufacturing in size, just as the money markets all but froze. Treating the creation of largely fictitious, unpayably high financial claims on the economy as if this adds to output and wealth leaves out of account the massive public bailouts needed to sustain the banking sector. The external economic costs are a form of debt pollution. When someone confidently quotes the contribution of financial services to national income, writes Financial Times columnist John Kay, you can be sure they have no understanding of the esoteric concept of financial services indirectly measured. Don't ask. Only a few people in the depths of national statistics offices do. This problem casts doubt on the validity of reported growth rates both before and after the crisis. In a similar vein, Eve Smith notes the effect of periodic crises. Andrew Haldane of the Bank of England, using a simple back-of-the-envelope analysis, concluded that there was no way for banks to even remotely pay for all the damage they produce in terms of lost output. The GDP's report of the financial sector's economic contribution in services doesn't account for risk. Before the 2008 crisis, banks' increased risk-taking and leverage was counted as growth in GDP. Since then, studies have shown that adjusting for risk-taking would reduce financial sector contributions to GDP by 25–40%. As a result, the financial sector contribution to GDP is largely a statistical mirage. The resulting system of seemingly empirical statistics leads to confusion about what actually is happening to the economy. As Alan Greenspan summarized, if you just look at GDP statistics you miss the bubble altogether. So, the question is, if you can't stop a bubble, what do you do? Fortunately, most bubbles are not toxic. The dot-com boom, when it collapsed, you can't find it in the GDP figures in 2001, 2002. It didn't happen. The 1987 crash, which was really the most horrendous thing, I defy you to find that in the GDP numbers. It's not there. Yes, there were huge capital losses, but to the people who made the capital gains, essentially. What a realistic set of national accounts should show is that instead of using their wealth to invest in producing more to raise living standards, the 1% lend out their savings at interest to extract revenue from wage earners, real estate, industry, and government, shrinking the economy instead of expanding it. Most financial transactions now take place with other financial institutions, largely in the form of computerized bets, derivatives, calculating risks on which way interest rates and exchange rates or stock and bond prices will move. One party's gain is another's loss, and the overall system ends up needing to be bailed out by government. But instead of simply creating the money to pay everyone off, central bank managers insist that labor and industry must pay, by raising taxes on the real economy to pay for the financial sector's losses, on the pretense that the financial sector is what is making the economy richer, not poorer, and that austerity, poverty for the 99%, will be a cure mainly for the fact that the 1% do not yet control all the wealth. The guiding principle of today's official statistical models seems to be that if people don't see unearned wealth explicitly labeled as overhead, if there is no measure of how much output the fire sector and monopolies siphon off, voters will be less likely to advocate regulating or taxing it. The concept of parasitic activity, in which one party's gains are another's loss, is cynically excluded from government accounting formats. This numbing of the obvious has enabled the vested interests to gain control of society's statistical sensory system that is supposed to guide its economic planning, tax policy, and resource allocation. So we are brought back to the strategy of financial parasitism. In order to extract the economy's surplus in the form of rent and interest, it is necessary to convince people that the fire sector makes a contribution to the real economy in keeping with the income its recipients get. The NEPA defend land rent, interest, and other financial rents and monopoly rents as contributing to output, not extraneous to the real economy extracting parasitic transfer payments. The rentier-free lunch is depicted as a contribution to national income and product, not as a subtrahend, that is, a transfer payment from the 99% to the 1%. The idea that interest, rent, and price gouging are a burdensome overhead disappears. Little of this financial revenue is spent back into the real economy of production or consumption. Most is simply recycled into the acquisition of yet more property, financial securities, or new loans. The banking system creates credit mainly to finance the purchase of rent-yielding assets, headed by real estate, oil and mineral resources, and monopolies. Banks lend out their receipt of interest as yet more mortgage credit to buyers of rent-yielding resources. The effect is to turn economic rent into a flow of interest payments, which expands exponentially, inflating asset prices but also draining debt service from the economy. Paying land rent as interest leaves it unavailable as the tax base, so labor and industry must bear the burden, raising the economy's cost of living and doing business. This wasn't how the financial sector was expected to evolve when the Industrial Revolution was gaining momentum. And it doesn't have to be the way today's post-industrial finance capitalism develops. Alternatives were advocated in the 19th century to mobilize finance to fund capital investment in production and public infrastructure. But after World War I, financial interests joined with property interests to shift the tax burden off themselves onto labor and industry by promoting an illusion that rent and interest are payments for productive services, and even deserved special breaks. 7. The failed attempt to industrialize high finance. Activism has caused companies to cut R&D, capital investment and, most significantly, employment. It forces companies to lay off employees to meet quarterly earnings. It is a disaster for the country. Martin Lipton, inventor of the poison pill for corporate defense. Every economy is planned in some way or another. Feudal economies were planned by the heirs of the warlord bands that conquered the land, living off their rents and taxing the economy to pay for more military conquests. The Industrial Revolution led merchants and industrialists to fight against the landed interest and its associated military adventurism that loaded nations down with public debts and the taxes levied to carry their interest charge. Throughout history, the wealthiest families have seeded economic and political institutions with leaders to defend their interests, typically using banks as their center of power. The Medici supplied Popes Leo X, 1513–21, Clement VII, 1523–34, Pius IV, 1559–65, and Leo XI in 1605. Elsewhere in feudal Europe, landed aristocrats ran economies for their own interest. Yet despite the Industrial Revolution, few global managers today are drawn from industry. Most economic decision-makers have been trained in business schools to view companies primarily as vehicles to produce financial gains, as chapters 8 and 9 will illustrate. National policy in today's world is planned mainly by financial loyalists to serve financial interests. Central bank and U.S. Treasury officials are on loan from Wall Street, above all from Goldman and Citigroup. Goldman Sachs's roster of CEOs in public service is hallmarked by Treasury Secretaries Robert Rubin, 1995–99, at Goldman 1966–92, and Hank Paulson, 2006-09, at Goldman from 1974 to 2006. At Treasury, Paulson was aided by Chief of Staff Mark Patterson, Goldman lobbyist 2003-08, Neil Kashkari, Goldman Vice President 2002-06, Under-Secretary Robert K. Steele, Vice Chairman at Goldman, where he worked from 1976 to 2004, and advisors Kendrick Wilson, at Goldman from 1998 to 2008, and Edward C. Forst, former global head of Goldman's Investment Management Division. Goldman Sachs kept Paulson's successor Tim Gaithner, a protege of Robert Rubin, close by with the usual reward tactic of paying lucrative speaking fees. Federal Reserve Bank of New York Chairman Stephen Friedman, 2008-09, was former CO chairman at Goldman Sachs, where he had worked since 1966. Its president after 2009 was William Dudley, at Goldman from 1986 until 2007. Former New York Fed President Gerald Corrigan, 1985-93, descended from heaven to work at Goldman Sachs, as did former Treasury Secretary Henry Fowler. Other Goldman Sachs alumni implanted in high positions include White House Chief of Staff Joshua B. Bolten and World Bank President Robert B. Zoellick. In Europe, Goldman Sachs Vice Chairman Mario Draghi, 2002-05, left to become Bank of Italy Governor, 2006-11, and later President of the European Central Bank. Italian Prime Minister Romano Prodi served Goldman Sachs from 1990 to 93 and acted as a consultant when not in office. Former Italian Prime Minister and Finance Minister Mario Monti is an international advisor to Goldman Sachs. Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, 2008-13, moving to the Bank of England in 2013, joined Goldman Sachs in 1995 and worked there for 13 years. Antonio Borges, head of the IMF's European division in 2010 and main administrator for Portugal's privatization program, was Goldman Sachs's international vice chairman 2000-08, and Carlos Moedas, Portugal's Secretary of State to the Prime Minister, worked at Goldman Sachs on mergers and acquisitions. The list could go on and on. Robert Rubin provides the most important link, leaving the Clinton administration to head Citigroup in 1999, receiving over $120 million in compensation during his tenure over the next decade. He was helped by future Treasury Secretary Jack Lew during 2006-08, and earlier by Stanley Fischer during 2002-05, President Obama's nominee for Vice Chairman of the Federal Reserve in 2014. This team dug the hole that ran Citigroup into the ground, but its political influence led the U.S. government to pump in $45 billion in equity, made $300 billion in asset guarantees, and the Fed chipped in over $2 trillion in below-market rate loans to the listing shipwreck. The way in which these managers of U.S. government policy obliterated Citigroup's net worth prompted FDIC Chair Sheila Bair to characterize Citigroup as a former commercial bank hijacked by an investment banking culture that made profits through high-stakes betting. Calling it the worst-run bank in the United States, having bought into all the gimmicks to generate short-term profits, poorly underwritten loans, high-risk securities investments, and short-term, unstable liquidity, Bair wrote that it was wrecked under Rubin and his hand-picked successor Vikram Pandit, who wouldn't have known how to write a loan if his life depended on it. But he was the guy Rubin wanted. The Goldman Sachs story has been well told by Matt Taibbi, describing the company as a great vampire squid, wrapped around the face of humanity, relentlessly jamming its blood funnel into anything that smells like money. The behavior of Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, and other giant banks is extractive, charged with fine after fine for repeated civil frauds perpetrated against their counterparties and clients. Much like Russia's 7 bankers, who gained control of that nation's natural resources, land, and infrastructure monopolies under Boris Yeltsin's insider privatizations of the mid-1990s, Goldman Sachs managers squeeze out fees, interest, financial, and commodity speculation at the economy's expense. Their idea of a free market is non-enforcement of regulatory checks on investment bankers who view new technology and privatization of the public domain mainly as opportunities to make underwriting and management fees, and enormous stock price gains. Toward this end, financial lobbyists and the politicians whose campaigns they underwrite demand veto power over the appointment of regulators, central bankers and treasury officials. It didn't have to be this way. While rent theory was refined to tax or nationalize the takings of landlords and monopolies in the 19th century, a parallel financial reform movement flowered in France and Germany. Having less capital available than England, these countries could not afford the predatory practices of British merchant banking. Inspired largely by the French reformer Henri de Saint-Simon, advocates of industrialization developed a strategy to restructure financial systems to promote industry. Saint-Simon, along with early socialists and the large German banks that flowered in the Bismarck era, designed more productive banking systems to overtake Britain's head start by coordinating industrial investment with state-sponsored investment and planning. But the past century has shown that financial systems do not automatically evolve to optimize society's technological potential. Instead of steering savings, credit, and industrial profits into new tangible capital investment, employment, research and development, today's banks and money managers are diverting savings and lending away from financing productive enterprise, while finding their major loan market in rent extraction opportunities at the expense of economic growth. How debt service raises costs and prices. It seems remarkable how much more clearly 18th and early 19th century writers discussed the way in which debt service raises costs and prices, compared to today's economists. 8 centuries of warfare with France had driven Britain deeply into debt. Parliament issued new bonds to finance each new conflict, with a new excise tax levied to pay its interest charge. Most such taxes were levied on consumer essentials, raising the cost of living and hence the price of labor. Costs were further increased by the high prices charged by trading monopolies that governments created and sold to investors to retire their bonds. The tax and monopoly problems thus were basically a byproduct of the public debt problem. In 1744, Matthew Decker, a merchant and director of the East India Company, attributed the deterioration in Britain's industrial competitiveness to the taxes imposed on food and other essentials to pay the interest charges on its public debt. Much like private sector interest charges today, these taxes pushed up the subsistence wage that employers had to pay, and hence the prices they had to charge as compared to those of less debt-ridden economies. In the preface to his essay on the causes of the decline of the foreign trade, Decker wrote that by imposing a prodigious artificial value upon our goods to the hindrance of their sale abroad, these debts and taxes threatened to price British exports out of world markets. Funding wars by running into debt instead of on a pay-as-you-go basis was called Dutch financing because, as Adam Smith explained, the Dutch, as well as several other foreign nations, hold a very considerable share of our public funds. In fact, they held more than half of the securities of the major British Crown corporations, including the East India Company and Bank of England. The interest and dividends Britain dished out to these foreign investors absorbed much of its trade surplus. As foreigners possess a share of our national funds, Smith explained, they render the public in a manner tributary to them, and may in time occasion the transport of our people, and our industry. As early as 1757, the English commercial sage Malachi Postlethwaite decried the remittance of interest, dividends, and capital to Dutch investors. He estimated that the 7 Years' War, 1757–63, cost Britain £82 million. In the year the conflict broke out, his pamphlet on Great Britain's True System explained that the outflow of bullion drained money needed to employ labour, leaving Britain with little domestic market for its own products. Even if all the debt were held at home, he warned, it would not upon that account be less pernicious. The taxes levied to service the public debt increased the price of necessities and hence the cost of labour and overall costs by at least 31% of the annual expense of the whole people of England. What Britain might win militarily, it would lose commercially as a result of royal military ambitions. The more the nation runs into debt, the more money will be locked up in the funds, and the less will there be employed in trade. Economies would gain more power by investing their savings productively at home than by going into debt to finance their military adventures. Before such debt took place, everybody possessed their whole gains, Postlethwaite pointed out. Taxing the population to pay interest to creditors drained money that otherwise could be used for private investment. If the present public debt, instead of being increased, was paid off, the profits of the manufacturers, tradesmen, and merchants, N.C. would be all their own, doubling their rate of profit. By avoiding wars and their debts, Britain could undersell our neighbours. New arts and new manufactures would be introduced, and the old ones brought to greater perfection. To make matters worse, Postlethwaite added, bondholders spent their revenue unproductively, creating monopolies and sponsoring financial bubbles. In a message that could well describe the 2001-08 bubble, he described how the financial maneuverings of his day created monopolies and tricked investors out of their savings. Funding and jobbing too often introduces combination and fraud in all sorts of traffic. It hath changed honest commerce into bubbling, our traders into projectors, industry into tricking, and applause is earned when the pillory is deserved. This Postlethwaite might have been speaking of today's economies and warning that, while there is more to be got by jobbing than by discharging our debts, all arts will be used to increase the new debts, not to redeem the old. The protestations by Decker and Postlethwaite, and later by Smith, against the sale of public monopolies anticipated today's complaints that monopoly charges, interest, and other financial charges push up the prices that labor and industry must pay, as well as emigration of their labor in order to find work. The great political economist James Stoyart, author of an inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, warned in 1767, if we suppose governments to go on increasing, every year, the sum of their debts upon perpetual annuities, and appropriating, in proportion, every branch of revenue for the payment of them, the consequence will be, in the first place, to transport, in favor of the creditors, the whole income of the state. Indeed, for the typical year of 1783, the historian Leland Jenks has calculated that Britain's government paid out some 3/4 of its tax revenue to bondholders, £9 million, when the entire annual turnover of British foreign trade did not exceed 35 millions. By 1798, in the wake of the American and French revolutions, William Pitt's policy of borrowing instead of paying on a tax-as-you-go basis, imposed interest charges so heavy that the nation was mortgaged to a new class of society, the rentiers, the fund holders. For an annual sum of £30 million, 3 times the public revenue before the Revolutionary Wars. The bulk of this sum was being collected in customs, excise, and stamp duties, and constituted an engine by which wealth was transferred from a large consuming public to the much smaller number who owned consols. These were government bonds with no fixed maturity, paying interest for as long as the bonds were not redeemed. Adam Smith spelled out the geopolitical implication: wars eroded rather than built British power. Higher debts and the taxes to pay the interest charges on Britain's war debts threatened to increase its production costs and hence its export prices, impairing its balance of trade and draining its bullion abroad. If today's trade theory has little to say about how debt or rentier charges affect domestic and international prices, it is largely due to David Ricardo's lobbying on behalf of financial interests, arguing that debt levels and payment of interest to foreigners did not matter as if such payments would be automatically self-correcting. His writings and parliamentary testimony lay the groundwork for 2 centuries of narrow-mindedness down through Milton Friedman and the Chicago School, crowding out the more sophisticated analysis developed by critics of Ricardo's banking class. Saint Simon and French industrial reform. Although Britain was the home of the Industrial Revolution, it was French and German writers who took the broadest perspective in theorizing about how banking and credit systems could best be organized to fund industry. The French had a particular reason to focus on banking reform. Their financial system had not evolved much since the pre-revolutionary Ancien Régime. To catch up with Britain and other nations' advancing technological potential, Count Claude Henri de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, and his followers provided the guiding philosophy to create an industrial credit system. Like many well-born aristocrats, Saint Simon came to attack the inherited privileges of his class as a useless rentier burden on society. At the age of 60, in 1819, he published a satire, Parabole politique, depicting France's governing aristocracy as living off inherited wealth, collecting rent and interest without performing a productive function. The French Revolution had overthrown this hereditary feudal nobility politically but not economically. In this respect, Saint Simon was a market reformer. What made him more radical than today's free marketers was his treatment of inherited wealth as a market imperfection. His followers depicted the rent, interest, and dividends from land ownership, bonds and stocks as a vestigial post-feudal overhead. They were tributary claims on society's income and output, a legacy of the dead hand of the past. Saint Simon's key reform was to replace debt financing with equity ownership shares. If loan proceeds are invested to produce a profit, he argued, the borrower can pay interest out of the venture's proceeds, as dividends from its earnings. Dividends on equity capital. Literally, an ownership share can be cut when profits decline. But bank loans and bonds bear interest that must be paid regardless of the fortunes of the debtor. Missing a debt payment may lead to default and forfeiture of assets when creditors foreclose. Saint Simon laid out the logic for banks to take ownership shares in their customers rather than making straight loans. Hoping to train a meritocracy of industrial engineers, Saint Simon's followers transformed government's role away from supporting idle rentier aristocracies. Assuming that talent was best able to show its abilities in industry, they sought to create a new type of industrial capitalist, travailer. In contrast to the projectors, adventurers, and pirates of John Law's day, the banks would invest directly in industry, not merely for speculative or mercantile gains. Within the ranks of capitalists, bankers were glorified as the future organizers and promoters of industry. According to the 1831 religion Saint-Simonine, Économie politique et politique, the banks perform the role of capitalists in their transactions with those travailers, to whom they loan money, enabling industrious people to obtain financing for their enterprise. As the spirit of early industrial and banking reform gained momentum, the Saint-Simonian reformers attracted supporters ranging from socialists to investment bankers, and won government backing for their policies under France's Third Empire. They went further than British and American land taxation advocates, such as Adam Smith and John Stuart Mill, by placing heavier emphasis on the need for financial reform. Their ranks included the social theorist Auguste Comte, the economist Michel Chevalier, the socialist Pierre Leroux, the engineer Ferdinand de Lesseps, whose plans for canals elaborated ideas initiated by Saint Simon, and the brothers Émile and Isaac Parier, who founded the Credit Mobilier in 1852 to give institutional expression to Saint Simon's banking ideals. It was left to Émile Parier, 1800–1875, to begin putting Saint Simon's ideals into effect. In the 1830s, Parier built France's first railway line, from Paris to Saint-Germain, and later developed other routes. In 1852 he formed the Société Générale du Crédit Mobilier as a joint stock bank with his younger brother Isaac, 1806–1880. Their guiding principle was to provide low-cost long-term credit that would enable industrialists to expand production. Instead of extending loans directly to its customers, the Credit Mobilier invested in stocks and bonds issued by these companies. Returns were expected to be higher than the rate of interest it paid depositors. The institution was in effect a gigantic holding company engaged in financing and managing industrial enterprises, notes George Edwards. The securities of the controlled companies were used as assets on which the Credit Mobilier issued its own securities, to be sold to the public. For a number of years the bank was highly successful, and performed notable service in promoting railroads and public utilities. But this freer supply of long-term equity capital and bond financing proved to be the bank's undoing. A downturn comes over the course of every business cycle. When profits declined and stock prices crashed in 1866, the Credit Mobilier suffered both as banker and as stockholder. It could not turn these investments into immediate cash to pay depositors, or write down or delay payment on what it owed. Matters were aggravated by the bank's crony capitalism links to Louis Napoleon's government. Insider speculation drove Credit Mobilier bankrupt in 1867 and into liquidation in 1871. Financial scandals were endemic to the 19th century's largest international investments, headed by the Suez and Panama Canal schemes. Both were early Saint-Simonian ideas, and almost wherever governments were involved. The most notorious were America's railroad land grants to robber barons, whose stock and bond waterings, diluting shares by simply printing more and giving them to directors, insiders, and the politicians being bribed, helped give high finance its bad name. As aggregations of finance capital grew larger and more closely linked to government, banking systems became prone to such dealings. Saint-Simon's influence on Marx and other socialists. The ideal of mobilizing banking to finance industry soon spread beyond France. Saint-Simon's influence extended to John Stuart Mill, Karl Marx, and Christian socialists, as well as to industrialists. The common denominator of this broad political spectrum was recognition that an efficient industrial credit system was needed. Engels wrote that Marx spoke only with admiration of Saint-Simon's genius and encyclopedic brain. However, Marx wrote sarcastically of his world-redeeming credit fantasies and believed that followers such as Charles Fourier and Auguste Comte were utopian in their hope to reconcile the interests of capital and labor. What Marx shared with Saint-Simon was an optimism that the banking and credit system would evolve in a way that signifies no more and no less than the subordination of interest-bearing capital to the conditions and requirements of the capitalist mode of production. Marx contended that any conflict of interest between financial and industrial capital would be settled in favor of the latter. This violent fight against usury, this demand for the subordination of the interest-bearing under the industrial capital was a prerequisite for grounding capitalist production in the modern banking system, which on the one hand robs usurers' capital of its monopoly by concentrating all fallow money reserves and throwing them on the money market, and on the other hand limits the monopoly of the precious metals themselves by creating credit money. Marx described usury as an ancient practice independent of the mode of production, growing by its own compound interest dynamics in ways that historically had been parasitic. Usurer's capital does not confront the laborer as industrial capital, but merely impoverishes this mode of production, paralyzes the productive forces instead of developing them. Usury transfers ownership of assets to usurers, making life harder for the laborer and serving as a brake on industrial capitalism, preventing the social productivity of labor from developing. Usury centralizes money wealth. It does not alter the mode of production, but attaches itself as a parasite and makes it miserable. It sucks its blood, kills its nerve, and compels reproduction to proceed under even more disheartening conditions. Reliance on usurers for credit, Marx granted, would persist for needy individuals, such persons or classes, as do not borrow in the sense corresponding to the capitalist mode of production. But the great financial achievement of industrial capitalism would be to create a superior outlet for saving than the consumer usury and war lending that characterized pre-industrial banking. Usury capital no longer would be able to block society from achieving its technological potential once an industrial banking system came into being to provide low-interest credit to be invested productively. Marx expected increasingly capital-intensive production to require more credit. The question was how to supply it. Given his faith in the driving force of technological evolution, Marx asserted that the destiny of industrial capitalism was to modernize finance, turning usurious lending into productive industrial banking. Financial institutions would become society's means of planning the future as banks reinvested their interest revenue in new loans to expand the means of production and pay interest out of profits. As matters turned out, Marx proved too optimistic. In fact, nobody of his epoch was so pessimistic as to anticipate banking to behave the way it does today, stripping capital and adding financial overhead to the cost of production. Expecting industrial capitalists to shape financial systems to serve their needs, Marx assumed that the most productive banking systems would survive to serve the industrial host and, in due course, to socialize finance. And indeed this seemed to be occurring in Germany, where Bismarck's state socialism found its financial expression in the Reichsbank and other large industrial banks that became part of the trinity of banking, heavy industry and government. The emergence of German industrial banking. The German Historical School of Economists was among the most optimistic in expecting finance to promote industrial prosperity. Wilhelm Roscher pointed to the fact that interest rates tended to fall steadily with the progress of civilization. At least, rates had been falling since medieval times. A more socially productive credit system was replacing the age-old usury problem. Credit laws were becoming more humanitarian as debtors' prisons were being phased out throughout Europe, while more lenient bankruptcy laws were freeing individuals to start afresh with clean slates. Lacking the funds necessary to expand on a large scale, German industry relied on banks for a broad range of long-term investment and short-term financing. Recognizing that reinvesting profits in expanding production limited the ability to pay interest, banks willingly accepted part of their return in higher-yielding equity shares, that is, in stock rather than as interest on outright loans. This Saint-Simonian ideal was followed simply as the most pragmatic and remunerative practice. In Germany, bank owners were the most important source of capital, not depositors as was the case in Britain. A middle class of German savers emerged only gradually. This focus on owners' equity prompted German banks to resist the speculative excesses found in American finance of the period. Loans and bond issues were kept to the actual cash value of the property of the corporation being financed. At the other end of the debt/equity spectrum, U.S. financiers engaged in stock waterings that overfunded companies by bond issues far beyond their needs or capacity to carry. The difference was pocketed by the directors of these corporations, a practice that led much honest industry to stay clear of Wall Street. Fraud was almost built into the system. A distinguishing feature of America's Gilded Age proved to be the ability of insiders to prevent financial checks from being legislated, and to render attempts along these lines ineffective in practice. It was not industry but railroads, which European countries kept in the public domain, that provided the basis for America's stock market, which was used largely to create trusts and monopolies. Its heroes were insiders gaining fortunes by stock market raids, politicking for land giveaways, manipulating stock prices and issuing bonds to themselves, and friendly politicians and lawmakers. As matters have turned out, this is the financial system that has won the struggle for survival. The World War I debate over German vs. Anglo-Dutch banking. When war broke out in 1914, Germany's rapid victories over France and Belgium seemed to reflect the superior efficiency of its financial system. To the German priest-politician Friedrich Naumann and the English economist H. S. Foxwell, the Great War appeared as a struggle between rival forms of financial organization to decide who would rule Europe and, beyond that, whether the continent would have a laissez-faire or a more state-socialist economy. In 1915, shortly after fighting broke out, Naumann summarized the continental banking philosophy in Middle Europa, from which Foxwell drew for his argument in two highly influential essays, The Nature of the Industrial Struggle, and The Financing of Industry and Trade. In particular, Foxwell cited Naumann's contention that the old individualistic capitalism, of what he calls the English type, is giving way to the new, more impersonal, group form, to the discipline, scientific capitalism he claims as German. Germany recognized that the industrial technology required to catch up with Britain needed long-term financing in addition to government support. In the emerging integration of industry, banking, and government, Foxwell observed that finance was undoubtedly the main cause of the success of modern German enterprise. Holding equity capital as an ownership share of profits instead of straight debt, banks took the lead in much of the planning that guided Germany's development. Bank staffs were forging industrial policy into a science, becoming engineers under the new industrial philosophy of how public policy should shape credit markets. In America, Thorstein Veblen soon voiced much the same theory in The Engineers and the Price System, 1921. The political connections of German bankers gave them a decisive voice in formulating international diplomacy, making mixed banking the principal instrument in the extension of her foreign trade and political power. German bank officials sat on their boards, and extended loans to foreign governments on condition that German clients would be named as the chief suppliers in major public investments. It seemed that the dynamics of economic history were leading toward this kind of symbiosis between national planning and large-scale financing of heavy industry. The short time frame of loans and liquidity characteristic of England's merchant bankers ill-suited them for this task. By focusing on trade financing rather than long-term industrial development, English bankers preferred to lend against collateral in place and available for liquidation in the event of default, inventories, money due on bills for goods in transit and sold to customers but not yet paid for, and real estate. This prompted Foxwell to warn that British manufacturers of steel, automobiles, capital equipment, and other heavy industry were in danger of becoming obsolete, largely because the nation's bankers failed to perceive the need to extend long-term credit and increase equity investment. British bankers paid out most of their earnings as dividends, instead of investing in the shares of the companies that their loans supposedly were building up. They also pressed their industrial clients to pay out the maximum proportion of earnings as conditions for the loan. This short time horizon forced borrowers to remain liquid rather than giving them the leeway to pursue long-term strategies. By contrast, German banks paid out dividends, and expected such dividends from their clients, at only half the rate of British banks, preferring to retain earnings as capital reserves to build up equity. So two kinds of banking vied against each other: extractive Anglo-Dutch American collateral-based lending against existing real estate and orders on hand versus productive long-term credit to fund tangible capital formation and infrastructure. Although Britain was the home of the Industrial Revolution, little manufacturing was financed in its early stages by bank credit. Most innovators were obliged to raise money privately. Britain's stockbrokers were no more up to the task of financing industry than were its banks, having an equally short-term frame of reference. Stock markets were dominated by railroads, canals, and large public infrastructure utilities. After earning their commissions on one issue, they moved on to the next without much concern for what happened to investors who had bought the earlier securities. As soon as he has contrived to get his issue quoted at a premium and his underwriters have unloaded at a profit, complained Foxwell, his enterprise ceases. To him, as the Times says, a successful flotation is of more importance than a sound venture. In sum, the aim of British and American banks was to maximize their own short-run advantage, not to create a better and more productive economy by planning for the future. Most banks favored large real estate borrowers, along with railroads and public utilities whose income streams easily could be forecast. Manufacturing only obtained significant bank and stock market credit once companies had grown fairly large. Veblen's analysis of financial distortions of industrial capitalism describing the financial class as ascendant, Thorstein Veblen essayed the machinations of high finance, stock watering and debt pyramiding by Wall Street stock manipulators who dominated the Gilded Age of his day. His theory of business enterprise, 1904, emphasized the divergence between productive capacity and pecuniary gains from inflating stock market prices over and above cost value, book value. Today's jargon calls this premium the Q ratio. To Veblen, this pecuniary gain was the aim of Wall Street operators. The upshot of this economic game, as Veblen put it, was not capital investment in plant and equipment to produce profits by employing labor, but speculative capital gains in asset prices and exercise in promotion and collusion not unlike land speculators puffing up the market. Emphasizing how financial predation was hijacking the economy's technological potential, Veblen described the manner in which industry was becoming financialized in ways that put financial gains ahead of production. Meanwhile, the finance, insurance and real estate, FIRE, sectors were joining forces to fuel property speculation. Bank credit inflated asset prices by lending primarily to buy shares and real estate, not to produce more. This finance-driven practice was imposing a debt overhead that threatened to end in corporate bankruptcy and liquidation. Yet Veblen was as optimistic as Marx when it came to industrial capitalism's potential to uplift society if it enacted social reforms to check the predatory behavior of banks, absentee property owners and monopolists. But Veblen saw that while technological innovation was trimming costs, it also was breeding monopolies. The fruits of rising productivity were being appropriated by robber barons, who had no better use of their wealth than to create trusts to dictate high prices and extract economic rent. Veblen's description of the dynamic that has led financial managers to use profits not to invest but to pay out as dividends or buy up their companies' stock, raising the value of their stock options, has been largely vindicated. Hedge funds have become notorious for stripping assets and loading companies down with debt, leaving bankrupt shells in their wake in what George Akerlof and Paul Romer have characterized as looting. Lending and debt are becoming more usurious and less productive. The end result is to impose austerity regimes rather than promote growth, tangible capital formation and rising living standards. Will financial pessimism trump industrial optimism? After World War I, banking throughout most of the world adhered to the Anglo-Dutch model. Germany not only lost the war, but also saw the post-war leaders of Europe reject its philosophy of industrial banking and the warnings against predatory finance. Instead of governments coordinating industrial planning, finance has taken over corporate and also government policy making. Bankers and financial managers are indebting economies without putting in place new means of production to pay off their mushrooming debt overhead. Industry has been financialized and planning has been centralized in Wall Street, London, the Paris Bourse and Frankfurt, instead of in public hands as socialists expected or those of industrial engineers as Veblen forecast. Stock and bond markets have been transformed into arenas for debt leveraging as the post-industrial means of appropriating property. The major financial innovations have been corporate junk bonds in the 1980s, junk mortgages and complex financial derivatives in the 2000s. Even though rising productivity lowered the direct costs of production, prices have continued to rise, mainly as a result of the steady buildup of financial charges, interest, fees, and insurance, as well as real estate rents and monopoly pricing. These charges have risen not by increasing the money supply, but by the way in which the financial system adds to the debt overhead. Interest and debt repayment has been engineered into the cost of doing business, and increasingly as a cost of living, at the expense of spending on goods and services, investment and employment. The price rise is aggravated by rent-extracting privatization of public infrastructure to create private rentier fortunes by predatory pricing for essential services. The aim of a financialized economy is to make money for a narrow financial layer by establishing a credit stranglehold on industry and labor, and on the government itself. This reverses the direction in which classical political economies seem to be moving to propel governments out of the feudal era by reforming the way society employs and accumulates wealth. In a modern version of the feudal epoch's primitive accumulation by military seizure, financial dynamics serve to concentrate wealth by means of debt leveraging and privatization, loading down industry, real estate, and infrastructure with debt. 8. The stock market as a predatory arena. It is rare, one is told, for an American to invest, as many Englishmen still do, for income, and he will not readily purchase an investment except in the hope of capital appreciation. He is, in the above sense, a speculator. Speculators may do no harm as bubbles on a steady stream of enterprise. But the position is serious when enterprise becomes the bubble on a whirlpool of speculation. When the capital development of a country becomes a byproduct of the activities of a casino, the job is likely to be ill done. John Maynard Keynes, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936. Wall Street paints its activities in as positive a light as possible, as if to justify its enormous salaries being earned productively rather than at the economy's expense. This smiley face picture also serves to rationalize its tax breaks and, most recently, its bailouts. Academic models echo a view of the stock and bond markets raising funds mainly for new industrial investment, innovation, and employment, while making savers richer. Yet finance rarely ever in history has played a productive role funding capital formation in industrial plants and equipment, research and development. Since antiquity, workshops and factories, farms and other capital assets traditionally have been self-financed. Until the early Industrial Revolution, the means of production were owned outright. The idea of productive credit to finance new investment in means of production was an alien concept down through the mid-19th century, and even then the investment was mainly for railroads and canals, not industry. Credit arrangements were used to bridge the time gap between production and sale, between planting and harvesting, and especially for commerce over large distances. But not to invest in manufacturing. This strategy remains in effect today. Most US and European corporations pay for their capital investment out of their current earnings, not by borrowing from bondholders or banks. The financial system extends credit mainly to buy property already in place, from real estate, the focus of most bank lending today, to entire companies. This shift in ownership adds to debt without increasing output, merely transferring ownership. Existing stock owners are bought out by new owners who issue high-interest bonds and borrow takeover loans from banks. And corporations borrow increasingly to buy up their own stock, and even to pay dividends, creating gains by inflating asset prices. Apple is a case in point. In 1980 the computer company went public with a $100 million initial public offering of shares. The largest U.S. IPO since that of Ford Motor Company in 1956. A quarter century earlier, the stock sale set a record by making 300 instant millionaires within its own ranks, including 40 employees and early investors for their 3 years of work to build up the company before it went public. Founded in 1977, Apple required funds to invest in more production facilities and to buy companies with complementary patents that it needed to expand. However, Apple only received a portion of the proceeds of this stock issue. Its underwriters, headed by Morgan Stanley and Hambrecht and Quist, initially priced the stock at only $14 a share, but enough orders poured in to price it at $22 by the opening bell. Being oversubscribed, given the underwriters' low pricing, Apple's price rose by 32% to $29 a share, valuing the company at $1.8 billion by the end of the day. A first-day jump means that a company's stock is worth more than the underwriter promises to raise. This underestimation of the market enables early subscribers, so-called preferred customers, usually institutional investors and a few prominent individual players, to make a killing. Giving them a chance to buy low-priced shares to turn around and sell at a price gain during the first few hours of hectic trading helps the underwriter attract a loyal following of investors. The bigger the hit-and-run windfall the underwriter can offer these clients, the larger a client base it builds up for future offerings. This investor base is permanent. Most companies issuing new stock are only one-time hits, so underwriters lowball their promises to companies going public. The result is that financial speculators make more than the companies that actually create real value. Underwriters thus have a conflict of interest with the companies whose stock they float. In addition to charging their underwriting fee, as high as 7% for new businesses, the more they understate what a company is worth, the bigger the gains they and their favored customers quickly make by flipping its shares to a later buyer at the more reasonable market price established by the end of the first trading day or week. A successful issue is one where the stock price may double from the opening to the closing bell. Company officers, venture capitalists, and other initial long-term holders will see the value of their shares rise, but the company itself receives only the opening sales price. The underwriter and its clients may end up making as much on the sale that it orchestrates as the company and its founders receive, for all the years of effort that they put into creating the business. Yet in this case there was so much money to be made selling computers that Apple viewed being exploited by its underwriters simply as the price of doing business on Wall Street. That is how the financial world works. Apple went on to become immensely profitable, but this success led to yet another example of how the financial sector's interests have become antithetical to those of industry over the past generation. Apple's plague of activist shareholders, formerly known as corporate raiders. Once a company has issued stock to the public, financial managers and activist shareholders jump into the game to turn it into a cash cow. Instead of plowing profits back into the corporation to expand the business by new long-term investment, research, and development, the company is urged to pay out its earnings as dividends and buy back its stock to bid up its price. The aim is to enable speculators to make trading gains. Toward this end, activist shareholders have even tried to force Apple and other cash-rich companies to take on debt they do not need for productive investment, merely to spend on stock buybacks. At issue is a conflict that was characterized a century ago as being between industrial capitalism and finance capitalism. Apple CEO John Sculley chose to spend $1.8 billion in the late 1980s and early 1990s to buy back its own stock to support its price. That was money it could have really used when the company then stumbled and needed to issue junk bonds and issue $150 million in convertible preferred stock to Microsoft just to survive. Many other companies found themselves similarly squeezed by buying up their stock at high prices, only to see prices later fall. In effect, their earnings were stripped and new capital investment or expansion foregone simply to make temporary gains for stockholders. This is the strategy that activist shareholders have been urging Apple and other companies to do today, to use their earnings to buy its stock instead of making new tangible investment, and even to go into debt to finance stock buybacks. Why should a company as cash-rich as Apple take on debt? If ever a company has not needed to borrow to fund new research and development, hire more employees or invest in new plant and equipment, it would seem to be Apple. As of August 2013, the company was sitting on a $137 billion mound of cash. Yet despite having become the highest valued U.S. company by 2012, $626 billion, with annual sales of $156 billion, Apple has become one of the leading targets of such short-term financial predation. By 2013, Apple's soaring earnings attracted speculators like hyenas to raw meat. Activist shareholder Carl Icahn, a leading corporate raider since the 1980s, bought over $1.5 billion of Apple shares and mobilized a group of fellow financiers to demand a debt leveraging ploy that he forecast would raise Apple's stock price above its 2012 level of $525 by amassing enormous debt to engineer strictly financial gains. Icahn had made his first fortune by raiding TWA in 1985. He paid off the debts that he took on to buy the airline by carving it up and leaving it bankrupt. By 2013 he had done this kind of financial smash-and-grab exercise often enough to create a vast pool of hedge fund capital, which he wielded to attack companies and make money off money. Speculators such as Icahn search for cash-rich companies as the most lucrative targets for making a quick gain by using whatever is in the corporate treasury to bid up their stock price with share buybacks. The operation is purely financial, not involving any new business investment or other production advantage such as went into the creation of Macintosh computer, iPhones, iMacs, iPods, and iTunes. No information technology or sales strategy is involved. It is simple financial engineering, low-interest loans at 3% to buy company stock, bidding up its price. This is a no-brainer to go buy stock in a company that can go borrow, Icahn explained. The lower the interest rate, the larger amount of debt, new borrowing, that any given earnings flow can carry, and Apple's earnings were immense. Apple's management had no particular need to pay out more dividends to establish a basis for future stock offerings. Its production and research are self-financed out of its earnings, and its capital reserves are large enough to fund any acquisitions it might need to make. Maintaining its growth calls for using its capital reserves and earnings to acquire companies that owned complementary information technology patents or marketing power, and also to expand its own production facilities and long-term research and development. That is what a growth company does. Paying out earnings as dividends or using them to buy back a company's own stock, does not facilitate future sales or profit. All it does is leave fewer shares outstanding, so that earnings per share, and hence potential dividend payouts, will be higher. That is what Icahn promised would raise Apple's stock price, so that even without earnings growth, we think it ought to be worth $6.25. Indeed, Apple's stock price rose 5% simply on the news of his buying into the company. It was a signal to Wall Street that a financial feeding frenzy was about to begin. In September 2013, Icahn increased his stake in Apple by $500 million, to more than $2 billion, about 0.5% of Apple, and demanded that the company spend $150 billion to buy back its shares. He had a large enough following among Apple shareholders and speculators that after he sent out a tweet that he had spoken to its CEO Tim Cook to suggest this, Apple's shares rose 2.2%, to $487.12, producing a one-day gain of $40 million for Icahn alone. The company already had promised to pay $100 billion in dividends and undertake the largest buyback any company had ever announced, $60 billion over the next 3 years. But while this may seem like a large buyback, Icahn wrote, it is simply not large enough given that Apple currently holds $147 billion of cash on its balance sheet. By February 2014, Icahn ended his efforts, claiming to have won the battle inasmuch as Apple had stepped up its stock repurchases so close to fulfilling our requested repurchase target, $40 billion over the preceding 12 months, a record for U.S. companies, with $14 billion in just the 2 weeks preceding its quarterly earnings report. Apple's earnings were slowing and the stock price fell back, but not by as much as would have occurred without this $40 billion removal of shares from the market. As a coda, on April 29, despite holding $150 billion in cash, Apple borrowed $12 billion and used the entire sum to buy back its stock, having borrowed $17 billion in the bond market the preceding April. Its stock nonetheless fell $1.76 the next day to $592, valuing the company at $512 billion. The moral is that stock prices rise and fall, but only tangible capital assets and debt remain in place. But the financial world lives in the short run, not the long run. And Icahn's barbarians at the gates took their gains and ran. Financial versus industrial engineering stock buybacks are changing the character of industrial capitalism. Using earnings to repurchase a company's stock bids up its price, but diverts earnings away from being invested to expand the business. During the 1990s, for instance, IBM typically spent $10 billion of its earnings each year to buy its own stock. The company also borrowed, so in effect it was borrowing to bid up its stock price instead of to expand research and development. This policy led it to outsource research and development for its software, leaving Bill Gates and Microsoft to make the fortune that IBM would have obtained if it had used its earnings for in-house investment instead of buying back shares that it had long since issued. IBM continued this policy during 2000 to 2014. It spent some $108 billion on its own shares. It also paid out $30 billion in dividends. To help finance this share-buying spree, IBM loaded up on debt. While the company spent $138 billion on its shares and dividend payments, it spent just $59 billion on its own business through capital expenditures and $32 billion on acquisitions. All of which is to say that IBM has arguably been spending its money on the wrong things, shareholders, rather than building its own business. IBM's financials make it self-evident that its stock rigging strategy is not about value creation through investment. David A. Stockman, the director of the Office of Management and Budget under President Ronald Reagan. IBM is a buyback machine on steroids that has been a huge stock market winner by virtue of massaging, medicating and manipulating its earnings per share. Basically, the company's share buybacks announced to the world that IBM was no longer a growth company and could not think of a new avenue to develop in-house that would be more remunerative than using its flow of earnings to liquidate its share ownership. It ended up selling its laptop personal computers to Lenovo in China, concentrating on its traditional large hardware market. This is not a long-term growth strategy, but it enriches financial speculators during the period in which the company is burning up its shares. The key to creating wealth in this purely financial manner is simple mathematics, interest rate arbitrage. The idea is to borrow at a low rate, i.e., the 3% at which Icahn claimed Apple could obtain credit, and buy shares yielding a higher return on equity, say, 10%, and pay out the difference to shareholders. Debt replaces equity. This is why debt/equity ratios have risen for corporate America. It is symptomatic of the economy's overall rise in debt/income and debt/GDP ratios. By 2004, Standard & Poor's reported that the S&P 500 companies spent $197 billion on buying back their own shares. The pace of buybacks accelerated to over $100 billion a quarter by 2006, by which time 268 of the companies in the S&P 500 bought back shares in the first quarter, with nearly 110 of them cutting their diluted shares outstanding by at least 4% from a year earlier. ExxonMobil Corp., Microsoft Corp., and Time Warner Incorporated were the biggest buyers of their own shares during the first quarter, spending $14.37 billion combined, prompting a Wall Street Journal report to conclude, a company that aggressively buys its own shares on the market can give investors a skewed picture of its earnings growth. When a company reduces its shares outstanding, it will report higher earnings per share, even if its total earnings don't grow by a penny, simply because those profits are spread across fewer shares. ExxonMobil's net income rose 6.9% in the first quarter, but that turned into a 12.3% earnings per share increase after share buybacks, according to S&P. Creating financial wealth by debt leverage instead of new tangible investment. A recent Harvard Business Review article calculated that for the decade 2003 to 2012, the 449 companies publicly listed in the S&P 500 index used 54% of their earnings, a total of $2.4 trillion, to buy back their own stock, even more than the 37% paid as dividends. This left only 9% of earnings available for new capital investment. Summarizing the article's statistics, a Financial Times columnist noted, 7 of the top 10 largest share repurchasers spent more on buybacks and dividends than their entire net income between 2003 and 2012. In the case of Hewlett-Packard, which spent $73 billion, it was almost double its profits. Others, such as Microsoft, 125%, Cisco, 121%, and Intel, 109%, were even more extravagant. This management strategy created financial wealth by elevating the stock price, not by producing more goods. Earnings per share rose not because companies actually earned more, but because there were fewer shares outstanding among which to spread the earnings. Many of the companies downsized and outsourced their employment and production. The immediate beneficiaries were corporate officers exercising their stock options. These accounted for 42% of executive compensation, with a further 41% coming from payment in the form of stock awards, for the 500 highest paid executives in 2012. This averaged out to $30.3 million each, with over 80% coming from stock options and bonuses tied to their price performance. In effect, companies were buying up the stocks created to reward these executives, supporting their cash price. And the executive rewards themselves were linked to the stock price. No wonder management pursued this easy self-enrichment policy. Many executives even pushed up their stock price by borrowing to buy up their shares and hence earning higher performance bonuses tied to the price rise. The debt incurred will have to be serviced by future earnings, Paul Craig Roberts pointed out. This is not a picture of capitalism that is driving the economy by investment. Why should investors buy into a company that isn't investing in its own business? The explanation is that financial engineering has replaced industrial engineering. Stocks of companies whose managers use earnings for share buybacks have outperformed those of old-fashioned industrial companies that reinvest their earnings in tangible capital formation and new hiring to expand sales. Unlike the corporate raiders of the 1980s, infamous as barbarians at the gate leveraging other people's money to fund takeovers, today's corporate executives raid their own company's revenue stream. They are backed by self-proclaimed shareholder activists. The result is financial short-termism by managers who take the money and run. The management philosophy is extractive, not productive in the sense of adding to society's means of production or living standards. The Federal Reserve's policy of quantitative easing implemented in 2008, creating more bank reserves to lend out to buy assets, has made it increasingly profitable to borrow from banks at a low interest rate, buy stocks whose dividends yield a higher return, and pocket the difference. This interest/dividend arbitrage pushes up stock prices, by steering more bank credit to enough capital gains to cover what is paid in dividends and bank interest. Since its post-crash low of March 2009, the S&P 500 stock index nearly tripled while average wages and other economic indicators stagnated in the wake of the debt overhead left in the wake of the financial crisis. But in the process, the stock market and indeed the corporate sector becomes more highly indebted, the same scenario that ravaged the real estate market. This is not new. As early as 1910, Rudolf Hilferding's Finanzkapital described high finance as extractive. Property ceases to express any specific relation of production and becomes a claim to the yield, apparently unconnected with any particular activity. The effect of financialization is to divert corporate cash away from investment and job creation. In the wake of this debt deflation, described below in Chapter 11, Federal Reserve Chairman Janet Yellen said, "It speaks to the depth of the damage that, 5 years after the end of the recession, the labor market has yet to fully recover." Such recovery is not the aim of financial engineering. Most corporate strategists view low wages as a benefit, not a detriment. Yet as far as academic economics is concerned, higher dividend payouts should not matter. The Modigliani-Miller theorem, named for Nobel Prize-winning Franco Modigliani and Merton Miller, deems dividends irrelevant by proving mathematically, in the way that economists do, that payout ratios make no difference in stock valuation, because investors are smart enough to treat the rise in book value stemming from capital reinvestment on the same plane as dividend payouts. This principle that dividend yields make no difference in stock pricing is mainstream business school teaching. If the academics are right and high finance is all-knowing and a wise allocator of resources, would corporate raiders exist? The Modigliani-Miller portrait of investors ignores the financial maneuvering to raise stocks in the short run to reward hit-and-run speculators and managers whose bonuses are tied to stock prices. Investors may be smart, but are they really interested in taking the long-term planning role that academic economists wish they would do? Or, do they want to liquefy assets, take the money and run? A company's cash position does not improve from higher stock prices unless it plans to issue new equity at the higher price, which has not been happening. Also, rising price/earnings ratios mean lower dividend yields for new buyers. The investment focus shifts away from investing to expand business and earn more, to seeking capital gains. These asset price gains from financialization do not increase tangible wealth. They are leveraged by rising debt levels. And because interest payments are tax-deductible, turning profits into interest payments has the fiscal effect of deepening government budget deficits. At the 50% corporate tax rate of the early 1980s, companies were able to pay out twice as much of their earnings in the form of interest to creditors than they could pay in dividends to stockholders. This tax deductibility of interest led stockholders to be replaced by bondholders, especially junk bondholders. Equity was replaced by debt. The tax subsidy for debt over stock market financing is a major catalyst to debt-leveraged buyouts, LBOs, and share buybacks. The new breed of corporate raiders and financial engineers pay themselves interest and produce capital gains with the profits hitherto shared with federal, state and local tax collectors. The government budget deficits deepens, and the Treasury issues more bonds, and looks to raise taxes from labor and consumers. The entire economy becomes more debt-leveraged, paying income to creditors headed by the 1% instead of investing it or spending to raise living standards. This phenomenon is the major theme of this book. This is not how financial systems were expected to evolve a century ago. The Industrial Revolution inspired a long debate over how best to mobilize banking and finance to fund capital investment, by debt or by issuing equity stock. Debt takes the form of interest-bearing loans or bonds. The interest payment is stipulated in advance, regardless for how much the business earns. The alternative is equity ownership in the form of saleable partnership slices. Stocks usually pay higher returns, because dividends may be cut back when business turns down. That is what makes equity ownership claims safer for the company to issue. Debts require interest to be paid at a stipulated pace without regard for what the debtor earns. If a payment is missed, creditors have the right to foreclose on whatever assets are pledged as collateral. To protect themselves, debtors keep a liquid savings cushion on hand to cover the risk of declining income. Paying interest and amortization thus leaves less available to spend. The virtue of financing companies by issuing shares is that companies free of debt can use their income for whatever they wish, without having to first pay the bank or other debts. Also, shares in equity ownership stocks in a company are as long-term as the company remains in business or until the company buys them back. But bank loans are extended for relatively short periods or take the form of a line of credit, like a credit card, that bankers can call in at their discretion. Banks hesitate to finance new ventures. They prefer to lend against collateral on which they can foreclose if debtors cannot meet their scheduled payment. This obliges debtors to keep liquid savings on hand, leaving less for current spending. In antiquity, debtors who could not pay fell into bondage to their creditors. That is the original literal meaning of bond, a fetter imprisoning the debtor. Now that debtors' prisons have been phased out, creditors have recourse to the debtor's property and future earnings. Homeowners pledge their real estate to back their mortgage debts, companies pledge their assets, and clients of payday loan sharks pledge their kneecaps. The problem is that instead of raising capital to fund new capital investment and avoid debt, the stock market has been turned into a vehicle for debt-financed takeovers, replacing equity with debt. Starting with the high-interest junk bonds issued from 1977 onward, a class of raiders and buyout kings like Carl Icahn emerged to become Wall Street's most lucrative market. Financial empire builders borrowed from banks and institutional bond buyers to buy out existing stockholders. Takeover financing pays an interest rate premium because of the relatively high risk that the process will drive targeted companies bankrupt, or at least will strip their capital and slow their growth by raising their debt/equity ratio. The process is called debt leveraging. It has been welcomed as wealth creation, as if it enriches the economy rather than leaving less for new investment and hiring. Chapter 9 explains how the stock market has evolved, and how today's financial system has become parasitic and diverged from the path that was expected a century ago, to focus on rent extraction instead of industrial finance, and to create wealth by financial engineering to create short-term capital gains rather than by enhancing the economy's production and viability. 9. From the stock market's origins to junk bonding. Researchers at Stanford University have concluded that pressure to meet quarterly earnings targets may be reducing research and development spending, and cutting U.S. growth by 0.1 percentage points a year. Others have found that privately held companies, free to take a longer-term approach, invest at almost 2.5 times the rate of publicly held counterparts in the same industries. This persistent lower investment rate among America's biggest 350 listed companies may be reducing U.S. growth by an additional 0.2 percentage points a year. Much of the problem stems from the way the vast majority of asset owners pay the people who manage their money. On average, 74% of remuneration is paid Indiana cash and tied to outperforming an annual stock market benchmark. The result is an obsession with next quarter's earnings rather than the next 10 years. Financial Times, April 1, 2015. Origins of modern banking and the stock market. The idea that banking and finance should fund new direct investment and means of production is an ideal of the Industrial Revolution, by economists thinking about how to create a better role for banking, a better way to mobilize people's savings. Chapter 7 has described how hope that banking might be industrialized began to be realized in Germany, but faded away after World War I. The idea was absent from the initial 4,000 years of financial history. It remains elusive today. So rather than being an aberration, the evolution of predatory finance in Wall Street and the City of London are simply continuing an age-old trajectory. The origins of banking, financial partnerships, and shares in enterprises are to be found in the temples and palaces of the ancient Near East at the inception of the Bronze Age, 3200 to 1200 BC. From the time interest-bearing debt was innovated in Mesopotamia to finance commerce and provide agricultural credit around 3000 BC, there is no trace of borrowing to manufacture goods in workshops, and rarely to buy land. Business credit came into the picture initially to consign temple handicrafts or commodities to seafaring merchants and caravans for long-distance commerce. By classical antiquity, wealthy individuals were producing pottery, metalwork, textiles, and other products for sale. There was little business debt except for trade partnerships, where debt financing served as a kind of maritime insurance. The wealthy used their profits from this commerce and money lending to buy land, which was the major determinant of social status and economic patronage throughout antiquity. What modern historians call banks were family or public lenders using mainly their own money, not deposits. Purchases of real estate and other assets were for cash. Even in modern times it has been rare for banks to finance investment in industrial production. Until the 19th century most business loans were to fund the sale, usually exportation, of goods after they were produced, not to put workshops and factories in place. Banks thus found their major market in international trade, which helps explain why the British bank spokesman David Ricardo advocated an international specialization of labour instead of national self-sufficiency in food and other basic needs. European banking in its modern form dates from the Crusades, catalyzed by the vast infusion of silver and gold looted from Constantinople. The Doge of Venice financed the conquest in exchange for a quarter of the spoils and equity investment, not a debt claim. As in antiquity, temples took the lead in developing contractual banking practice over far-flung networks. The largest church banking orders were the Knights Templar and the Order of St. John, also known as the Knights Hospitallers. The indebted rulers of France and England grabbed the Templars' wealth in 1306, when King Philip of France conveniently accused the order of heresy and sodomy, the traditional metaphor for sterile lending and abusive anti-social behavior. Their practices were emulated by private bankers, headed by those close to the papacy. Charging interest was legitimized by the fact that lenders and the main borrowers were at the top of the social pyramid. Bankers lent to rulers to pay Peter's pence, originally a levy of a penny per household in a kingdom, and other tribute to the papacy, and increasingly to fight wars. But warfare is not usually a paying proposition, and if the sinews of war are money, this usually meant credit. Hopes of profiting from military conquest quickly gave way to running into debt. Christian sanctions against charging interest were strong enough so that banks focused on charging agio, ostensibly a fee for converting currency and transferring payments. Until the 19th century the focus of banking remained international, starting in the 14th century with Italian bankers taking the lead in organizing a triangular flow of goods and money. To meet papal demands for contributions, Britain exported wool to Flanders, where it was woven into textiles and sold mainly to the Italians. Historically, most lending to governments has focused on war borrowing. When the Habsburgs and other rulers had trouble paying their debts, bankers pressed for payment in the form of a transfer of ownership of mines and other natural resources in the public domain. Rulers also created commercial monopolies to privatize, the East and West Indies companies of Holland, Britain, and France, and similar exclusive privileges, literally private law, to trade with specific regions or similar. These crown corporations paid dividends out of monopoly rent extraction, not profits from industrial manufacturing. From royal war debts to the stock markets in their modern form were created largely to sell shares in these new royal monopolies, taking payment in government bonds. This is how Britain created the East India Company in 1600, the Bank of England in 1694, with its monopoly on banknote issue, and similar commercial trading privileges with particular regions or other monopoly rights to be sold off, mainly to bondholders. To maximize what they received for these monopolies, governments promoted stock markets as a speculative vehicle. The madness of crowds always has required fanning by public officials and the opinion makers. To maximize what they could get from bondholders, the British and French governments sponsored financial bubbles, aiming to free themselves from the need to levy taxes to pay interest. What made the Mississippi and South Sea bubbles of the 1710s different from earlier sales of royal monopolies in the stock market was that they were not worth anywhere near what the public was convinced to pay. Yet the experience helped catalyze the stock market as a popular investment vehicle. Its appeal and that of financial bubbles has always been hopes to make quick and easy gains, usually involving debt leveraging. The tactics were refined by John Law, the Scottish economist who served as Controller General of France under the Duke of Orleans in the early 1700s. To dispose of France's royal debt, he created the Mississippi Company to develop plantation slavery in what later was called the Louisiana Territory, named for Louis XIV. Britain emulated the scheme, hoping to retire its war debts by privatizing the Asiento slave trade monopoly its navy had won from Spain. This treaty became the sole asset of the newly incorporated South Sea Company, named for the South Atlantic across which slaves were shipped from Africa to the New World. Together, these two government-sponsored bubbles promised enormous wealth from 18th century's the major growth sector, the African slave trade, that century's version the dot-com bubble of the 1990s. The beneficiaries were the French and British governments, along with insiders who became part of what today is called a pump and dump operation. The French and British governments accepted payment for stock in these companies in their own bonds at full par value. This provided a giveaway to bondholders, because the bonds could be bought at a steep discount, reflecting widespread doubt that they could actually be paid. Bond prices rose as new buyers used them to buy shares in the Mississippi and South Sea Companies. Almost no money raised by these companies was actually invested to undertake business and generate a profit. What was sold was hope shares and purely potential gains. Investors only needed to put down about 10% of the purchase price of the stock to subscribe. By the time the second payment was due, the stock price may have been bid up by at least that amount, doubling the initial down payment. This debt leveraging buying on credit with only a small down payment magnifies gains and losses in asset prices on both the upside and downside. It was the strategy Margaret Thatcher used to popularize the privatization of British Telecom and subsequent sell-offs of government assets, providing quick speculative gains to early buyers with small down payments. The government tactic was to sell stocks in order to retire its bonds instead of defaulting on them, by persuading bondholders to swap their bonds for shares in the new companies. When the swap was completed, the stock price was allowed to plunge. The government shed crocodile tears at the madness of crowds that it itself had encouraged. It was a carefully orchestrated madness. Insiders avoided loss by selling out in time. Making stock market gains from financial leverage and rent extraction. The privatization of monopolies, canals, or national railroad systems always has been associated with insider dealing and fraud, ending with latecomer buyers holding a collapsing financial bag. Yet despite insider manipulations and subsequent collapse, the idea of making capital gains while putting down only a fraction of the purchase price seized the public imagination. It offered the temptation of outsiders making the huge gains that insiders tended to monopolize. It also is as if the stock market bubble was producing gains by playing a productive role in funding new capital investment. But since its inception, stock prices have been pushed up more by financial engineering than by new capital investment. The irony of the stock market is that corporations were created to replace short-term partnerships for voyages and other such ventures. Instead of having to divide up profits at the end of each voyage or upon the death of major partners, corporations have been given a permanent existence, divided into shares that were transferable. Yet the financial time frame is still short-term. This is especially true of bankers, who did little to finance the Industrial Revolution. The economic historian George W. Edwards has found that Britain's investment banking houses had little to do with the financing of corporations or with industrial undertakings. The great investment houses bitterly opposed the numerous corporate issues which were floated in 1824 and 1825, hoping to control industry by bank credit. The investment houses for a long time refused to take part even in the financing of the British railways. Banks and other lenders advanced credit to industry only if proprietors could show orders for their products, or bills falling due for sales. Most of all, banks financed shipments of goods, spanning the time gap between production, delivery, and receipt of payment by the customer, usually payable after 90 days. This financing involved foreign exchange fees for the banks as well as interest. But it was a short-term business. Mortgage credit was available against whatever real estate or easily marketable assets could be pledged as collateral and taken in case of non-payment. But the Industrial Revolution's leading entrepreneurs could obtain bank credit only after investing their own funds to get production underway. From James Watt's steam engine in the late 18th century to Henry Ford's automobile in the early 20th century, banks were not in the foresight business. Stock markets really began to take off in the 19th century for railroads and canals, other basic infrastructure, monopolies, and trusts. These undertakings were rife with financial fraud, headed by the Panama and Suez Canal schemes. America's stock market consisted mainly of railroad stocks during its early years, which transferred enormous sums of British and other European savings to the United States. Wall Street operators schemed off much of the inflow. A favorite tactic was stock watering, a practice of proprietors issuing stock to themselves, diluting the ownership of existing shareholders. Banks favored railroads and public utilities whose income streams could be easily forecast, and large real estate borrowers with land pledged as collateral. Manufacturing enterprises only obtained significant bank and stock market credit after companies had grown fairly large with stable earnings. Growth potential hardly qualified. By the 1920s, Britain's banks were broadly criticized for their failure to finance industry, and for favoring international clients rather than domestic ones. Apart from infrastructure speculation, the stock market was mainly a vehicle for manipulators to buy ownership rights of natural monopolies and rent-seeking privileges, especially to create large trusts such as U.S. Steel and Standard Oil. Banks, pension funds, and other financial institutions have lent increasingly for speculation in stocks and bonds, including today's debt-leveraged buyouts for mergers, acquisitions, and outright raids. Trade financing was evolving into investment banking, focusing on real estate, oil, and other natural resources, and funding speculation in stocks, foreign bonds, and currencies. These high-risk activities held consumer and business deposits hostage to financial gambling and raiding, leading to the 1929 crash and the Great Depression. The economic wreckage made it obvious that the U.S. financial system needed to be insulated from such speculation. Congress passed the Glass-Steagall Act in 1933 to isolate financial speculation from personal and basic business banking. Other New Deal reforms included creation of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corp. FDIC, and a shift to 30-year home mortgages instead of the short 3-year time frame. These reforms succeeded in stabilizing banking through the 1940s up to the 1970s. The junk bonding of American industry, replacing equity with high-interest debt. The 1980s saw a reversal in the stock market's role. Instead of raising funds for industry by issuing shares to finance new capital investment, the market has become an arena to retire stocks by replacing them with bonds. Raiders and ambitious empire builders raise money to buy out stockholders by borrowing from banks, institutional investors, hedge funds, and bond investors. Over the past 3 decades, more stocks have been bought back than new shares have been issued. This has shifted the stock market's role as an alternative to debt, to buying out stockholders by borrowing. Buyouts are leveraged, or in British jargon, geared, to replace stocks with bonds and bank debt. The aim is to make money financially. A review of the post-1980 financial changes supports Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker's quip that the ATM cash machine is the only positive innovation to come out of the past generation. From the junk bond takeovers of the 1980s, the first hostile takeovers were financed in 1983, by Drexel Burnham Lambert, to the dot-com bubble of the 1990s mutating into the activist shareholder and hedge fund proliferation of the 2000s. High finance has promoted debt at the expense of equity, and used it to make short-term financial returns rather than funding new capital investment. The result is that despite 20th-century reformers' hopes to see the stock market promote industrial capital formation, it has become a vehicle for loading companies down with debt and cutting back their long-term investment. Unlike dividends to shareholders, interest charges on debt cannot be reduced when sales and earnings turn down. Companies that replace equity with debt lose economic flexibility and must live on short financial leashes. Replacing stocks with bonds and other debt makes corporate business more fragile and risky, and crowds out funds available for new capital investment. And when downturns come, control passes to creditors. The term junk bonds was coined to reflect high-interest bonds issued to corporate raiders and takeover kings to buy companies with borrowed credit, or, less negatively, to finance smaller new business without a track record or deemed too risky to obtain normal bank credit. Catalyzed by Michael Milken at Drexel Burnham, this financial takeover of industry required a legal transformation, and Drexel's tactics were shaped largely by the law firm of Skadden ARPs. Perfecting the technique of hostile takeovers along lines hitherto shunned by white shoe lawyers, the new mentality is reflected in a New York Times piece published in the obituary of the law firm's rainmaker Joe Flom. He was rejected by Manhattan firms where he hoped to work because he was Jewish. Mr. Flom and Skadden became specialists at counseling about bet your company deals because the old-style white shoe firms initially spurned the work. The verb Skaddenize was coined to describe its aggressive style. "We've got to show the bastards that you don't have to be born into it," Mr. Flom exhorted colleagues. The result of mergers by a renegade law firm serving the nation's fortunes movement, a biographer of the firm concludes, was widespread financial distress, business failure, and corporate bankruptcy. These transfers of revenue to corporate raiders were squeezed out from employees of the target company, through layoffs and wage cuts, from pensioners, through so-called reversions, or seizures, of pension funds, from bondholders, through the decrease in the value of their bonds, from governments, through the loss of tax revenues, and from other so-called corporate stakeholders to whom executives were responsible. From 1981 the pace of leveraged buyouts financed by junk bonds doubled approximately every year, from $1.2 billion in 1981 to reach a $31 billion plateau by 1986. Raiders made themselves billionaires, and justified becoming so rich by claiming that this reflected how much more efficiently they were running the companies and squeezing the fat out of them. Along similar lines, activist shareholders claimed that bringing pressure on management to inflate stock prices would increase the economy's wealth by streamlining lazy or inefficient managers. The reality is that instead of improving underperforming companies, corporate raiders focus on well-financed companies like Apple with available cash or real estate, fat, to empty out. Also deemed fat is profit used for new capital investment or to build up a cash cushion against risk. This cash flow is turned into a financial diet to be devoured by raiders, vulture funds, and a broadening range of institutional investors seeking higher income as fast as they can get it. And the fastest way is to dismantle industrial production and live in the financial short run. Pumpers and dumpers. While finance had little direct interface with industrial investment prior to modern times, at least it did not interfere. Matters changed in the 1980s when aggressive junk bond financing and leveraged buyouts began to lay waste to the industrial economy rather than funding its growth. Industry has been starved of capital spending not to make it more efficient but merely to make earnings statements, dividend payouts, and stock prices more attractive in the short run. Vast new fortunes were made simply by pumping and dumping companies. Carl Icahn was the king of pumpers and dumpers. His fight in 2005-06 to carve up Time Warner pressed predatory finance to new limits. The company was still recovering from the shock of what has been dubbed the biggest mistake in corporate history, its disastrous merger with AOL. Time Warner became the object of financial maneuverings by Icahn and other activist shareholders seeking arbitrage gains by pushing up stock prices for a fillip lasting long enough to enable the interlopers to take their winnings and run. In November 2005, Icahn bought over 3% of the company's stock. Other hedge funds controlling a similar amount joined him in what was then the largest proxy fight in U.S. corporate history. Icahn's investment bank, Lazard, also set a precedent. The bank's client base traditionally consisted of large blue-chip companies. Then Lazard broke the gentleman's agreement, their upper-class consciousness, by advising predatory attackers. Lazard's Bruce Wasserstein produced a 343-page report urging Time Warner to quadruple its pace of annual stock buybacks from $5 billion to $20 billion to bid up its stock price. The company also was asked to break itself into 4 parts and sell them off to pay quick dividends to stockholders. Around the same time, William Ackman's Pershing Square Capital hedge fund bought options on April 9% of McDonald's. Vornado Realty Trust bought another 1.2%, T2 Partners some more, and a few other funds joined in to mount a proxy contest for control of McDonald's. This was the second fast food company that Ackman had attacked. Earlier he had cornered 9.3% of Wendy's stock, enough to force it to spin off its Horton's coffee shop division and pay out the proceeds as a special dividend. Ackman's plan for McDonald's was along the same lines, but much bolder. He wanted the company to sell 2/3 of the restaurants it owned for $3.3 billion, and raise $9 to $15 billion more by mortgaging its real estate to the hilt, using the proceeds to buy back its shares. It would break off its wholly owned restaurants into a distinct property company, McOPCO, and lease the sites back to McDonald's franchise holders. Ackman forecast that these policies would create an income stream enabling the new company to sell 20% of its shares to raise a further $1.3 billion, enabling McDonald's to triple its dividend payouts to stockholders from 67 cents to $2 per share. These carve UPS were projected to raise McDonald's stock price by about 10%, around $2 to $4 per share, despite reducing the company's net worth by paying out the value of its assets. For Ackman's plan to work, buyers of McDonald's shares would focus on the company's dividend yield, not its long-term prospects. McDonald's officers pointed out that this would strip its assets and leave it deeply indebted. Characterizing Ackman's plan as financial engineering, the company's chief financial officer Matthew Paul warned that it would discourage new franchise purchases by raising the threat that the proposed real estate affiliate might increase rents, siphoning off the restaurant's profits. But as the Wall Street Journal observed, in the hedge fund world, financial engineering isn't a pejorative. However, it acknowledged, sometimes companies live to regret share repurchase decisions. In the late 1990s, both General Motors Corp and Ford Motor Co. had large cash positions, which investors saw as lazy assets that the companies would spend foolishly. The companies responded with large share repurchase programs, buying stock at much higher price levels than now with cash that would have helped them in their current straits. Ackman's strategy would have made McDonald's more financially fragile and set it along the ruinous path that had led General Motors to survive only by the 2008 public bailout. It was not as if McDonald's needed rescuing. It already had raised its dividend by 185% since 2002, tripling its share price at a time when most stock market averages were drifting downward. None of the hedge fund proposals involved changing the restaurant's management or supplying innovations in production or sales. The aim was pure debt leveraging, borrowing against property and paying out the loan proceeds to shareholders. This would spark a price jump, brief but sufficient to enable the hedge funds to dump their shares for a quick killing, leaving the company deep in debt. By the time the dust settled in February 2006, Icahn and Ackman both had failed in their takeover attempts. Time Warner and McDonald's remained in one piece. Icahn was unable to convince most shareholders that he could improve significantly on Time Warner's stock market performance. Its shares remained stuck around $18, far from the $26 level he claimed his policies would justify. Lazard, which had negotiated a fee of $5 million for every $1 increase in Time Warner's share price, also lost. Still, the attack had its effect. It forced Time Warner to quadruple its share buybacks to $20 billion annually, and to slash operating expenses by $1 billion. This prompted Fitch Ratings to downgrade the company's bonds a notch, from BBB to BBB. Ackman did better with McDonald's. His hedge fund leveraged its purchase of shares by debt-financed options at a low interest rate, and cleaned up when the shares jumped by 11% by January 2006. But taken together, these two episodes show how little this kind of hit-and-run finance has to do with industrial capital formation. By 2006, hedge funds' collections of wealth for raiders to use as a basis for borrowing to take over companies were accounting for nearly half the trades on the London and New York stock exchanges, and their share is substantially higher today. Although they only control a small percentage of equity, their aggressive behavior has gained support from pension funds and other investors that join them in subordinating the industrial economy to financial managers. Even the very best management teams aren't safe in today's free-for-all corporate environment, one report described the new financial perspective. Holding so much cash is inefficient, companies reduce their return on equity by having too little debt. That makes the smaller ones targets for private equity funds. Google's strategy to avoid the stock market's financialization threats. The internet search company Google sought to avoid the underwriting practices that had left Apple and other companies with only a portion of what they proved to be worth within just a few hours of early trading. Google's founders had started by selling 10% partnerships to two venture capital firms, Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Byers, for $12.5 million each in 1999. The value of these holdings soared to nearly $40 billion when Google went public in 2004, a 1,600-fold return on the venture capitalists' 5-year investment. This valuation was largely the result of the company adopting a strategy to price its initial public offering at what its stock normally would be worth at the end of the first day of trading, not at the opening insider's price. Sidestepping the most obvious traps, Google limited the underwriting commission for investment bankers to just 3%, less than half the 7% rake-off that had become common for information technology companies. The rationalization for this high fee is that it is hard to forecast sales and profits for untested new technology in today's rapidly evolving world. The reality is that most technology analysts and brokers serve merely as salesmen with only crude and often fanciful projections, as the collapse of the dot-com bubble in 2000 showed. To avoid the usual rapacious underpricing of its shares, Google hired Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse First Boston to hold a Dutch auction, in which prospective buyers were invited to submit bids. The auction started with a high price and then lowered it until reaching a level that cleared the market. This method of bidding gave all buyers within the bidding range an opportunity to buy shares at the moment the issue was offered, instead of the standard practice of giving speculators the first low-priced picks so that they could turn around and make a windfall gain by flipping the stock to later buyers. In a letter included with the owner's manual for their stock offering, Google's founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, spelled out their rationale for avoiding the usual financial policy yielding management control to Wall Street financiers. To make sure that speculators would not have an opportunity to jeopardize the independence and focused objectivity that have been most important in Google's past success and that we consider most fundamental for its future, Google limited voting power in its publicly traded shares to only 1/10 of that of the shares kept by the company's founders. Most important of all, they explained, if opportunities arise that might cause us to sacrifice short-term results but are in the best long-term interest of our shareholders, we will take those opportunities. We will not shy away from high-risk, high-reward projects because of short-term earnings pressure. Wall Street recoiled. Let's hope this doesn't become a precedent, one banker remarked. A hedge fund manager told the New York Times that he thought shareholders should punish Google for its failure to give new investors the same rights as its founders. Once a company goes public, its founders must understand and accept that they are responsible to public shareholders and are no longer fully in control. But this was precisely what Google sought to avoid. Its aim was to free the company from financial techniques designed to generate gains for Wall Street rather than for the industries that produced and sold actual goods and production services. At issue was using corporate profits to expand the business rather than giving quick hit-and-run returns to the wealthiest 1% that own the hedge funds and most bank bonds. But it did set a precedent. A decade later, Michael Dell explained his logic. My partners at Silver Lake Management and I successfully took Dell private a year ago in the largest corporate privatization in history. The problem was that shareholders increasingly demanded short-term results to drive returns. Innovation and investment too often suffered as a result. Shareholder and customer interests decoupled. As a private company, Dell now has the freedom to take a long-term view. No more pulling R&D and growth investments to make in-quarter numbers. No more having a small group of vocal investors hijack the public perception of our strategy. The great disconnect that needs to be explained and reversed: corporate takeovers, management buyouts, and company share buybacks typically are bought with borrowed credit. The theory is simplicity itself: borrow cheap to buy companies with a higher yield. If the interest rate is lower than the profit or dividend rate, it pays raters to buy these companies on credit and companies themselves to borrow cheap and buy up their own higher-paying shares. At least, that is the theory. The logical end of this process is for companies, or speculators, to buy up all the real estate and industry, mines, and public utilities in the world that yield more than the going interest rate. And interest rates have plunged steadily to only nominal levels today. Given the ability of banks to create credit electronically, why should they not create enough credit to buy up every stock in the world and, for that matter, all the housing and commercial real estate, and pocket the excessive typical yield of real estate, about 6%, or of dividend-paying stocks, 3 to 7%, over this borrowing rate? The end result would replace equity with debt, which would be backed by the income of industry and real estate. Along the way, leveraged buyouts would bid up stock market and property prices, generating enormous capital gains up to the point where companies and other properties were so high-priced that interest charges would totally absorb their profits and rents. This debt-for-equity arbitrage would make the world's corporate raiders rich, along with their bankers. But it would not leave revenue available for new direct investment, research and development, or other expenses that are not quickly reflected in profit streams. Hiring would slow, consumer spending, and hence markets would shrink, causing profits to fall, resulting in defaults on the debt service that is owed. This is the bubble economy's financialization dynamic along which the world's economies were moving until 2008. The trend is now being resumed. Economies throughout the world are moving back into debt, corporate buyouts and stock buybacks are accelerating, and a veritable bubble is rain-flatting in junk bond financing. The question is, can economies prosper through debt leveraging alone? So far, its main critics come from Wall Street, not from the political left or from academia, whose curriculum has little room to analyze debt dynamics. As for the mainstream media, the stock market as the world's most widely watched sporting event. Television news shows and the printed press tend to treat debt and prospects of defaults as a downer story that loses audience interest compared to the success stories of financial celebrities. Most capital investment in the US and other economies has been paid for out of retained corporate earnings or initially self-financed, not by borrowing from banks or bondholders. This correlation between capital investment and corporate profits reflected the fact that the main way to make more profits was to invest more in the long 35-year upswing in the return to peace after World War II. Profits and overall net investment in the US tracked each other closely until the late 1980s, with both about 9% of gross domestic product, noted a Financial Times report. But then the relationship began to break down. By 2012, the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, were reporting that pre-tax corporate profits had risen to a record 12% plus of GDP, while net investment is barely 4% of output. Rising profits thus are not leading to new tangible investment, employment, or output. Corporate profits have soared, although some 40% today are registered by the banking and financial sector, not industry, but capital investment has stagnated. Adam Smith long ago remarked that profits often are highest in nations going fastest to ruin. There are many ways to create economic suicide on a national level. The major way throughout history has been by indebting the economy. Debt always expands to reach a point where it cannot be paid by large swaths of the economy. That is the point where austerity is imposed and ownership of wealth polarizes between the 1% and the 99%. Today is not the first time this has occurred in history. But it is the first time that running into debt has occurred deliberately, applauded as if most debtors can get rich by borrowing, not reduced to a condition of debt. Peonage. Hardly by surprise, it is mainly lawyers defending companies against LBOs that have spoken up. At the Tulane Legal Conference in New Orleans, Martin Lipton singled out Carl Icahn and Pershing Square's Bill Ackman as the activists that he most disliked. They are looking to create immediate profit for themselves. Granted, it creates immediate profit for all shareholders, but it does not benefit the shareholders of all companies, Mr. Lipton said. Activism has a huge effect on the strategies companies follow in order to avoid being attacked by a Carl Icahn or a Bill Ackman. There is something terribly wrong about businesses borrowing money to buy back stock. What is unique is that indebting companies to pay bondholders financing corporate buyouts, or simply to buy back corporate stock, is being backed by academic theorists, as we shall explain in the following chapter. This asset stripping is occurring within companies, by their own management following tactics taught in America's leading business schools. 10. Finance vs. Industry, two opposite sides of the balance sheet. Last year, the corporations in the Russell 3000, a broad U.S. stock index, repurchased $567.6 billion worth of their own shares, a 21% increase over 2012. That brings total buybacks since the beginning of 2005 to $4.21 trillion, or nearly one-fifth of the total value of all U.S. stocks today. Jason Zweig, will stock buybacks bite back? Wall Street Journal, March 22, 2014. Today's financial sector is rating what was expected a century ago to be the social functions of capital, to expand output and employment. Economies are slowing in the face of exponentially growing financial claims, bank loans, stocks, and bonds, that enrich the 1% at the expense of the 99%. This polarization leads to unemployment and also to corporate underinvestment by leaving companies too cash-strapped to undertake new capital spending to raise productivity. Business schools teach today's new breed of managers that the proper aim of corporations is not to expand their business but to make money for shareholders by raising the stock price. Instead of warning against turning the stock market into a predatory financial system that is deindustrializing the economy, they have jumped on the bandwagon of debt leveraging and stock buybacks. Financial wealth is the aim, not industrial wealth creation or overall prosperity. The result is that while raiders and activist shareholders have debt-leveraged companies from the outside, their internal management has followed the postmodern business school philosophy, viewing wealth creation narrowly in terms of a company's share price. The result is financial engineering that links the remuneration of managers to how much they can increase the stock price, and by rewarding them with stock options. This gives managers an incentive to buy up company shares and even to borrow to finance such buybacks instead of to invest in expanding production and markets. Since 1985, U.S. corporations on balance have been net buyers of stock, to retire it, not sellers. The effect is to raise debt/equity ratios, more debt, less equity. Instead of issuing equity to invest and expand the business and its long-term prospects, companies run into debt to buy their own stock or that of other companies. The result functions like a debt-financed takeover from within. Companies become more dependent on banks and bondholders, which press for short-term gains to maximize their own performance measures every 3 months. The traditional corporate aim was to build up the value of plant and equipment, real estate, and other investments over and above a company's debts. According to textbook theory, stock prices reflect prospects for earning profits and paying dividends. Managers are supposed to increase earnings to build up the enterprise's value in the form of tangible means of production. But the new aim is to use corporate profits for stock buybacks or to pay higher dividends to shareholders, or to pledge to creditors for more loans to create stock price gains. The major factors raising stock prices since 1980 have been the decline in interest rates, easier credit, especially high-interest junk bonds for corporate takeovers and management buyouts, and falling taxes on business. Under these conditions, more credit at lower interest rates has a different effect from what economics textbooks describe. Conventional wisdom throughout the 20th century described low interest rates as spurring new investment and employment by lowering the cost of borrowing, and hence supposedly the cost of new investment. But few bank loans or bonds are for this purpose. Instead, low interest rates provide easier credit for raiders to attack companies, or simply for mergers and acquisitions. On an economy-wide level, asset stripping can be sustained mainly by asset price inflation, that is, increasing prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds simply by lending more bank credit against them, at a falling interest rates and on easier, more reckless, credit terms. This debt leveraging ends up increasing the break-even cost of doing business, until the corporate sector collapses under the debt burden. Business School endorsement of financialization and debt leveraging. The financial strategy of tying executive pay and bonuses to their company's share price seemed radical in 1976 when Michael Jensen of the Harvard Business School and William Meckling at the University of Rochester applauded it in an academic paper, entitled Theory of the Firm, Managerial Behavior, Agency Costs, and Ownership. Along with a follow-up 1990 Harvard Business Review article by Jensen and Kevin J. Murphy. CEO Incentives, It's Not How Much You Pay, But How. The new theory argued that companies should get their managers to act as agents for stockholders. Jensen and his colleagues had a particular problem in mind when they encouraged corporations to aim at producing capital gains. They were concerned with empire builders whose objective was simply to expand their business and egos by mergers and acquisition. Jensen's point was that expanding without adding to profits just to satisfy the CEO's own glory did not help stockholders. The hope was that making the stock's price the criterion for performance would curtail this merger mania. Stock prices can indeed be increased by practices that have nothing to do with long-term production or higher corporate earnings. They can be bid up temporarily by spending profits on stock buybacks or paying out more as dividends. As matters turned out, CEOs with stock options engaged in activities that Jensen later admitted had backfired by depleting corporate liquidity, leaving less to invest in long-term projects. President Reagan's 1985 economic report of the president endorsed a combination of tax subsidy and deregulation for leveraged buyouts, on the grounds that whatever generates the highest return is the most efficient use of resources. Contests for corporate control are part of a larger merger and acquisition process that plays an important role in the economy's adjustment to changing market circumstances, the economic advisors concluded. There is no economic basis for regulations that would further restrict the process. Many prominent business leaders have warned against corporate raiders loading industry down with junk bonds and other debt leveraging, and against paying corporate managers in stock options. Henry Kaufman resigned from the board of directors of Salomon Brothers, and later from the firm itself, to protest its underwriting of debt for equity swaps. Felix Rohatyn, of Lazard Frères, also warned of the risks in burdening balance sheets with heavy interest payments. The lawyer Martin Lipton developed the defensive tactic of poison pills to counter the threat of hostile buyouts, and wrote a public letter in 1986 to Senator William Proxmire, chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, defending companies against financial raiding. These takeovers move assets into hands that profit by cutting off research and development and capital improvements and instead divert those revenues to paying the debt incurred to acquire the assets. One can analogize the situation to a farmer who does not rotate his crops, does not periodically let his land lie fallow, does not fertilize his land and does not protect his land by planting cover and creating windbreaks. In the early years he will maximize his return from the land. It is a very profitable short-term use. But inevitably it leads to a dust bowl and economic disaster. Day after day the takeover entrepreneurs are maximizing their returns at the expense of future generations that will not benefit from the research and development and capital investments that takeover entrepreneurs are forcing businesses to forego. But in 1993, Wall Street used this agency theory to persuade Congress to give tax deductibility for firms to pay management in the form of stock options, Section 162(m) of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code. Industrial capitalism turns into what Hyman Minsky called money manager capitalism, sacrificing long-term growth by running down the business to generate stock gains. The British financial analyst Andrew Smithers criticized such stockbroker economics in his 2013 book The Road to Recovery. Explaining to Martin Wolf at the Financial Times how the bonus culture aggravates post-industrialization in England and the United States, Smithers said, "If you have these bonuses, you will want to put up the return on equity or earnings per share. And how do you do that? You push profit margins up more than you would otherwise and you underinvest. So what we've done is to increase the conflict between the short-term interests of management and the long-term interests of the company. Bleeding companies and the economy at large. The economy at large suffers from these tactics as well as companies." Eve Smith points out that financial managers typically cut back paying suppliers, honoring terms of warranties, complying with environmental, product, and workplace safety laws, paying creditors, bondholders, banks, owners of rental property, paying taxes, and for public companies, fulfilling their obligations under state and federal securities laws. One sees the self-defeating effects in nearly every sector. Despite being warned that badly designed ignition keys might result in sudden engine shutdowns causing accidents and deaths, General Motors chose not to spend a few cents more per key. Retailers and credit card companies chose to save $0.25 per card by not putting in the encryption protection that Europeans do. This facilitated the massive computerized stealing from Target over the 2013 Christmas shopping season that led customers to avoid Target stores because they feared identity theft. The effect of financial interlopers buying a company and making it appear more profitable in the short run by bleeding its balance sheet, hoping to find a buyer who will believe that the company has been streamlined, not depleted, is like a landlord stinting on maintenance and repairs, paying bills more slowly, and letting the property deteriorate by laying off doormen and other niceties. The property is left debt-ridden, with the stagnating rent roll unable to cover the mortgage. If we view industry as part of the economic and social environment, today's breed of corporate raiders and shareholder activists are strip mining companies, causing debt pollution, clear-cutting industry, and leading to economic drought. Such short-termism is much like a debt-strapped family having to rely on a junk food diet in order to make ends meet, leading to long-term medical costs and shorter lifespans. Living in the short run does not help make economies lower cost and more productive. The aim is simply to report bigger profits so that managers and stockholder activists can exercise their stock options at a higher price. Michael Jensen, the academic catalyst for paying managers in stock options, expressed his second thoughts in a 2005 interview. They look for legal loopholes in the accounting, and when those don't work, even basically honest people move around the corner to outright fraud. If they hold a lot of stock or options themselves, it is like pouring gasoline on a fire. They fudge the numbers and hope they can sell the stock or exercise the options before anything hits the fan. By this time, the policy of attacking one company after another and loading each one down with debt had won Wall Street's applause, echoed by the mainstream media. A 2006 Financial Times article noted, with pressure on institutional investors to deliver short-term gains, corporate hellraisers once vilified as vultures and speculators have become champions of better governance. Short-termism accelerates as new managers arrive, seeking to win bonuses by slashing expenses even further, running down inventory even more, delaying even longer in paying suppliers, and not replacing retirees but working the remaining labor force more intensively, shortchanging contributions to the corporate pension fund, and cutting back on employer contributions to health care. Projects with long lead times, headed by research and development, are the first to be cut back. Focusing on the financial bottom line turns corporate management into a race to the bottom, without acknowledging how much long-term growth is sacrificed by driving companies to increase stock prices by means of share buybacks, debt leveraging and higher dividend payouts instead of capital formation. Money manager capitalism replaces industrial capitalism. The easiest way to increase earnings is to do what Professor Jensen noted, fudge the numbers. Profits can be whatever the chief financial officer, CFO, tells the accountant to report, aiming at targets set by brokerage houses and money managers. It is difficult even for well-managed companies to resist this focus on financial short-termism, which Hyman Minsky called money manager capitalism. Instead of prizing growth as traditional long-term investors did, companies find themselves obliged to defend against raiders and activist shareholders. Cash-rich, low-debt companies take self-imposed poison pills, running into debt to buy their own stock or that of other companies so as to leave less profit for prospective raiders to borrow against to take them over. Martin Lipton, credited with refining the poison pill to defend companies against such debt-financed takeovers, explained why giving activist shareholders the power to raid is dangerous. Excessive stockholder power is precisely what caused the short-term fixation that led to the current financial crisis. As stockholder power increased over the last 20 years, our stock markets also became increasingly institutionalized. The real investors are mostly professional money managers who are focused on the short term. It is these shareholders who pushed companies to generate returns at levels that were not sustainable. They also made sure high returns were tied to management compensation. The pressure to produce unrealistic profit fueled increased risk-taking. Despite criticism of these trends a generation ago, corporate raiders gained enough political power to block regulation and tax penalties for their debt leveraging. It took until March 2013, 30 years after the trend gained momentum, for the Federal Reserve and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, OCC, to announce guidelines for leveraged buyouts, advising banks to avoid financing takeover deals that would put debt on a company of more than 6 times its earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, or EBITDA. Their suggestion did not prove effective. So far in 2014, 30% of new U.S. leveraged buyouts have been financed at a debt-to-EBITDA ratio of more than 6 times. The most recent peak was in 2007, when the percentage reached 52%. The financial distortion of industrial capitalism. Even the public sector has adopted financial management criteria to squeeze out a positive cash flow. Governments are reducing their budget deficits by cutting back on maintenance and repair of bridges, roads, and other infrastructure, and selling off public real estate and other assets. The effect is to inject less purchasing power and employment to support economic recovery. In academia, universities have replaced tenured professors with part-time adjuncts and treat each department as a profit center, cutting back classes and programs that do not show a financial return. An internal contradiction afflicting this financialization strategy is that engineering capital gains by more debt at falling interest rates lowers current returns on pension funds' assets. This requires companies, states, and localities to set aside more revenue if they are not to default on their retirement promises. Pension funds try to avoid this squeeze by engaging in risky speculation organized by Wall Street's investment banks. Many funds have become desperate to earn the 8.5% annual return widely assumed as needed to pay retirees without raising what companies and public bodies need to set aside. As interest rates and yields fell below this level, many financial managers sought higher returns by backing raiders and financing LBOs. But by supporting financialization, pension funds contributed to a dynamic that undercut the economy's markets for goods and services, sales, profits, and employment. The hope was that financial engineering would create enough capital gains to pay the retirement incomes promised to pensioners, without expanding the industrial base. The dream was to live by finance alone, not by bread and other basic needs. The financial sector promised to inaugurate a post-industrial economy in which bank customers could make money from borrowed credit created on computer keyboards without a need for industrial capital formation or employment. What actually happened was that financial engineering painted the economy into a corner by increasing corporate debt without parallel growth in underlying assets and earnings. Creating more credit, other people's debt, and lowering interest rates to bid up real estate, bond, and stock prices leaves the economy more debt-ridden and fragile by increasing the economy's carrying charges while leaving less available to invest in higher labor. Communities suffer when raiders or other financial managers make short-term gains by downsizing the workforce. Jobs are lost and employees who formerly paid taxes end up collecting unemployment insurance. Paying out earnings in the form of tax-deductible interest to bondholders, instead of after-tax dividends, also widens public budget deficits, creating political pressure to raise taxes on labor and consumers. It doesn't have to be this way. As Chapter 7 has shown, banking was on its way to becoming a public utility in the years leading up to World War I. If this trend had continued, much of the world might have credit cards, deposit banking services and loans provided at cost or at subsidized rates instead of today's fees and penalties. Business credit funded industrial engineering more than financial engineering, and public banking would be less likely to extend credit for the asset stripping and asset price inflation that characterizes today's financial system. Most futurists a century ago believed that public regulation was needed to keep predatory finance and rent-seeking in check. But bankers and financiers successfully instituted a deregulatory economic philosophy and have seized control of governments to use its money-creating power to subsidize high finance, while leaving creditors free to stifle the economy's real growth with debt deflation. Today's financial interests denounce public regulation and rentier taxes as socialism. But socialism was not initially a term of invective for classical theorists. John Stuart Mill was called a Ricardian socialist because classical economists were moving toward reforms they themselves characterized as social and hence, as socialist. Most reformers referred to themselves as socialists of one kind or another, from Christian socialists to Marxist socialists and reformers across the political spectrum. The question was what kind of socialism free market capitalism would evolve into. The reform era leading up to World War I expected the natural evolution of industrial capitalism to steer savings, wealth, credit, and new money creation productively. Like other natural monopolies or special privileges, finance was to become a public utility, situated in the public domain or at least alongside a public banking option. Instead, the past century's expansion of predatory credit has been reinforced by taxing interest, land rent, financial speculation, debt leveraging and capital, asset price, gains. At issue is what the economy does with the surplus of productive capacity and savings over and above its break-even needs. Industrial profits are being diverted away from new capital investment to support stock market prices and enrich the 1%. Instead of using financialized wealth to build up the economy, managers are diverting corporate income and bank lending mainly to increase the market price of their assets, and to build up their financial claims on the economy in the form of debts owed to banks and bondholders. Central bank support for financial bubbles. Managers pay themselves enormous sums ostensibly for inflating the price of their stock. But the overall surging level reflects the Federal Reserve's wave of money creation more than actions by most companies. The financial sector is riding this wave of quantitative easing and tax cuts, thanks largely to its control of the Treasury and Federal Reserve, and capture of the regulatory agencies originally meant to steer credit along more productive lines. The key to making money from money is for creditors to lend it at interest. Most families today simply seek to break even each month while carrying their home mortgage, student loan, and an auto loan if they need to drive to work. Merely avoiding further credit card debt is a victory in coping with their immediate economic demands. More affluent borrowers hope to realize speculative gains from real estate, and the economy's wealthiest layer uses hedge funds to raid corporations or, more recently, to buy real estate at distress prices. The common hope is to ride the wave of asset price inflation for real estate, stocks, or bonds bought on credit. A financial bubble is the kind of inflation that Wall Street loves, in contrast to wage and commodity price inflation. A bubble raises the price of financial assets and property relative to living labor, and the power of inheritance over non-heirs. Asset price inflation is the primary dynamic explaining today's polarization of wealth and income. Yet most newscasts applaud daily rises in the stock averages as if the wealth of the 1%, who own the great bulk of stocks and other financial assets, is a proxy for how well the economy is doing. What actually occurs is that financing corporate buyouts on credit factors interest payments and fees into the prices that companies must charge for their products. Paying these financial charges leaves less available to invest or hire more labor. Likewise for the overall economy, the effect of a debt-leveraged real estate bubble and asset price inflation is that interest payments and fees to bankers and bondholders leave less available to spend on goods and services. The financial overhead rises, squeezing the real economy and slowing new investment and hiring. Wealth created by rising asset prices fueled by interest-bearing debt thus sucks income out of labor and industry. The bubble economy versus classical industrial growth. The stock market is not the largest part of the economy whose prices are inflated by bank credit. As the biggest asset category, real estate is by far the largest market for debt. The Federal Reserve's quarterly flow of funds statistics show that by 2007-08, about 80% of new bank loans were real estate mortgages. Most such loans are to buy property already in place, just as most stock market transactions are for shares long since issued. The effect is twofold: it inflates asset prices ranging from real estate to entire companies, and yields banks interest that imposes a carrying charge on buyers. That is what makes bubble economies high cost. Housing prices are inflated, requiring mortgage debtors to pay more. Companies borrow to buy other companies, increasing the volume of corporate debt simply to finance ownership changes. And education is financialized, enabling students to afford higher tuition costs by committing to pay monthly debt service out of what they earn after they graduate. The resulting financial overhead consists of claims on the economy's actual means of production. Yet most people think of these bonds, bank loans, and stocks and creditor claims as wealth, not its antithesis on the debit side of the balance sheet. This inside-out doublethink is a precondition for the bubble economy to be applauded by the mass media, keeping its corrosive momentum expanding. From the corporate sphere and real estate to personal budgets, the distinguishing feature over the past half-century has been the rise in debt/equity and debt/income ratios. Just as debt leveraging has hiked corporate break-even costs of doing business, so the cost of living has been increased as homes and office buildings have been bid up on mortgage credit. Creating wealth in a debt-financed way makes economies high cost, exacerbated by the tax shift onto labor and consumers instead of capital gains. And free lunch rent. These financial and fiscal policies have enabled financial managers to siphon off the industrial profits that were expected to fund capital formation to increase productivity and living standards. The financial disconnect from the industrial economy. Most capital investment in the US and other economies normally is self-financed out of retained corporate earnings, not by borrowing from banks or bondholders. During the 35-year upswing spanning the return to peace after World War II until the late 1980s, profits and overall net investment in the US tracked each other closely, with both about 9% of gross domestic product, noted a recent Financial Times report. But this correlation between capital investment and corporate profits began to break down in the Reagan/Thatcher era. By 2012, the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, were reporting that pre-tax corporate profits had risen to a record 12% plus of GDP, while net investment is barely 4% of output. Although corporate profits have soared in recent years, they are not leading to new tangible investment, output, or employment. The explanation for this disconnect is financialization. Some 40% of profits are now registered by the banking and financial sector, not industry. In the manufacturing sector, managers increase reported profits by cutting back basic spending, letting their physical investment run down, and replacing long-term skilled employees with less highly paid new recruits, while using the remaining corporate profits increasingly for share buybacks and higher dividend payouts. These practices have decoupled financial management from investment in new means of production. The idea that economies can get rich mainly from the debit side of the national balance sheet reflects the degree to which creditor interests have taken over the economy's brain. Finance capitalism is based on exponentially growing debts owed to creditors. Industrial capitalism is based on expanding tangible capital investment, employment, and markets. When personal and business income is diverted from production and consumption to pay debt service and/or bid up asset prices, the real economy cannot expand. And when the debt bubble overhead grows to a point where the economy cannot pay any more, the financial sector demands payment for the debts run up, imposing austerity. Chapter 11 describes this bubble sequence from asset price inflation to debt deflation. 11. The bubble economy, from asset price inflation to debt deflation. The new aristocracy of finance, a new sort of parasites in the shape of promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, demands, precisely that others shall save for him. Karl Marx, Capital, Vol. 3. September 2008 was not a typical business cycle peak. The economy had excess debt and peak real estate prices, but interest rates were falling and real wages had remained fairly stagnant for 3 decades. So did consumer prices. Not even residential rent was rising, thanks to the fact that speculators were desperately seeking renters to cover the carrying charges on properties they had acquired in hope of reselling at a capital gain. The fact that wages, interest rates, and consumer prices were not overheating prompted economists to applaud the Goldilocks economy, neither too hot nor too cold, but just right. For bankers, the economy did seem just right, as their loans were soaring, and their bonuses followed suit. Mainstream economists called the 1990 to 2007 era the Great Moderation. But then, bankers were in charge of naming it, in this case, David Schulman of Salomon Brothers. In reality it was the great indebtedness, leading to the great polarization that paved the way for today's great austerity. When the bubble crashed, Wall Street blamed the madness of crowds. This blame the victim view depicted borrowers as being immoderate and greedy, and it seemed only moral that the mad crowd should now pay the price for its reckless indebtedness, not the creditors. So the most reckless banks were bailed out, as if it were not they and the Federal Reserve that were mad and immoderate. What made this period immoderate was deregulation of the financial sector. By 2004, the FBI reported that the greatest wave of financial fraud since the S&L scandals was in full swing. The Justice Department looked the other way. Also immoderate was economic polarization. Not since the 1920s had the 1% pulled so far ahead of the 99%. What was deemed moderate was the fact that the population at large did not receive higher wages or a rising share of income and wealth. The Great Moderation was Wall Street's euphemism for debt pyramiding and polarization between creditors and debtors. To new home buyers, housing prices rose so high that by 2008 taking out a mortgage to buy a home meant cutting back consumption and living standards unless one ran up credit card debt and other borrowing. Many homeowners took out home equity loans, second mortgages, using their homes as an ATM to draw against a bank account. Paying interest on this rising debt left less for consumption, so the position of normal citizens worsened as they sank deeper into debt. Every economic recovery since 1945 has started with a higher debt level than the one before it, and each successive recovery has been weaker. The rising debt overhead explains why the bank bailout that resolved the 2008 financial crisis has failed to yield a real recovery. To banks and other creditors, recovery means keeping the debts on the books, and indeed, rain-flatting prices for homes by creating yet new debt. The banker's solution is to extend a new wave of credit to bid real estate, stock, and bond prices back up. But debt is the problem. What is depressing today's economies is that the debts have been kept in place, acting as a financial brake blocking a business upswing. The solution that banks offer is austerity. Most of the economy is geared to work off its debts, not write them down to levels that can be paid without pushing the economy into austerity. Austerity is Wall Street's, and the Eurozone's, new definition of moderation. Creditors and debtors thus have naturally opposing worldviews. Labor, consumers, and industry are obliged to pay a rising proportion of their income in the form of rent and interest to the financial and property sector for access to property rights, savings, and credit. This leaves insufficient wages and profits to sustain market demand for consumer goods and investment in new means of production, capital goods. The main causes of economic austerity and polarization are rent deflation, payments to landlords and monopolists, and debt deflation, payments to banks, bondholders, and other creditors. To the banks, moderation simply means not defaulting. From the 1990s to 2007, this eventuality was postponed by consumers running deeper into debt to pay their scheduled debt service and other rentier charges. Banks created enough new credit to finance rising personal budget deficits by lending mortgage credit and home equity loans to a widening segment of the population, without much regard for their ability to pay. Supplemented by soaring credit card debt, this bank credit enabled consumers to support the living standards that their wages were unable to cover. The hope was that somehow they would come out ahead, as long as bank credit continued to bid up prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds. This circular flow of bank lending to inflate asset markets suffered a break in the chain of payments when the production and consumption sector no longer could pay the interest falling due. Speculators stopped buying, and banks stopped lending the money for debtors to pay what they owed. Real estate prices fell below the mortgages attached to them, the definition of negative equity. Somebody had to bear the loss, the gap between what was owed and what debtors could afford to pay. To the Federal Reserve and Treasury, the sectors that needed to be saved were not labor and industry, but bank balance sheets claims on the economy. So the Fed and Treasury government absorbed the losses by their constituency, the 1%. Wall Street made an ideological about-face to applaud what it had long attacked, rising government debt and deficit spending. Its endorsement of central bank money creation was inspired not by charitable feelings toward the economy, but by self-interest. Government deficits are deemed good as long as they are spent to bail out banks and bondholders. They are only bad when they are spent on labor and the real economy. Federal Reserve credit, quantitative easing, is good if it helps inflate asset prices for the 1% and improves bank balance sheets. But public money creation is deemed irresponsible if it spurs recovery in employment and wages, helping the 99% break even and recover its former share of national income and wealth. Rising asset prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds are good because they increase the power of the 1% over the rest of the economy. Rising wages and commodity prices are deemed bad, because they threaten to erode this power of debt over the economy. The financial sector's greatest trick has been to convince the 99% that the economy can be judged by how well it benefits the 1%. Mainstream media echo Federal Reserve speeches to convince the public that saving the banks meant saving the indebted economy by giving banks a large enough bailout to start lending again. It was as if what labor and industry needed to survive was more borrowing to pay their debt service, not a debt write-down. Most people saw the obvious need to write down mortgage debts, student loans, and other personal debts in keeping with the ability to be paid. At the very least, the fictitious inflated prices that banks had recklessly assigned for highly mortgaged property needed to be brought in line with the falling market price of real estate. But that is not what the 1% wanted in 2008. Their solution to the crisis was to further impoverish economies with debt deflation. Until a new wave of credit and debt creation takes off, returning to normal means forcing the economy to pay down the debt overhead built up since 1980. After 2008, new lending dried up. Consumers had to start paying down their credit card balances. Homeowners had to pay down their mortgages rather than cashing out on the debt-inflated equity value of their homes. This net repayment has become the new definition of saving. It increases net worth not by building up assets and real wealth, but by paying down the debts that have been taken on. In accounting terms, it is a negation of a negation. Hegelians and Marxists will appreciate the philosophical inversion at work. But it is not debtors that enjoy the liquidity from this saving, it is the creditors who receive the loan amortizations. For many, of course, foreclosure time arrived. Debtors who couldn't pay defaulted. Only student loans continued to rise, thanks to government guarantees of subsidized interest premiums to the banks, leading to today's heavy default rates. Western economies entered a period of debt deflation hitherto suffered only by third world countries under IMF, DE, stabilization plans. Opportunities for upward mobility gave way to a debt-ridden austerity, shrinking markets, and leaving even less income available to pay debts. The key to understanding how asset price inflation leads inexorably to debt deflation is to recognize that there are, in fact, two economies. Wall Street pretends that its financial gains are infused into the economy, much as Malthus described British landlords 2 centuries ago, creating jobs and financing new factories and other means of production. The reality is that bank loans do not fund direct investment and employment. They extract debt service while inflating asset prices to provide capital gains. This makes homes more expensive to buy, requiring new owners to take out larger mortgage loans. That is the asset price inflation phase of the financial cycle. At some point, repayment time arrives. Paying off debts absorbs income that otherwise would be available for spending on the goods and services that labor produces. This is the debt deflation phase. Each business upswing leaves a higher level of debt, diverting a rising proportion of income to pay debt service. The post-2008 bailout and imposition of austerity aimed to squeeze out enough income to carry the debt claims. But austerity generates even more defaults and a deeper crash. Asset price inflation. By far the fastest growing category of wealth is asset price gains for real estate, stocks, and bonds, not profits made by producing goods and services. Until 2008 these gains outstripped the rise of income, making them the main source of new wealth creation. They are taxed at a much lower rate than wages or profits, and over 3/4 of such gains are reaped by the 1%. These beneficiaries evidently are so embarrassed by this fact that they have drawn a cloak of invisibility around wealth in property and financial assets, discouraging official statistics from estimating such gains. As Chapter 5 has explained, they appear nowhere in the national statistics, neither in the NEPA nor in the Federal Reserve's Flow of Funds report on the economy's balance sheet. Yet on an economy-wide level, capital gains, or since 2008, losses, often overshadow the entire change in national income or GDP. The most important aim of investors in today's financialized economy has been shielded from public scrutiny: the total returns at which today's investors aim, defined as current income, interest, dividends, and rent, plus capital gains. Chart 1. Annual land value gains compared to growth in national income. I prefer the term asset price gains to avoid confusion with what tax accountants mean by capital gains, referring only to what is declared on income tax filings as realized gains. No taxes are paid on gains when they are transferred upon the death of asset owners, or when real estate gains are plowed into new purchases. Real estate is the focus of this bubble dynamic because about 80% of asset price gains are for real estate, the balance is for bonds and stocks. The resulting price gains are not really capital gains. Land and other rent-yielding assets are not capital in the classical sense of the term, man-made means of production whose value reflects an actual cost of production. Land has only a market cost of acquisition, and that is based on how much banks will lend against it. Some 80% of new bank loans are mortgages, so the rise in bank credit creation is felt mainly in property prices. In contrast to industrial profits, capital gains are the product largely of the wave of asset price inflation, that is, the wave of bank credit on easier terms for debt leveraging. Since interest rates began their 30-year decline in 1980, a financial wave of credit has enabled borrowers to buy these assets and their flow of incomes with higher amounts of low-interest credit. Price/earnings ratios rise when interest rates fall, described below. Making such gains therefore is different from earning them by labor and enterprise. These profits are what 19th-century writers called the unearned increment, especially when they accrue for the land's rising site value. The 10 dynamics that led the economy to focus on asset price gains. 1. Rising site value for land from prosperity, infrastructure spending, and population growth. 2. The exponential growth of credit. 3. Declining interest rates raise capitalization rates. 4. Pension fund investment in the stock market and real estate. 5. Tax favoritism for capital gains and inherited wealth. 6. Lower amortization payments, culminating in interest-only loans. 7. Lower down payments. 8. Teaser interest rates, with charges exploding in 3 years. 9. A secondary market for non-bank mortgage buyers. 10. Outright fraud, liar's loans and other toxic financial waste, the 10 dynamics that led the bubble economy to focus on asset price gains. A combination of population growth and urbanization, prosperity, with homes being the most important status indicator, public spending on transportation and other infrastructure, and the rising political power of property owners to lower tax rates has increased the price of land and its rental value. Within these long-term trends, financial cycles raise and lower interest rates, asset prices and asset prices. The bubble economy increased asset prices by purely financial factors, mainly by driving down interest rates. From their 1980 peak of 20%, while loosening lending terms to increase how much banks would lend against income and property valuations, culminating in outright liar's loans. Rising site value of land from prosperity, population growth, and public spending. Chapter 3 has traced how classical economics explained why prices for land sites, mineral deposits and other natural endowments rise for reasons that do not involve an expenditure of labor or enterprise by their owners. Public investment in roads and other transportation, schools and parks, water and other infrastructure is provided freely or at prices subsidized by taxpayers as a whole. The result is that taxpayers as well as rent payers end up paying to create wealth for landlords, enabling them to borrow more or obliging new home buyers to borrow more to obtain ownership of such sites. To the extent that rental values are paid to the banks as interest, landlords as well as taxpayers end up creating revenue and wealth for the financial sector. The exponential growth of credit capital gains are fueled mainly by debt leveraging, buying with as little of one's own money as possible. As financial wealth mounts up, banks compete for new business by loosening their lending terms. The process becomes self-feeding as property prices rise. Speculators and homeowners are willing to pay their banks the rental value, hoping to get a capital gain. The logical end is reached at the point where the financial carrying charges absorb all the rental income or profits. This willingness of borrowers to pay all the rental income to creditors is the driving force behind asset price bubbles. Declining interest rates raise capitalization rates. The capitalization rate is the reciprocal of the interest rate. At 5% interest, a $1 million net annual rent will support a $20 million interest-only mortgage. At 4% it will support a $25 million mortgage. So as interest rates fall, a given flow of rental income will support a larger loan. As the U.S. banking system's prime rate declined from 20% in 1980, banks were willing to lend more to prospective property buyers and investors. Pension fund investment in the stock market and real estate. Since the 1950s, most retirement saving has been steered into the stock market. Bidding up stock prices was applauded as pension fund capitalism, sometimes called pension fund socialism. Pension funds diversified into junk bonds in the 1980s, and into packaged mortgages after the dot-com bubble burst in 2000. Mortgages became the highest yielding form of security, steering pension savings into the real estate market by providing banks with a market for loans they originated. Tax favoritism for capital gains and inherited wealth. When the U.S. income tax was inaugurated in 1913, capital gains were taxed as normal income. The logic was that a price gain for a stock, bond, or real estate builds up the owner's net worth just as do savings out of wages or profits. But by 1921, financial and real estate lobbyists succeeded in getting taxes on capital gains lowered to 12.5% for assets held at least 2 years. In 1934 the capital gains tax was further reduced, and the Eisenhower administration cut the rate to 25% in 1954, where it remained through 1967. The Reagan-Bush administration eased it yet more, especially for real estate. Landlords were allowed to pretend that their buildings depreciated in just over 7 years, creating a fictitious charge that offset the rental income. This made commercial and absentee real estate basically income tax-free. Real estate gains are not taxed if they are reinvested in new property acquisition. Many European countries do not tax capital gains at all. British landlords can evade taxes by holding their property in an Isle of Man account or other tax avoidance enclave. This favoritism has enabled real estate fortunes to be built up largely free of income and capital gains taxes. When owners die, all tax liability is forgiven and the heirs can continue the build-up. No wonder the 1% now controls the lion's share of U.S. wealth and income. Lower amortization payments, culminating in interest-only loans until the 1980s. The standard home mortgage was for 30 years. Paying off a loan at 1/30th per year is the equivalent of paying 3.3% of the principal each year. Freeing borrowers from having to pay this percentage enables it to be capitalized into a larger loan value. At 5% interest, a no amortization loan raises the mortgage potential by 2/3, that is, 3.3 divided by 5. At 6% interest, a loan principal can increase by 55%. By the time the real estate bubble peaked in 2008, interest-only loans had become increasingly widespread. Banks prefer loans not to be repaid but simply rolled over, yielding interest year after year. Homeowners who paid all they could afford just in interest were not able to pay down the mortgage, having stepped onto a perpetual debt treadmill. Lower down payments. New lending practices called forth a new financial vocabulary. Providing 100% mortgages broadened the market to subprime borrowers in the years leading up to 2008. Lending even more than 100% up to 110% enabled borrowers to obtain not only the property but enough credit to pay the brokerage and closing fees, bank fees, and perhaps leaving enough to repaint and furnish the hope. Who could say no under these tantalizing giveaway deals? The result of a zero down payment was an infinite debt/equity ratio. Low teaser interest rates, with charges exploding in 3 years. Banks wrote mortgages with initial interest charges low enough for low-income borrowers to sign up, but which exploded to high-risk rates in a few years. Alan Greenspan downplayed the danger of such contracts by pointing out that many Americans move after 3 years, so the debtors could escape by selling their home to the proverbial greater fool. This worked until even fools stopped buying in 2008, or at least, banks stopped lending to fools. The game was up. A secondary market for non-bank mortgage buyers. Mortgages traditionally were held by the savings banks, SNLS, and commercial banks that made the loans. Holding these mortgages as a source of revenue over and above interest payments to depositors made these institutions prudent enough not to overlend against real estate that might lose value and cause the bank's portfolio to fall below what was owed to depositors and bondholders. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were created to foster a government-insured market for packaged mortgages sold to institutional investors, pension funds, insurance companies, and even for German Landesbanks. The aim was to make mortgages liquid, that is, saleable among institutions. More liquidity meant a larger flow of savings to be lent out to inflate property prices. Much as pension funds had bid up stock prices since the 1950s, they repeated this experience in mortgage lending by the late 1980s. Outright fraud, liar's loans, and toxic financial waste when a bank makes money by selling the mortgage loans it has originated. Rather than keeping these on its own books, its interest in avoiding default disappears. It is much like a fly-by-night retailer selling the cheapest products it can buy at the highest price so as to maximize its profits as quickly as possible. Some stores will buy substandard merchandise and try to sell it as genuine, from patent medicine to food coloring that turns out to be poisonous. Such fraud can be cured only by public regulation and quality control. A home or office building, stock, or bond is worth whatever a bank will lend against it. The limit traditionally was set by the ability of the asset's income to cover the debt service. If that rule had been followed in the bubble economy leading up to 2008, there would have been little solvency problem or need for bailouts, except perhaps for short-term emergency credit in a normal downturn. But liars' loan mortgage applications were doctored to report fictitious income, and banks employed property assessors who gave fictitiously high property valuations. Loans and hence home prices lost reference to the ability to pay or rental value. How financial bubbles raise the break-even cost of labor, rent, and interest add to the cost of living, while diverting revenue away from the circular flow of production and consumption spending. These financial charges thus simultaneously deflate market spending while adding to the break-even cost of living. What makes American labor so high cost is the monthly nut that wage earners must spend to carry their debts and pay for housing, taxes, and health insurance. Prior to 1980, the rule of thumb was that bankers should approve mortgage loans only if the cost of housing did not exceed 25% of the borrower's income. But the new Fannie Mae/FHA guidelines permit mortgages to be guaranteed if they absorb all the way up to 43% of household income. In the realm of tax policy, FICA wage withholding for Social Security and medical care is now over 7.5%. State, local and federal taxes, plus health insurance may absorb another 15%. Typical household budgets show non-mortgage debt service absorbing another 10% of wage income. Together these payments to the FIRE sector, and the tax shift off it onto consumers, absorb roughly 2/3 of many blue-collar family budgets, leaving only about 1/3 available to spend on current output. Rent or home ownership costs, including property tax 35 to 40%, other debt service, credit cards, student loans etc. 10% FICA wage withholding, Social Security and Medicare 7.5%, other taxes, income and sales taxes and health insurance 10 to 15% total, about 67%. There is no way for an economy with such high debt service, real estate, and tax charges to compete with less financialized economies where housing is not so debt leveraged, where family budgets do not have such high debt carrying charges, and where taxes have not been shifted so regressively off the FIRE sector onto labor and industry. Debt deflation. Meanwhile, the rentier overhead leaves consumers with less to spend on current output. This imposes deepening austerity as asset price inflation gives way to debt deflation. Phase 1, consumer demand equals wages plus new borrowing, that is, increase in debt. Paying back the rising debt taken on prior to 2008 led to the debt deflation phase of the credit cycle. Phase 2, demand equals wages minus debt service. Asset price inflation turns into debt deflation when paying amortization and interest, not to mention late fees, drains income from the economy's circular flow of production and consumption spending, Say's law discussed in Chapter 3. This slows growth. The economy tapers off while the volume of credit and debt grows exponentially. Carrying this rising debt leaves less available to spend on goods and services, while government tax revenues and new money creation are paid to bondholders instead of being spent on public infrastructure, education, health, and other social programs. The term debt deflation was coined in 1933 by Irving Fisher to explain how bankruptcies stemming from the inability to pay debts were wiping out bank credit and spending power, and hence the ability of economies to invest and hire new workers. Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke failed to understand this. In his view, debt service simply transfers purchasing power from debtors to creditors, with no effect on overall spending on current output. This assumes that creditors will spend the debt service they receive on consuming as much as indebted consumers and workers would have done. No economist prior to the 1980s anticipated that government budget deficits would take the form of transfer payments to the banks in the form of bailouts and cheap Federal Reserve credit. But since 2008, the rise in public debt and central bank credit has not been created to increase employment or consumer demand. The aim is to help Wall Street's liquidity, not that of consumers. Chairman Ben Bernanke's helicopter dropped money only over Wall Street, for banks to lend yet more to the already debt-ridden economy. The Fed's idea of recovery has been to fund a new financial bubble and bid prices back up for existing real estate, stocks, and bonds, as if this will revive the industrial economy instead of simply weighing it down with yet more debt. Bernanke's denial that rising debt levels do not reduce overall market demand for goods and services is reminiscent of Malthus's argument that landlords spend their rents back into the economy. In trying to absolve the financial sector from causing austerity, Bernanke claimed that debt deflation represented no more than a redistribution from one group, debtors, to another, creditors. Absent implausibly large differences in marginal spending propensities among the groups, it was suggested, pure redistributions should have no significant macroeconomic effects. In other words, if creditors, or real estate moguls, spend the same proportion of their income and capital gains on consumer goods and investment goods as do average wage earners, there would be no debt deflation or general spending shortfall, but simply a transfer of purchasing power from debtors to creditors and their fellow rentiers. But the whole point is that spending propensities do differ between the 1% and the 99%, between rentiers on the one hand and consumers and producers on the other. As Keynes emphasized in his general theory, wealthier people spend a lower proportion of their income on consumption. And when today's Wall Street financiers do spend their multimillion-dollar salaries and bonuses money on themselves, it is largely on fine art trophies, luxury apartments that already have been built, on yachts and high fashion largely imported, as was noted already in Malthus's day. But most important, the super-rich lend out most of their gains, indebting the rest of the economy to themselves. Endorsing President Roosevelt's spending and New Deal policies in 1933, Fisher believed that more monetary and credit creation would be able to cure the Depression. When over-indebtedness is counteracted by inflationary forces, whether by accident or design, the resulting cycle will be far milder and far more regular. He anticipated that suppressing debt deflation by an easy money policy would revive employment, wages, and commodity prices. But President Obama and Republicans sought to reduce the government's budget deficit, not spend more money into the economy. For Bernanke, monetary inflation after 2008 was limited to providing easy Federal Reserve credit money for banks. He expressed the hope that they would extend credit to the real estate, stock, and bond markets to reinflate asset prices. The real economy was left to suffer debt deflation. But more debt overhead involves carrying charges that drain consumption and investment spending. And paying down the debt overhead intensifies the austerity. This transforms the character of saving to mean a paydown of debt, not money in the bank. Saving by paying down debt. Leading up to 2008, the U.S. saving rate fell to 0. The much-discussed numbers seemed to suggest that no saving was taking place, as if the entire economy were making a choice to be profligate and live for today, not tomorrow. There actually was as much overall saving as ever. Gross savings remained high, about 18% of national income. But the rise in debt was keeping pace. Most savings were lent out to become other people's new debt, not invested in tangible capital formation. Home buyers, industrial companies, consumers, and even local and federal government had run so deeply into debt that their borrowing fully absorbed the savings, producing a zero net saving rate. In fact, the domestic U.S. savings rate was actually a negative 2%. The overall rate was rescued from negative territory by foreign central banks, mainly in China, Japan, and Germany, recycling their export surpluses into U.S. Treasury bonds. This foreign savings inflow is counted as part of the U.S. savings rate. When the banks stopped lending in 2008, the savings rate rose to 7% of GDP by May 2009. The New York Times applauded that many people were putting that money away instead of spending it. The Wall Street Journal reported that Social Security recipients of one-time government payments seem unwilling to spend right away. But this saving was not taking the form that most people think of as saving. It did not mean that prudent behavior had returned and people were keeping more money in the bank to withdraw on a rainy day. It took the form of paying down debts, not liquid money available for spending by the former debtors, who found that they needed to run down whatever liquid savings they had. They simply were spending their income to pay down the debt they had taken on earlier. The saving in question was an accounting entry in the national income accounts, a negation of a negation, and hence a positive. The only way these savings were money in the bank was that they were paid by debtors to their banks and credit card companies. This debt deflation shows how false the image is of using one's home like the proverbial piggy bank. Running up a debt is not at all like withdrawing cash from a savings account. Bankers euphemize taking out equity loans, borrowing more against the property's rising market price, as cashing out on one's equity, as if this does not leave a legacy of debts, which constrain future spending by diverting more income to pay creditors. The more the savings rate rose in the post-2008 world, the less money savers had to spend. Debtors ate cheaper foods and ran down whatever liquid savings they had. This upside-down saving led to debt deflation. The rentier sector's economic overhead. Today's post-bubble debt deflation is not a cyclical downturn that will return to normal as a result of automatic stabilizers. Leaving present debt trends in place will polarize the economy further between the financial sector and the rest of the economy. To restore prosperity, the way the economy operates must be changed, mainly by writing down the debt overhead. Piketty and Sayes have documented the extent to which just 1% of the population owns most of the stocks and bonds in the banks and other firms, and receive their surplus in the form of dividends, profits, interest, rent, and capital gains. A realistic model or picture of how the economy operates would require separating the wealthy households from the wage earners that live by their own labor rather than on dividends, rents, interest, and capital gains. There is no way for markets to maintain full employment and grow in the face of debt deflation and regressive tax systems that have reached today's magnitudes. The economic Armageddon that Ricardo worried would befall industrial capitalism from tax favoritism for the rentier landlord class is now being imposed by the financial sector. Today's mortgage bankers ride on the landlord's shoulders, receiving the rent as interest, as well as industrial cash flow and a broad chunk of personal income from employees. Industrial capitalism was revolutionary in seeking to free itself from the rentier burdens of landlordship, banking, and monopolies inherited from feudalism. But instead of classical reforms succeeding, the financial sector has captured government policy to subordinate industrial capitalism to finance capitalism and its rentier allies. The political problem is that bankers and bondholders do not want to lose what they have, even when their gains cannot be maintained without plunging economies into austerity, because that is the only way they can collect the debts they have promoted. The following chapters describe how this inversion of economic democracy and prosperity was achieved from the United States to Europe. 12. The bankers saw it coming, but economists averted their eyes. Most mainstream macroeconomic theoretical innovations since the 1970s have turned out to be self-referential, inward-looking distractions at best. Research tended to be motivated by the internal logic, intellectual sunk capital and aesthetic puzzles of established research programs, rather than by a powerful desire to understand how the economy works, let alone how the economy works during times of stress and financial instability. So the economics profession was caught unprepared when the crisis struck. Willem Buiter. When Queen Elizabeth visited the London School of Economics on November 4, 2008, shortly after the financial meltdown had spread from Wall Street to the City of London and on to the Paris Bourse, Frankfurt, and Tokyo, she famously asked, "Did nobody see this coming?" A wave of self-righteous testimony arose from Wall Street to the City of London claiming that nobody reasonably could have foreseen the crash. Such protests were all for show. Bankers and hedge fund managers knew quite well what was coming, and they had the foresight to put in place a political strategy to make the government bail them out when the crash did hit. But for the losses to be borne by taxpayers, the collapse had to seem as if it all were a surprise, an act of nature rather than bad policy and outright fraud. The Financial Times cited numerous economists for having diagrammed the dynamics that led up to the crash. I was among them. But the pretense of ignorance became the basis for Wall Street's claim that nobody could be found guilty of negligence, not to mention fraud. The breakdown was said to be part of the natural functioning of the economy, not a result of warped policy and insider corruption. Any lingering doubts about how many people saw the 2008 crash looming can be dispelled by looking the jargon coined by Wall Street and the financial press knew to describe the junk mortgage boom based on liar's loans. The liars were the real estate brokers, appraisers, bankers, mortgage packagers, and ratings agencies lending to ninja borrowers, no income, no job, no assets, at interest rates that exploded after the initially low teaser rates expired. Financial markets were deemed fragile, techno-talk for the pyramid scheme that was unfolding. Backed by fictitious property appraisals, Wall Street packaged mortgages into collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, paying ratings agencies fortunes for pinning AAA labels attesting that the toxic financial waste was as risk-free as treasury bonds. When sued, the agencies claimed that their grades were only opinions, not culpable analysis. Too well subsidized and broadly popularized fictions kept the bubble going. Home buyers had to believe that running deeper into debt peonage would make them rich, not paint them into a financial corner. And gullible investors had to believe that AAA ratings meant secure investments, not packaged lies. Regulators such as Brooks Laybourne, chairperson at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, warned of the impending danger in 1999. Her agency was charged with overseeing speculation in options and futures contracts, which were at the core of the collapse. But Clinton Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, 1995–99, and his successor Larry Summers, 1999–2001, backed Greenspan's claim that no regulation was needed. "We always have to be watchful with respect to anything that can affect our system," Rubin whistled in the dark. "But I don't know of anything in that area that rises to the level of a systemic risk to our economy at this time." Eager to deregulate Wall Street, the three officials led the fight to repeal the Glass-Steagall Act that had saved retail deposit banking from being merged with the investment banking that was turning Wall Street into an increasingly reckless casino. None of these three ever apologized for having sponsored the ensuing disaster, mainly because they continued to prosper in its wake. Rubin left the Clinton administration to become head of Citibank, where he oversaw its descent into insolvency and financial fraud, for which it later was fined tens of billions of dollars. Summers went on to become president of Harvard, where he lost $1 billion in derivatives speculation, and then President Obama's chief economic advisor. This position helped him shepherd Rubin's circle of Tim Geithner as Treasury Secretary, Jack Lew as his successor, Sylvia Matthews Burwell as Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and other the pro-bank economists connected with the pro-austerity Hamilton Project. The latter neoliberal organization also provided Obama with Gene Sperling and Jason Furman to run the White House National Economic Council. Congress and the White House rewarded their leading campaign contributors by letting Wall Street put its defenders in charge of the key regulatory committees. Whistleblowers who complained to the Securities and Exchange Commission and other agencies were harassed, ridiculed, and forced to resign. The Department of Justice buried the few cases where the SEC recommended that it bring criminal prosecution. Another new term was coined, regulatory capture, referring to staffing oversight agencies with representatives of the banks they were supposed to supervise. The whole purpose of regulatory capture was to disable regulatory protection against the bubble economy. A similar dynamic was unfolding in the City of London's financial centre. Gordon Brown's notoriously light touch led Wall Street banks and insurance companies to shift their most speculative operations there. Iceland's Viking bankers gambled a sum as large as that nation's entire GDP. The financial police retreated from the world's financial centers, announcing that a deregulated free market finally had arrived, and with it the most pervasive fraud and overlending in a century. AIG's London office, AIG Financial Products, charged unrealistically low fees for insuring bets, derivatives, on fictitiously valued mortgages. Its managers simply paid themselves the revenue coming in, not setting aside anything like the risks being insured. Back in the United States, Angelo Mazzillo saw the 2008 crash coming, writing a memo warning his countrywide financial staff about the rise in fraud, as if it were not centered in his own institution. He had the foresight to sell $406 million of his stock, and protect his $100 million plus salary and bonuses from being clawed back by future prosecutors. Across the banking sector, the organizers of what would become a vast insolvency took the money and ran, leaving shell institutions in their wake. The most reckless bank was Citigroup, which Rubin had joined in 1999 after his descent from heaven at Clinton's Treasury. Under Rubin's direction, Citigroup wove its speculative activities into so complex a veil of tears that when Federal Deposit Insurance Corp. (FDIC) regulators thought of taking it over in 2008, they found it impossible to untangle the maze to find out who owed how much to whom, and how to account for the complex derivatives at the heart of Citigroup's loss. Nobody could know in advance precisely when the crescendo of speculation would peak. The endgame often is triggered by an embezzlement or bankruptcy that freezes markets. When the music stops, in terms of liquidity, things will be complicated, explained Charles Prince, Rubin's successor at Citigroup, in a July 2007 interview with the Financial Times a year before the crash. But as long as the music is playing, you've got to get up and dance. We're still dancing. With their salaries and bonuses reflecting their performance every 3 months, money managers are afraid to jump off the trend before it has run its course. Seeing that a market is overvalued is not enough. One has to keep riding the trend as long as the proverbial greater fools keep buying into it. For public consumption, Prince parroted Wall Street's claim that the financial system had built-in stabilizers. The depth of the pools of liquidity is so much larger than it used to be that a disruptive event now needs to be much more disruptive than it used to be, he assured investors. But he knew that the game had to end. At some point, he acknowledged, the disruptive event will be so significant that instead of liquidity filling in, the liquidity will go the other way. Across Wall Street, money managers positioned themselves to run for the exit as soon as the expected crash occurred. To ensure government support for when this day arrived, Wall Street lobbied to place its managers in control of the Federal Reserve, Treasury, and key congressional committees, as well as the European Central Bank, who duly bailed out creditors at full taxpayer expense after 2008. The largest banks, brokerage houses, and money managers have no interest in promoting popular understanding that what they are touting as a road to prosperity is really a path to their own gains. Consequently, they back academic theory reassuring people that every crash, self-correcting cyclical downturn, leads to a recovery that will carry homeowners and other debtors to new heights as long as the 99% retain confidence, a euphemism for gullibility, in the system and let Wall Street insiders jump ship first. How junk economics paved the way for 2008. Why haven't democracies been able to convince politicians to subordinate the financial sector to serve industrial prosperity instead of siphoning off its gains? What happened to the century of classical economics that created policies to avert this fate? Something like present-day economists has fallen subject to what Erasmus called learned ignorance and Veblen trained incapacity to cope with the most pressing problems at hand. Decorated with complex mathematics as if it were an objective natural science, mainstream economics has become a lobbying effort to dismantle government power to regulate and tax rentiers. Well-subsidized models promote a trickle-down rationalization for the status quo, as if it were produced by inexorable economic laws. Free market ideologues then reason backward to construct a logic proving that economies become lower cost and more efficient by lowering wage levels, removing taxes on wealth, cutting back public spending and privatizing infrastructure monopolies. In the resulting symbiosis between bankers and other rentiers, debt is created mainly to purchase rent-extracting privileges and other rent-yielding properties, turning their economic rent into interest and related financial fees. Nearly all new credit since 1980 has been extended to the FIRE sector, credit to transfer ownership of assets while running the economy into debt, not to create new wealth. The fatal assumption is that making money by debt leveraging or kindred engineering is as productive as investing in new means of production. The intended effect is to leave financial management to technocrats, who turn out to be bank lobbyists toting around a few academics as useful idiots embedded in well-subsidized think tanks. Much as the oil industry subsidizes junk science to deny how carbon emissions contribute to global warming, so Wall Street subsidizes junk economics to deny that debt pollution plunges economies into chronic austerity and unemployment. Their conclusion is that no public regulation is needed, and no cleanup charges to compensate for the damage being caused. Questions that a relevant economic theory needs to answer today, years after the 2008 financial crisis. The most pressing task for economic theory should be to explain why employment and consumption spending have not recovered. The Federal Reserve has given banks $4 trillion and the European Central Bank €1 trillion in quantitative easing to help the financial layer atop the economic pyramid, not to write down debts or revive the real economy by public spending. This enormous act of money creation could have enabled debtors to free themselves of debt so that they could resume spending to keep the circular flow of production and consumption in motion. Instead, governments have left the economy debt-strapped, creating money only to give to financial institutions. Orwellian rhetoric is invoked to describe governments running budget deficits and creating central bank credit to help banks and bondholders but not employment and production. This is called preserving the system. However, what is intended to be preserved is not the indebted economy, but the debt overhead owed to the financial sector. Central banks assiduously avoid any attempt to quantify how far wages, profits, and tax revenue can be diverted to pay creditors without causing economic collapse and insolvency. Today's crisis is dismissed as an anomaly, ruled out by assumptions made at the outset. This blind spot is a precondition for steering economies down the road to debt deflation. The radical reversals since 1980 in interest rates, asset prices, and wages, the radical changes in financial and fiscal dynamics that led to the 2008 crash were sponsored by Margaret Thatcher in Britain and Ronald Reagan during the 1980s. The key trend they sought to reverse was that of interest rates. Their 35-year rise from 1945 to 1980 reached an unsustainable distress peak of 20% for loans to prime corporate borrowers. By tightening the money supply to slow the rate of inflation, Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker, 1979–87, made credit more expensive, stopping the boom in financial and property markets. Prices fell for bonds already issued, and which paid lower interest rates, while stocks and real estate followed suit. After 1980, rates declined steadily. Also reversed was the trend in wages. From the Vietnam War and its guns and butter policy through the early 1970s, wages had risen faster than overall prices. But since the late 1970s, they have hardly moved. Consumer prices also have stabilized over the past 30 years. What have risen are asset prices, fueled by a tidal wave of bank credit inflating the greatest bond market rally in history. More money has been made in the stock market, bonds, and real estate than by employing labor to produce goods for sale. Structural changes in global economics and politics since the 1980s. 1. Interest rates, which determine prices for bonds, stocks, and real estate pre-1980, steady rise to a peak of 20%, causing bond prices and other asset prices to fall. Post-1980, falling interest rates fuel a bull market in bonds that extends to stocks and real estate. 2. Wage levels. Pre-1980, steady rise in real wages and living standards, especially under guns and butter policy. Post-1980, stagnant real wages, with more being paid for debt service, housing, and social security taxes. 3. Political philosophy. Pre-1980, social democratic policy, a rising government role, and Keynesian public spending as counter-cyclical stabilization. Post-1980, neoliberal deregulation and privatization, dismantling social spending programs and public infrastructure investment. 4. Tax philosophy. Pre-1980, progressive income taxation, and taxing of real estate and financial wealth. Post-1980, tax shift off real estate and other FIRE sector wealth and high incomes onto wage earners, heavier FICA tax, and consumers, sales taxes and value-added tax. 5. Wealth and income distribution. Pre-1980, trend toward more equal distribution of wealth and income. Post-1980, widening polarization of wealth and income in the hands of the 1%. 6. Bank regulation. Pre-1980, separation of retail banking and speculative investment banking under Glass-Steagall. Post-1980, repeal of Glass-Steagall in 1999 lets Wall Street create holding companies to absorb commercial banks, savings banks, and SNLs. From Chile to the post-Soviet Union, bank subsidiaries control industrial affiliates in grupos and conglomerates. 7. Law enforcement. Pre-1980, prosecution of financial fraud and crime, especially after the SNL crisis of the 1980s. Post-1980, decriminalization of financial and accounting fraud, especially under Eric Holder. 8. Pension planning. Pre-1980, wages deferred in the form of defined benefit pension plans to provide retirement security, mainly by investment in the stock market. Pension fund finance capitalism. Post-1980, pension plans downsized into defined contribution plans or wiped out in bankruptcy. Money managers invest pensions in LBOs and financial speculation. 9. Accounting and the quality of statistics. Pre-1980, strong government regulation ensures accurate financial and economic statistics. Arthur Andersen closed down for its role in Enron's fraud. Post-1980, mark-to-model accounting and off-balance sheet subsidiaries, Enron style, make corporate statistics increasingly unrealistic in order to avoid taxes. 10. Debtor/creditor legislation. Pre-1980, increasingly humanitarian treatment of debtors via lenient bankruptcy laws and debt forgiveness. Post-1980, personal bankruptcy is made more difficult as the debt overhead rose for households, business, and government. Indebted governments are coerced to privatize the public domain by selling it to rent-extracting private buyers. 11. International trade and finance. Pre-1980, the trade balance normally reflects competition based on relative prices and costs of living. Post-1980, costs for labor and industry increasingly reflect interest, land rent, monopoly rent, and other FIRE sector dynamics, not direct production costs. Deregulation leads to an explosion of fraud. As chairman of the Federal Reserve from 1987 to 2006, Alan Greenspan blocked attempts by board members to rein in crooked debt practices and put deregulators in charge of understaffed oversight agencies. By 2004, the FBI was warning about the explosion of financial fraud. But by not distinguishing between free markets and outright deception, Greenspan cleared the way for junk mortgage lending. Instead of protecting economies from danger, the disabled regulatory system protected bankers from being prosecuted. Fines were paid by their companies, and hence, stockholders, or their insurance policies, without acknowledging criminal liability. After Bank of America bought Countrywide Financial, its insurers paid the $20 million fine for the liar's loans dumped into the financial system by Angelo Mazzillo. Citigroup, J.P. Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and other banks paid billions of dollars in corporate fines to settle hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud by their managers. President Obama's future Attorney General Eric Holder set the benevolent tone for financial felons under President Clinton in 2000 when he negotiated the pardon of Mark Rich for his billions of dollars of theft. The deal looked suspiciously like a payoff for Rich's ex-wife lavish funding of the Clinton Library. Former officials and insiders are now stepping forward to show how crooked the regulatory system has become in refusing to prosecute the behavior that led up to 2008. But the Justice Department still refrains from holding specific individuals responsible or making them surrender the money they have taken. Apart from the economics profession not wanting to deal with debt or financial fraud, the essence of Wall Street's regulatory capture is to make sure that the agencies charged with regulating banking and the stock market is staffed with non-regulators. The junk mathematics behind junk economics. Myron Scholes and Robert Merton won the Swedish Central Bank's 1997 Nobel Economics Prize for refining a mathematical formula for pricing options, based on a paper that Scholes and Fisher Black wrote in 1973. As a larger reward, Scholes and Merton were invited to put their math into practice by running the long-term capital management hedge fund. 9 months after the prize was awarded, LTCM lost $4.6 billion and went bankrupt. Over $1 billion was lost in just 2 days of the September 1998 crisis it instigated, when the stock market plunged 508 points. The fund should have been called short-term debt leveraged management because its risk formulae assumed that any price changes would be merely marginal squiggles. In The Black Swan, 2007, Nicholas Taleb described LTCM's strategy to be like picking up pennies in front of a steamroller, a series of probable small gains with only minimal expectation of a large loss. Such wipeouts always happen when bad lending occurs, but this inevitability was assumed to lie at the far tip of the bell-shaped probability curve. Nearly all of the major Wall Street firms were asked to contribute to LTCM's bailout to prevent a serious financial rupture in the web of computerized bets in which it had enmeshed the major Wall Street investment banks. Lehman Brothers refrained, for which it was duly punished in 2008. By that time the largest bets hinged on whether and when the junk mortgage market would collapse. Lehman kept playing too long. Wall Street insiders saw the crisis coming and sought to profiteer from it. There was plenty of warning in the year leading up to the September 2008 crisis. The world changed on August 9, 2007. That's when French bank BNP Paribas announced that it wouldn't let investors withdraw money from its subprime funds anymore. It couldn't value them, because nobody wanted to buy them. It was a mistake, but it was nothing like the one that was to come. Hawks had convinced themselves that the financial crisis had been going on for so long that it wasn't one anymore. That banks had had more than enough time to cut their exposure to troubled firms. That one bankruptcy, say Lehman's, wouldn't cause a cascade of others. Or, as St. Louis Fed President James Bullard put it, that the level of systemic risk has dropped dramatically, and possibly to zero. Regulators not only turned a blind eye to reckless lending and fraud, they also sought to suppress warnings, which threatened to lower the prices and profitability of bubble securities. Protecting the top Wall Street losers was the Rubin acolyte Tim Gaithner, who had joined with Wall Street billionaire and austerity promoter Pete Peterson, who recommended the young Gaithner for the presidency of the New York Federal Reserve Bank. As Gaithner wrote in his memoir Stress Test, I basically restored the New York Fed Board to its historic roots as an elite roster of the local financial establishment. In a classic case of regulatory capture, Gaithner reorganized its board to include a virtual rogues gallery of Wall Street players, including Lehman Brothers CEO Dick Fuld, J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, former Goldman Sachs chairman Steve Friedman, who was still on the firm's board of directors, and General Electric CEO Jeff Immelt. His position enabled Gaithner to rescue Rubin's Citigroup and its bondholders from public takeover by bailing it out, pretending that the alternative would be chaos for the economy at large. When nominated to be Treasury Secretary in 2009, he assured his congressional questioner, Ron Paul of Texas, that he had fought against regulation. I have never been a regulator, for better or worse. And I think you are right to say that we have to be very skeptical that regulation can solve all these problems. We have parts of the system which are overwhelmed by regulation. It wasn't the absence of regulation that was a problem. It was, despite the presence of regulation, you got huge risks built up. Gaithner was much more than a mere deregulator. He defended the bubble and the New York bankers who engineered it against their critics. After Bear Stearns collapsed on March 18, 2008, he assured the Federal Open Market Committee that there was no need for investment banks to set aside higher reserves. It is very hard to make the judgment now that the financial system as a whole or the banking system as a whole is undercapitalized. For Gaithner, the real danger seemed to be not junk mortgages, speculation on derivatives or other debt leveraging, but the economists who were warning the public to get out of the market. There is nothing more dangerous in what we're facing now, Gaithner accused, than for people who are knowledgeable about this stuff to feed these broad concerns about our credibility and about the basic core strength of the financial system. Gaithner will play a major role in nearly all the remaining chapters of this book for his unrelenting moves to block any policy that might not benefit or might even curtail the power of the major New York banks. Acting as special protector of the rogue operations at Citigroup and Goldman Sachs, in its claims against AIG, Gaithner has been called to the Albert Speer of the Obama administration, an apparatchik installed by Rubin and Summers to run interference against regulators and critics. Whether in Las Vegas or on Wall Street, the economics of a casino operate outside the logic of industrial capitalism. It is a zero-sum game, in which fortunes are made from bets with counterparties and customers. Wealth is redistributed to winning bettors, not created. Indeed, the product is a pool of toxic mortgages. Timing in such markets is based on the moody winds of the trading floors in New York and Chicago. This is the time horizon of bank robbers and of robber banks. The idea is to get out safely before the peak is reached, because crashes occur quickly and sharply. All such crashes are triggered by fractures in the chain of payments. The fraud, embezzlement, or reckless gambling that trigger these breaks erupt like aneurysms where the debt-leveraged financial surface is stretched most thin. The highest debt leverage comes when there are no real assets at all behind the debt, Ponzi or Madoff style, as in the 2008 crash. But the Fed was more concerned about rising wages than about prices rising for real estate and financial securities. Asset price inflation was applauded, rising wages feared. The crisis was the inevitable result of the mathematics of compound interest and fictitious financial valuations. From January through mid-March of 2008, banks and brokerage stock prices fell by about 40%. But as long as the dancing was speeding up toward a final frenzy like Ravel's Bolero, standing on the sidelines would have meant letting rival money managers report better returns. The goal was to take the money and run. As one trader told me, you only need to make a fortune once in a lifetime. For most players, this was that fortune moment, fueling the greedy turmoil leading up to 2008, after which housing prices would plunge by about 30%. Bear Stearns went broke on March 17, 2008. A tentative sale was arranged to J.P. Morgan Chase for $2 a share, but the Federal Reserve felt such compassion for Bear Stearns stockholders that it stepped in to absorb $29 billion of toxic waste losses so that they could receive 5 times as much. But when Lehman Brothers collapsed half a year later, on September 15, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson told reporters that there was no way the investment bank could be saved. Stuck with the junk mortgages Lehman Brothers had hoped to sell to pension funds and German Landesbanks, it would have been a travesty to reward stockholder faith in the firm's reckless behavior. Bear Stearns and Lehman were not like the banks where regular people keep their checking and savings accounts. They dealt with other financial institutions and the 1%. Until 1999, the Depression-era Glass-Steagall Act had insulated retail banking from such wholesale high finance in order to minimize risk to depositors. But Bill Clinton's brazen dismantling of this financial firewall enabled Citigroup, Bank of America and commercial banks to become holding companies that included investment houses, insurance and mortgage servicing firms, stockbrokers and real estate brokers. The facile promise of deregulation was that by letting banks do whatever they wanted, the financial system would operate more efficiently. The reality is that speculation and outright dishonest dealings have become interwoven with retail banking, shifting the risk onto what had been relatively risk-free banks prior to 1999. The losses were concentrated among Wall Street's too big to fail high rollers, too politically connected to be constrained by regulators. Even banks with the most reckless or outright fraudulent operations were protected and bailed out. Subsidizing Citibank, AIG, and other institutions that lost so heavily that they otherwise were unable to pay the winning bettors and speculators kept the Wall Street casino afloat, at public expense. Attorney General Eric Holder and Lanny Breuer refused to charge the bank's real estate departments and mortgage brokers with falsifying documents. The liar's loan epithet was applied only to the low-income borrowers who put their signature on the mortgage applications filled out by Countrywide and other toxic financial polluters. The 10 million homeowners whose debt soared in excess of the market price of their homes, negative equity, received no leniency such as the banks received. They were subjected to a wave of foreclosures by robo-signed documents hitherto illegal under U.S. law, but which were permitted simply because the practice was so pervasive that to have enforced the law would have brought down the system. The system was precisely what should have been brought down. The financial hijinks on Wall Street was not the economy. It was the banksters, pretending that their interest coincided with that of the economy at large. It was as if keeping debts in place preserved real wealth and employment rather than destroying them. A full court press was mounted to drive home the message that saving Wall Street's super-rich was necessary to save the bank's everyday role of processing checks and facilitating payments for the 99%. But insured depositors were never in danger of losing their funds. Nor were ATMs threatened with running out of folding money. The bailout was deftly constructed to save these large creditors, not the bread-and-butter economy. Declaring bad banks insolvent would have left their uninsured depositors, bondholders, and stockholders to absorb the losses from their bad loans. Selfing declarations that the crash was not foreseen led to a pro-Wall Street response orchestrated under emergency conditions and public obfuscation. Bad debts and liars' loans were kept in place instead of writing them down to their inherent market valuations. This saved banks and their bondholders in a way that has imposed debt deflation and austerity from the United States to Europe. The assertion that keeping the debt burden in place was necessary to promote recovery is a textbook case of Orwellian doublespeak. The banks and their customers were saved at the economy's expense. The middle class is being crushed while markets are shrinking. Today's post-2008 austerity is the result. Debt service is being squeezed out via mortgage debt, student loan debt and credit card debt. Real wages and markets are stagnating because consumers have little left to spend after paying larger proportion of their income as debt service. Neoliberal economists claim that debt is not a problem and can be ignored because, as the saying goes, we owe it to ourselves. According this chop logic, it all cancels out into a net zero balance in which one person's debt is treated as another's asset. This simplistic and misleading view neglects the who/whom dimension. Most of the net debt is owed by the 99% to the 1%, Wall Street's ourselves. The credit that banks create adds to rentier charges, not to price and income stability. 30 years of neoliberal junk economics has prepared the ground for imposing mass unemployment, emigration, and privatization sell-offs. The pretense is that public budget deficits cause inflation. But inflation has largely remained in check for the past few decades. What critics of government spending really oppose is public funding of Social Security, Medicare and other social programs out of the general budget, including progressive taxes paid by the wealthiest classes. The hypocrisy becomes apparent when Wall Street praises public debt creation as governments create money to bail out banks. This asymmetrical pattern of debt creation is destroying our industrial economy and widening the inequality of wealth and income. It also is corrupting the economics discipline by suppressing awareness that today's financial and fiscal austerity is based on the deception that financial and other rentier-free lunchers are part of the host economy rather than intrusive and predatory, and that today's austerity is neither inherently natural nor inevitable. It is a result of financial policy that has almost fully captured the workings of governments. The remainder of this book therefore describes how the financial system has gained control of government policy throughout the world since 2008, freeing itself from public control and decoupling itself from industrial investment, except to finance corporate asset stripping. 13. The bailout coup of 2008, saving Wall Street instead of the economy. Sometimes I think people in the financial sector don't want you to understand the issues. Of course, if Main Street voters are confused or don't feel they understand the problems, they are unlikely to exert political influence to correct those problems. That only serves the purposes of the bad actors, who do not want meaningful government protections against their risk-taking. Sheila Bair, Bull by the Horns, 2012. The financial sector mobilized its forces in the 2008 banking crisis to convince the world that bailing out insolvent banks would restore prosperity. The deeper aim was to reverse the progressive tax system and financial regulation that had guided the economy since the New Deal. This sophisticated political con game has enabled the 1% to monopolize the recovery since 2008, widening their wealth and income advantage over the rest of the population. This wealth gap is not the result of any irreducible economic law of nature. It reflects the system of subsidies, tax favoritism, and bailouts crafted by lobbyists and banking elites to counter most people's sense of what is fair. The 2008 crisis afforded an opportunity to grab vast sums and subsidies by threatening that the alternative was chaos. There was an alternative, of course. It was for banks, bondholders, and other 1%ers to take their losses as bad loans to be written off the balance sheets. But Congress kept the bad debts on the books, surrendering to the false threat of empty ATM machines and losses even on insured bank accounts. Pretending that it was not waging financial warfare, the Federal Reserve's idea of reviving prosperity was to reinflate a new bubble by providing nearly free credit to banks. While the Fed effortlessly facilitated trillions of dollars in quantitative easing for Wall Street, the Obama administration warned that Social Security must be cut back to balance future budgets. New money was to be spent only on financial securities, not tangible investment. While the debt overheads interest, amortization, and penalties reduced consumer spending and industrial investment, the banks foreclosed and transferred assets from debtors to creditors. This fostered a fiscal crisis, backed by a chorus calls from Wall Street to solve it by privatizing public infrastructure and Social Security, cutting social spending and scaling back pensions. Whichever way economies go from here, they cannot return to the pre-2008 normalcy. So there can be no talk of recovery of the past, given the overgrowth of debts that cannot be paid. Going forward, there are two alternatives: either 1. Banks and bondholders will lose if debts are written down, or 2. The economy will face a generation of austerity as debt deflation and privatization smother growth and upward mobility. In that case, the 1% will inherit wealth, while the 99% inherit debt bondage. The financial sector's political mission is to replace democratically elected governments and public planning with technocrats appointed by the banks. The first 6 years of quantitative easing saw the Federal Reserve create money to bail out Wall Street but not to finance tangible growth or demand write-downs of the household debt and the junk mortgages that triggered the breakdown. The broad strategy of the banksters is to use economic distress as an opportunity to grab assets from the public domain, along with the government's taxing and money-creating ability. Instead of taxing rentier wealth and spending to rebuild infrastructure, federal and local governments are being pressed to sell public roads for buyers to turn into toll roads, much as they have transformed the healthcare system into rent extraction opportunities. How resolving the 2008 crisis differed radically from past resolutions for a century, bank crises followed a well-understood pattern. Bad debts and investments were wiped out. Deposits in banks that made bad loans were reduced to whatever residual value remained after foreclosures and distress sales swept away debt-inflated prices. Herbert Hoover's Treasury Secretary, Andrew Mellon, summarized the process in advising the President in November 1929, "Liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate real estate. It will purge the rottenness out of the system. High costs of living and high living will come down. People will work harder, live a more moral life. Values will be adjusted, and enterprising people will pick up from less competent people." Until 2008, almost nobody expected that the largest Wall Street banks, such as Citigroup and Bank of America, would comprise the less competent people. But financial lobbyists insisted that special favoritism to these institutions was needed to prepare the way for renewed prosperity. Until 2008, financial crashes had a silver lining, to wipe away the debt overhead so that economies can recover. Debt relief through bankruptcy traditionally forced housing prices to fall back to more affordable levels. But the Fed's aim was, and remains, to preserve the economic power of the 1% and revive bank balance sheets by preventing housing, stock market, or bond prices from falling. Instead of the bad debts built up prior to 2008 being wiping out, they have been kept in place. In conjunction with cutting back public spending programs, this shrinks the domestic market, and wages fall instead of the housing and other asset prices being supported. The banks were bailed out, not the economy. Starting with the Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, in the United States, banks throughout the world demanded that governments save large uninsured depositors and bondholders from losses, and let managers of the broken banks keep the bonuses and gains they had paid themselves. Ireland's government followed European Union advice to bail out uninsured creditors of Anglo-Irish Bank at taxpayer expense. In Greece, the European Troika, the IMF, European Commission, and European Central Bank saved bondholders by extending enough bailout credit to pay them in full for loans made to governments without any reference to the ability to be paid without plunging its economy into a worse depression than the country had suffered in the 1930s. Bondholders and bank depositors took their money and ran, foreign debts to be paid by burdening populations with enormous taxes on a scale hitherto suffered only in war emergencies. The 1929-31 crash had led to government regulation and control over banking. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, was created in 1933. The Glass-Steagall Act separated commercial banking from speculative Wall Street investment banking, and other reforms were passed. But from 1987 to 2006, Fed Chairman Greenspan led the fight to dismantle the New Deal, disabling the regulatory oversight designed to keep bank loans in line with the borrower's ability to pay. After 2008, the bailouts preserved the most reckless and criminogenic megabanks, headed by Citigroup and Bank of America, instead of letting them go under. A brief regulatory attempt, the Dodd-Frank Bill, was undone by bank lobbyists who bought control of politics, supporting politicians who promoted regulatory capture to a point where financial fraud was essentially decriminalized. Instead of prosecuting financial law-breaking, the largest banks have been let off the hook, on the premise that enforcing laws against fraud would drive them under. Much as the key to the Sherlock Holmes crime story The Hound of the Baskervilles was that the dog didn't bark, the most revealing aspect of the 2008 bailout was that contrary to what the Federal Reserve and Treasury avowed, the agencies did not follow the century-old Bagehot rule. Their emergency lending to commercial banks was not limited to the traditional good securities at penalty rates of interest. Bank-friendly economists depicted this loosening of loan terms under emergency conditions as an effort to restore normalcy. But it was abnormal not to prosecute wrongdoers as was done in the S&L scandals of the 1980s, when many bank executives were sent to jail. It also was a break from tradition to extend banks enough public credit to start lending again, without obliging them to wipe out shareholders and impose losses on their large uninsured depositors and bondholders. A financial coup d'état had occurred. Walter Bagehot was editor of The Economist from 1860 to 1877. His influential book Lombard Street, A Description of the Money Market, 1873, was required reading even when I was taking my PhD in the 1960s. It outlined the strict terms on which central banks should provide liquidity in times of crises. Seriously bad loans back then were only a small portion of the banking business. The main problem was a general crisis prompting nervous depositors to withdraw their money from banks whose loans were basically sound. These loans went to debtors who were able to keep paying the carrying charges, but which the banks could not readily convert into immediate cash to pay depositors. Governments naturally sought to prevent economic crises resulting from banks having to call in their loans and drive their customers into insolvency. However, central banks were not supposed to save insolvent institutions that had made bad loans to borrowers who could not carry their debts. Support for banks was supposed to be made on sufficiently onerous terms so as not to give them an opportunity to make speculative and predatory gains in times of distress. But by 2008, bad loans accounted for more than the entire net worth of some banks. Many of these loans were fraudulent, for which banks would pay hundreds of billions of dollars in civil penalties. As a Levy Institute study describes, government response to a failing, insolvent bank is supposed to be much different than its response to a liquidity crisis. Government is supposed to step in, seize the institution, fire the management, and begin a resolution. Normally, stockholders lose, as do the uninsured creditors, which would have included other financial institutions. However, rather than resolving institutions that were probably insolvent, the Fed, working with the Treasury, tried to save them by purchasing troubled assets, recapitalizing them, and by providing loans for long periods. After banks had gained control of the Fed and Treasury, they turned Bagehot's law upside down. Henry Paulson's easy loan terms, like those of subsequent Federal Reserve lending, were a radical departure from the Bagehot rule. The Fed did not impose a penalty charge for being insolvent. The Fed, Congress and Treasury provided credit at giveaway rates to Wall Street's investment houses as well as to normal commercial banks. The terms were so favorable that banks became the most profitable sector in the aftermath of the crisis. The Fed also lent against junk mortgages, derivatives and credit default swaps at face value, or accepted them for non-recourse loans at prices far above what the market would have paid. The government absorbed the risk instead of banks, bondholders, and financial speculators. Quantitative easing, low-interest credit to banks, tailored toward making speculation profitable enough so that banks could make enough money to compensate for their losses on junk mortgages and risky speculations gone bad. It amounted to the largest American giveaway of wealth to favored beneficiaries since the Yazoo land fraud of the mid-1790s. FDIC Chair Sheila Bair insisted that even the two most reckless insolvent lenders, Citibank and Bank of America, had enough reserves and sound loans to cover their FDIC-insured deposits, even when the government more than doubled the insurance limit from $100,000 to $250,000. But Wall Street's strategy was to frighten depositors that they might have to absorb the losses if Wall Street banks and speculators were not paid immediately in full, with no haircuts for the bondholders. As late as 2014, 6 years after the crash, former Treasury Secretary Gaithner continued to claim that his insider giveaways saved bank customers from the alternative ATMs running out of money. This combination of a bailout of lenders while keeping bad debts in place was very far removed from a market-based solution. It shows that banks hate free markets when they lose and demand that the economy needs to rescue them, not their debtors. That is why banks feel that they must control the government, turning it into a fail-safe for their biggest blunders by absorbing their losses and serving their interests. Bankers also hate going to jail, and insist that any fines for crooked behavior be paid by the banking institutions, i.e., stockholders, not the managers responsible for the transgressions. The Federal Reserve and Treasury provided credit under the guise that recovery requires banks to rebuild their depleted net worth so that they can make yet more interest-bearing loans to the already debt-ridden economy, pushing housing and stock prices back up, as if this is what prosperity means. And by year-end 2010 the financial sector did indeed recoup its heavy losses from 2008 to register about 30% of all operating profits despite accounting for less than 10% of the value added in the economy. By mid-2013 the banking system's share of corporate profits had risen to 42%, and the Fed expects them to keep rising. But as Chapter 5 has explained, the consequence of this policy is that debt keeps growing exponentially until it engulfs the economy. Paying more interest and amortization on yet more debt leaves less to be spent on current output. What the debt-ridden economy actually needed was write-downs at the expense of bankers and other creditors. This was the great opportunity that government decision-makers, vetted by the banks, spurned in 2008. Banks recovered in a way that bled the non-financial host economy with austerity. Bailing out bondholders, not the debtors. The bailout process began on September 7, 2008 when the Federal Housing Finance Agency took over the $5.3 trillion of mortgage obligations held by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Founded as public agencies in 1938, these mortgage insurance institutions were privatized in 1968, but their presumed semi-public character led most investors to view their debt as implicitly having a public guarantee against default. This enabled Fannie and Freddie to borrow at interest rates nearly as low as the Treasury had to pay, while buying mortgages yielding a much higher rate. By buying, insuring and packaging these mortgages, Fannie and Freddie made them easily liquid and tradable for pension funds, insurance companies and other institutional investors, who got higher interest rates than were available on Treasury bonds. Even foreign central banks were advised to hold Fannie Mae bonds in their dollar reserves. These investors assumed that Fannie and Freddie did the basic lending oversight. But in their managers' zeal to expand this business and keep their market share as Countrywide Financial and Washington Mutual led a race to the bottom, Fannie and Freddie increasingly bought fraudulent mortgage loans. It turned out to be easier to make profits without doing any due diligence at all, but simply to buy mortgages with no questions asked. Fraud usually is immensely profitable in the short run. Stock prices for Fannie and Freddie soared, and their managers paid themselves correspondingly high salaries and bonuses. Even investors who did not fully trust these institutions at least assumed that the government would pick up the losses from reckless lending. The government did end up on the hook for what turned out to be junk mortgages, although nowhere near as junky as the toxic waste packaged by investment banks such as Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers. The mortgage market finally caved in when Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy on September 15, 2008. To save bondholders of Fannie and Freddie from bearing losses on defaults that threatened to wipe out the net worth of these two privatized institutions, the Treasury invested up to $100 billion in each to cover the losses on the liar's loan junk mortgages they had bought from Countrywide and other fraudsters. In exchange, the Treasury received warrants, that is, options, to buy 79.9% of each company's common stock. The CEOs and boards of directors of these two companies were dismissed, but there was no clawback to recapture the outsized salaries, bonuses, and stock options their managers had awarded themselves. The government also refused to risk the ire of stockholders by returning the two companies into public ownership. Instead of a takeover, the government's action amounted to a giveaway to save bondholders from suffering a loss. This was euphemized as saving the economy from socialism. But this was merely a dress rehearsal for the $750 billion TARP bailout in Congress. TARP was a total victory for Wall Street over Congress. It was all about the bondholders, Sheila Bair summed up when the dust had settled. The Treasury did not want to impose losses on bondholders, and we did. We kept saying, there is no insurance premium on bondholders, you know. For the little guy on Main Street who has bank deposits, we charge the banks a premium for that, and it gets passed on to the customer. We don't have the same thing for bondholders. They're supposed to take losses. But it was financiers and investment bankers who were rescued, not homeowners, other debtors and pension funds. Panicking Congress to pass the TARP bailout with no conditions attached, Treasury Secretary Paulson submitted a terse 3-page plan for the Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, on September 20. Republicans voted against it, accusing it of being a move toward bigger government. Paulson's initial version left no room for congressional oversight, and Section 8 of his plan called for the money to be handed out without being subject to question by elected officials or the courts. Decisions by the Secretary pursuant to the authority of this Act are non-reviewable and committed to agency discretion, and may not be reviewed by any court of law or any administrative agency. As economist Willem Bueter summarized Paulson's demand, "I want $750 BN. I want it now. I will use these funds for good works, but I cannot tell you what these will be. Don't ask any questions. And you cannot sue me." Paulson asked for unlimited Treasury authority to buy or sell mortgage-backed securities up to $700 billion at any given time. The figure reflected Paulson's guess as to what homeowners owed the banks over and above their ability to pay and above the market price for property pledged as collateral. The Treasury was to use the money to buy mortgage-backed securities, on whatever terms the Treasury Secretary wanted, not only with commercial banks but also with investment banks, hedge funds, and investment companies, without regard to any other provision of law regarding public contracts. The market for these securities was collapsing. Interest rates on adjustable-rate mortgages were about to explode to third-year or penalty rates far above the teaser rates that banks used to hook prospective home buyers. Instead of seeing market prices for their property rising above their mortgage, these debtors were losing their hoped-for free lunch of asset price inflation, what Alan Greenspan euphemized as wealth creation. Their negative equity position was deepening, leading to mortgage delinquencies and defaults threatening bank profits and, for some of the biggest institutions, insolvency. That was where the Treasury's main concern lay, not with homeowners or investors for the packaged junk mortgages Wall Street produced. Pressuring Congress not to add measures that could slow passage, Paulson said in a Sunday interview on ABC's This Week on September 21, "We need this to be clean and to be quick." It would be hard to think of a blunter illustration of Naomi Klein's shock doctrine, the rise of disaster capitalism. The crisis provided an opportunity for the tycoons of high finance to seize the initiative from Congress. On December 19, President Bush used his executive authority to declare that TARP funds could be spent on any program that the Treasury Secretary deemed necessary to alleviate the financial crisis. In fact, not a penny of the $700 billion was expended on buying mortgage-backed securities. It was all a classic bait-and-switch exercise. The money was given to Wall Street banks and investment houses that filed legal papers to become banks in order to qualify for FDIC support and other government handouts aimed ostensibly at protecting retail depositors rather than the 1%. Only the bad mortgage lenders needed a bailout. But to conceal Citigroup's identity as by far the worst offender, the Treasury demanded that each of the 10 largest Wall Street institutions be gifted by a similar $25 billion sum. The money was lent on concessionary terms, without any voice by Congress or any public agency over what these institutions did with it. Paulson warned that congressional pressure to provide relief for homeowners facing foreclosure would slow the economy, not rescue it. "The biggest help we can give the American people right now is to stabilize the financial system," by which he meant his Wall Street constituency from suffering losses by having to sell their mortgages and other loans in the face of falling real estate prices. Some 4 million foreclosures were looming, prompting Moody's to forecast housing prices dropping by as much 40% over the next few years, leaving families with negative equity, owing much more than their homes were worth and hence, more than should have been lent in the first place. To rescue banks from suffering from the market forces devastating underwater homeowners, the Fed bought packaged mortgages at above market prices. Instead of subsidizing homeowners, these cash-for-trash swaps saved banks from losing money. No significant mortgage relief was stipulated. Promises by incoming President Obama and other Democrats turned out to be just for show. The Obama-McCain presidential debate sidesteps the TARP bailout, making an end run to the left of the Democrats. Congressional Republicans refused to vote for the TARP bailout. But John McCain fought to turn the tide. On Friday morning, September 26, the day of his first presidential debate with Senator Barack Obama, McCain flew to Washington to announce that he was suspending his campaign to devote all his efforts to persuading Congress to approve Paulson's plan. But the senator soon stopped grandstanding and flew down to Oxford, Mississippi to join the evening debate. Amazing as it may seem, and an index of how far the mainstream press failed to inform the public, no doubt to avoid enraging their audience, the TV questioners refrained from asking the candidates about the proposed bailout that had dominated the day's news. To fill the vacuum that the media's self-censorship had created, the Treasury issued a fact sheet that Saturday evening, promising, "Removing troubled assets will begin to restore the strength of our financial system so it can again finance economic growth." By growth it meant a new wave of debt. Hedge fund traders and banksters were depicted impersonally as the financial system, while the euphemism "removing troubled assets" meant buying junk mortgages at prices far above current market levels. This task ended up being performed by the Fed, not TARP. Senator McCain went on Sunday TV to explain that it's not a bailout, it's a rescue. Insisting that no strings be attached, he saw his poll ratings plunge as his identity reverted from Maverick label back to his role in the Keating Five, the senators who had demanded that the Federal Reserve not interfere with Charles Keating's thieving at California's Lincoln S&L. Suspending proper S&L regulation had cost the government $3 billion, an enormous sum back in 1989. As Wall Street consultant Eve Smith points out, bailouts increase moral hazard by rewarding risky and reckless lending practices. And they are often the result of crony capitalism due to the power of the financial services lobby. So what we have here is a case of crony capitalism and kleptocracy, plain and simple. Whether by design or not is immaterial. But with an MSNBC poll showing that 62% of Americans opposed the bill, Republicans, but not McCain, struck a populist note and voted with righteous indignation against Secretary Paulson's open-ended giveaway on Monday, September 29. This legislation is giving us a choice between bankrupting our children and bankrupting a few of these big financial institutions on Wall Street that made bad decisions, said Texas Congressman John Culberson. Denouncing the bailout as lunacy, President George W. Bush's first Secretary of the Treasury, 2001-02, outspoken Paul O'Neill, called it crazy. The consequences of it are unbelievably bad in terms of public intrusion into the private sector. Former Republican Treasury official Paul Craig Roberts complained, under the bailout plan, the troubled assets moved from the bank's books to the Treasury's. In line with their rhetoric about free enterprise and self-reliance, they opposed handouts from government, that is, from officials on loan from their Wall Street management positions, as being socialist. But waves of lobbyists descended on the Capitol to pressure Republicans to join the Democrats in a new vote. House leaders were reported to be bringing in the small business lobby and the banking lobby to buy the 12 Republican votes they need, convincing them that the TARP bailout was not really socialism after all. It was a case of socializing the losses, privatizing the profits. Mobilizing government to save Wall Street from losses on bad loans and gambles is the opposite of socialism. It is oligarchy control of the government by the wealthy. They were the largest campaign contributors, and Congress got the message. Denunciations of big government were appropriate only when public policy supported labor, not when it subsidized Wall Street. Despite the Constitution's rule that revenue bills must originate in the House, which had rejected the bailout, the Senate took it up and passed it by a vote of 74 to 25 on October 1. Republican Sen. Jeff Sessions of Alabama emphasized the few concessionary tax cuts to distract attention from the enormous giveaways to the big banks and brokerage houses which were allowed to call themselves banks in order to obtain Federal Reserve money creation. This bill has been packaged with a lot of very popular things to give it even more momentum, so that, as the New York Times explained, instead of siding with a $700 billion bailout, lawmakers could now say they voted for increased protection for deposits at the neighborhood bank, income tax relief for middle-class taxpayers and aid for schools in rural areas where the federal government owns much of the land. 2 days later, Treasury Secretary Paulson called Sheila Bair to meet at his office with Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke, and New York Fed apparatchik Tim Geithner on the phone line. Bair recalls indignantly how Paulson asked her to publicly announce that the FDIC would guarantee the liabilities of the banking system. They wanted me to stand up and say that the FDIC was going to be guaranteeing everybody against everything in the $13 trillion banking system. These liabilities would have included all losses by banks, investment banks such as Goldman Sachs and their affiliates, which were quickly turning themselves into commercial banks to qualify for Federal Reserve loans as well as for the TARP giveaway. The Treasury claimed that in order to preserve people's bank accounts it was necessary to rescue large uninsured depositors, along with mortgage brokers, insurance companies, and investment banks. The implicit threat was to wreck the economy if lawmakers did not move quickly to save Wall Street. Bair rejected this policy. Besides the risk it would have entailed, it would have also meant a windfall for bondholders, because much of the existing debt was trading at a steep discount. Bair's major adversary was Tim, "I have never been a regulator," Geithner at the New York Fed. Geithner did not want creditors, particularly bondholders, in those large, failing financial institutions to take losses. She countered, "We the FDIC do not have an insurance program for big bond investors. They are sophisticated and well-heeled and can fend for themselves. There is no reason for the government to protect them." But the tide had turned. Later that same Friday, House Republicans put aside their rhetoric about free markets and gave the Democrats enough votes to save Wall Street, adding enormously to the federal debt over which they would soon shed crocodile tears. President Bush immediately signed TARP into law as the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act. Keeping Wall Street's mortgage claims above water involved creating new public debt that, in due course, would become the excuse for incoming President Obama to yield to Wall Street demands to define stabilizing the economy as cutting the budget deficit in other areas, headed by Social Security. The TARP and other subsidies to Wall Street since 2008 thus created pressure for offsetting cuts to balance the federal budget in ways that have deepened austerity, the opposite of the Act's pretended stabilization. It meant instability for the indebted economy. Debtors seemed not to need rescuing, only creditors. Leading the fight to promote TARP, the Democratic Congress refrained from introducing safeguards to protect the public interest. No politician asked Paulson to define just what his idea of stability was, or how Citigroups, AIGs or other Wall Street losses threatened the non-financial economy. The hardest questions came from Ohio Congressman Dennis Kucinich. "Why aren't we having hearings on the plan we have just received? Why have we not considered any alternatives other than to give $700 billion to Wall Street? Why aren't we asking Wall Street to clean up its own mess? Why aren't we passing new laws to stop the speculation, which triggered this? Why aren't we putting up new regulatory structures to protect investors? How do we even value the $700 billion in toxic assets? Why aren't we helping homeowners directly with their debt burden? Why aren't we helping American families faced with bankruptcy? Why aren't we reducing debt for Main Street instead of Wall Street? Is this the United States Congress or the Board of Directors of Goldman Sachs?" Neil Barofsky, TARP's Special Inspector General, SIGTARP, made a similarly harsh criticism of how the Treasury ignored even the modest care for debtors victimized by Wall Street that Congress supposedly intended. The legislation that created TARP, the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act, had far broader goals, including protecting home values and preserving home ownership. Congress was told that TARP would be used to purchase up to $700 billion of mortgages, and, to obtain the necessary votes, Treasury promised that it would modify those mortgages to assist struggling homeowners. Indeed, the Act expressly directs the department to do just that. But it has done little to abide by this legislative bargain. Almost immediately, as permitted by the broad language of the Act, Treasury's plan for TARP shifted from the purchase of mortgages to the infusion of hundreds of billions of dollars into the nation's largest financial institutions, a shift that came with the express promise that it would restore lending. Treasury, however, provided the money to banks with no effective policy or effort to compel the extension of credit. There were no strings attached, no requirement or even incentive to increase lending to home buyers, and against our strong recommendation, not even a request that banks report how they used TARP funds. Eve Smith points out that as soon as Congress passed the TARP bill, Wall Street changed how the money was to be spent. The focus on toxic mortgage paper, rather than the real intent, equity injections, was presumably to distract Congress critters and the public from asking, "Whoa, if we are providing equity, what control and upside do we get?" This was a way to avoid inconvenient questions like why don't we cap pay? Fire the top executives? Replace the board, and other things that are normally done with failing or failed institutions. The Treasury gave the biggest losers, Citigroup and AIG, enough bailout money to pay the winning counterparties on the other side of their financial gambles. Banks quickly became the economy's most profitable sector. The administration insisted that their bondholders and large non-insured depositors not suffer a loss, and that neither the FDIC nor Congress should nationalize ailing banks and run them as a public utility whose services might rival those of the private banking system. Preventing China from saving AIG 6 years after 2008, the lawsuit brought by AIG's largest stockholder, Star International, owned mainly by Hank Greenberg, finally went to trial. Testimony by subpoenaed Treasury and other officials revealed many options and fateful decisions hitherto concealed from the public and Congress. Gretchen Morgensen of the New York Times found that the case's significance lies in the information it unearthed about what the government did in the bailout, details it worked hard to keep secret. The most remarkable revelation concerned the eagerness by China's government to buy into AIG, on terms that would have made the Treasury's own $85 billion initial bailout, later expanded to $182 billion, unnecessary. Unnecessary, that is, to save AIG, but not its counterparties such as Goldman Sachs, that turned out to be the real problem. Asian sovereign wealth funds had been looking to invest their nation's foreign exchange holdings in something preferable to U.S. Treasury securities, not only higher yielding, but also in line with national economic development strategy. Of such global funds, the largest was China Investment Corporation, CIC. It had lost heavily by buying into Blackstone Group's 2007 IPO. But AIG, after all, had been founded in China and hence offered that nation a chance to decolonize its fire sector. The Wall Street Standby, institutional investor, describes how CIC officials approached the Treasury on September 16, 2008, proposing to invest as much as the Treasury's $85 billion initial funding to buy into AIG. At a trade and commerce meeting in Yorba Linda, California, they asked Taia Smith, Paulson's deputy chief of staff and executive secretary, to have him call Chinese Vice Premier Wang Qishan. The trial's report of findings quotes her as saying, "All the Chinese officials wanted to talk about was AIG." In fact, the document says Smith added that the Chinese were actually willing to put in a little more than the total amount of money required for AIG. Undersecretary for International Affairs David McCormick consulted with Paulson about the Chinese interest, and then told Smith that Treasury did not want the Chinese coming in at this point in time on AIG. Paulson did not return CIC's phone call, as requested by the Chinese government. A Treasury colleague was dispatched to tell the fund, in effect, to go away. Commenting on this evidence, one money manager told Institutional Investor, "This was the epitome of crony capitalism. What happened was egregious, and the public doesn't get how egregious it was, and Congress doesn't understand how egregious it was." Geopolitics proved overwhelming. According to Duke University law professor James Cox, the savior of the financial system would have been a communist, totalitarian country. The irony of the Chinese saving Wall Street would have been too much. The bottom line, Cox concluded, was a sinister or cynical way of protecting the big banks against the yellow peril. So AIG was saved in a way that benefited Goldman, and kept U.S. control of its own fire sector, while insisting on controlling that of other countries. The 2014 trial's big revelation was the degree to which the Treasury and New York Fed were more concerned with protecting Wall Street firms than with saving the government money or protecting the economy at large. It was all about saving the counterparties, as Chapter 16 will show. Any private buyer would have rejected the bold claims by Goldman for payment, on the ground that the mortgage securities being guaranteed were fraudulent. Paulson's Treasury sacrificed AIG to Goldman as a kind of adjunct to TARP. 14. The giveaways get more deeply politicized and corrupt. There's this thing about hindsight and stuff. Many things that seemed prudent at the time turned out to be imprudent. Tim Gaithner, testifying at the 2014 AIG trial against the U.S. government. It sounds as if everything was just an accident, like the chronic IMF and European Central Bank miscalculations that austerity will bring recovery and prosperity if bondholders are paid enough, social programs and pensions cut back enough, and wages lowered enough to restore confidence. The same mistake is made decade after decade. The post-2008 giveaway to Wall Street without benefiting strapped mortgage debtors was no accidental mistake. It was deliberate policy, over which politicians shed crocodile tears when it turned out that the public lost heavily while the wealthy 1% serving institutions gained so vastly. Yet this benefit for insiders and the 1% is what has made the bailout a successful policy capture from Wall Street's vantage point. We didn't do it for the banks, claimed Gaithner. We did it to protect people from the failures of banks. It's very counterintuitive. Indeed it was. It was the FDIC's job to protect depositors against failure, and Gaithner worked like a demon to block the Commission from performing this function by taking over the large and most reckless banks that he was protecting. This rationale that saving the people required saving the banks, the trickle-down idea that saving the 99% required enriching the 1% even more, became the umbrella for unlimited giveaways and concessions to the Treasury's and Fed's Wall Street constituency, much as bondholders used to hide behind widows and orphans whose trust funds presumably would be eroded by inflation resulting from wage increases for the population having to work for a living. President-elect Obama's refusal to help over-indebted homeowners. Barney Frank, Democratic chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, wanted banks to use some of the bailout money to scale down mortgage debts to payable levels. Homeowners would have received the benefit, and their mortgages would not have gone bad. Paulson at first resisted that, he just wanted to get the money out, Frank said. And after he got the first chunk of money out, he would have had to ask for a second chunk. He said, "All right, I'll tell you what, I'll ask for that second chunk and I'll use some of that as leverage on mortgages, but I'm not going to do that unless Obama asks for it." But the president-elect rejected the proposal. This is now December, so we tried to get the Obama people to ask him and they wouldn't do it. During the critical period when the TARP was being administered, there was a vacuum of political leadership. And Obama at one point, when we were pressing him, said, "Well, we only have one president at a time." That was his way of saying no. The problem was not so much a vacuum of leadership as one of continuity from the Clinton and Bush administrations. Obama quickly locked in the giveaways on pro-bank terms by naming Larry Summers as his chief advisor and promoting Gaithner to take Paulson's place as Treasury Secretary. Summers and Gaithner were in place to block moves that would not serve the Rubinomics wing that had risen to dominate the Democratic Party. Rubin, after all, had been Obama's major early sponsor. Obama's refusal to press for debt write-downs or back any other conditions for the TARP left Democrats owning the bailout. They supported it without conditionalities. The government did not even use its majority ownership in Citigroup and other too-big-to-fail banks to fire the officers responsible for bank losses. No civil and criminal charges were brought against personal malefactors in the troubled institutions. In contrast to Britain's government forcing top executives to resign at RBS, Northern Rock, and Bradford and Bingley, neither the U.S. Treasury nor Congress asked for any say in the running of these rogue institutions. Vague talk by Congress of curtailing the high salaries and bonuses of individuals most responsible for the disaster soon dissipated without further action or follow-through. The fines that regulatory agencies ultimately levied on the banks were mostly covered by insurance policies, so shareholders bore the cost rather than the managers responsible for the infractions. There was no attempt by the U.S. government to use the $700 billion in TARP loans or the bailout of Citigroup to change the lending policies of Citi or other U.S. banks. There was no demand that banks scale back their dividend payouts to stockholders, or interest to bondholders or payments to counterparties on bets gone bad. The Democratic leadership sought merely to save the banks by extending them trillions of dollars of Federal Reserve credit and subsidies unconditionally. The only parties obliged to pay in full without subsidy were indebted homeowners, who remained on the hook even for liar's loans widely recognized as being rife with fraud. Revising TARP's terms to give easier funding to Wall Street on October 14, 2008, barely 2 weeks into TARP, Paulson made full use of the legislation's leeway, giving the Treasury Secretary broad authority to buy any other financial instrument that he deems necessary to promote financial market stability. Instead of buying mortgage-related securities, the program's troubled assets, the Treasury helped recapitalize bank balance sheets directly by buying $25 billion senior preferred non-voting stock and warrants from each of the 10 largest American banks. The label preferred confuses many casual readers. Bailing out the banks by buying preferred shares instead of directly taking over the most reckless lenders set the Treasury and Fed at odds with the FDIC's ability to protect depositors. An FDIC takeover would have wiped out the value of the government's preferred stock along with that of common stockholders. Although preferred stockholders are paid dividends before normal stockholders get their turn, they do not have legal priority over bondholders, or even over speculators in collateralized swaps, HDOs, in case of bankruptcy. To preserve the government's investment position in bank preferred stock, Paulson's ploy hooked it into continuing support rather than letting the FDIC do its job. The non-voting character of the TARP shares prevented the Treasury from exerting management policy over the banks that received funding. It also did not use its controlling creditor position to ask for seats on the bank boards, or for any voice in what the banks did with the TARP money, or with their deposits and credit-creating power. To cap matters, the modified TARP's capital purchase program provided banks with money at a concessionary rate of only 5%. As noted above, government loans are not supposed to be made to insolvent institutions, or on easy terms that enable banks to use the funds for speculation in a period of economic distress. But this is precisely what happened. The Congressional Budget Office estimated that the first $247 billion of securities purchased represented so large a premium over actual market valuation that it amounted to a 26%, $64 billion, subsidy to the banks receiving funds. They were rewarded rather than punished for their reckless and even fraudulent lending. This was the opposite of a penalty. It was a reward. It enriched banks for their irresponsibly loose lending, liar's loans and other financial junk. Warren Buffett, by contrast, obtained a 10% dividend plus stock options for his loan to Goldman Sachs. A double standard was at work. Chris Dodd, chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, accused the Treasury of an ad hoc and arbitrary use of the funds by buying stakes in banks, while the government's purchase of distressed mortgage securities, the plan's original centerpiece, was abandoned. He joined Barney Frank in charging that the Treasury was not following the clear congressional intent of the TARP law, warning that Congress would not release the remaining $350 billion of its $700 billion allocation until at the very least the Treasury agreed to use some of the funds to halt foreclosures. The threat had no effect, and seems to have been made mainly to assuage voter anger at the bailout. Once Obama took office, no more such complaints were heard from the Democrats in Congress, or from the government's financial agencies newly restaffed by pro-Wall Street non-regulators. Focusing $250 billion in TARP money on one rogue bank, Citigroup, even the worst-run banks held enough good assets to cover what they owed their insured depositors. So the problem was not whether to save everyday vanilla account holders and customers. It was whether to use public funds to pay the high-stakes gamblers, the non-bank affiliates that had been merged into Wall Street conglomerate holding companies and brokerage houses. The negative net worth threatened mainly their bondholders and the web of intrabank bets on which way interest rates, currency exchange rates and packaged bank loans would move. Bear Stearns should have been left to fail, Sheila Bair explained in the interview she gave upon stepping down as head of the FDIC in July 2011, because it wasn't a retail bank. That is why Bear Stearns didn't have an FDIC or Federal Reserve safety net. It was only a second-tier investment bank. Such institutions take higher risks, and they are supposed to be outside the safety net. If they make enough mistakes, they are supposed to fail. The bailout didn't have to be a giveaway to the wealthiest speculators, Bair explained. The FDIC had successfully wound down IndyMac, WAMU, and other high flyers in the junk mortgage racket. That was the FDIC's task, after all. But Bair was not allowed to take on the big boys. As Joe Nocera noted in the report on his interview with her, the FDIC had a wealth of experience, in part because it operated IndyMac for 9 months until a buyer was found. It used that time to work on mortgage modifications with IndyMac borrowers and came up with a template for a program it felt could work nationwide. In principle,